This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents Princess, written by James Patterson and Rhys Jones, read by Colin Mace.
Prologue. Cracked leather touched rich soil. Knee in the dirt. The man thought of what was to come and smiled. A broken nose took in the smell of the damp earth. Memories carried in its dank scent. Memories of digging spades, pleading eyes, and shallow graves. The owner of the gloves wiped them against his camouflage trousers. His memories cleansed as easily as the leather. To him, the image of those graves was as inert in his mind as the way a postman views the mail. It was his job to fill holes in the ground, and with pride, the man knew that he was good at it. Better than good. He had been born as just another shitbag on the estate. But now he was a hunter. He was a killer. He tracked in forests, stalked in deserts, kidnapped in jungles, and killed in cities. He had done these things for service, for his country, and for his brothers. Sometimes he'd done it for money. Today he did it for pride. He did it for justice. The hunter-killer turned his eyes up to the sky. Rain was beginning to fall, bouncing from the thick green leaves of summer. The hunter-killer welcomed it. It was his ally. It would cover him as he slid and crept his way closer to his target, closer to justice. He could see his prize now, and the proximity caused his heart to beat against his scarred chest. Endorphins flooding his body as he pictured his kill and the satisfaction it would bring. It had been a long stalk, but the prize would justify the suffering and the cost. This kill would come at a price, a great price, but he would not shirk it. The butcher's bill would be paid in full, and then there would be justice. 50 yards away now, and the hunter-killer begged his heart to still, despite the thrill of what was only moments away. Wet branches pulled at him as he moved forward, checking his pace. He forced himself to slow, too close now to fail. He looked down at the pistol in his hand, checking it for dirt. There was none, as he knew there wouldn't be. Inside the weapon in his hand, a bullet rested snugly in the chamber, ready to shatter on impact, and to tear out a great chunk of flesh in the body of his prize. The hunter-killer smiled as he pictured that carnage. Then he brought the pistol up into the aim, and centered its sights on the back of his target, a target that had caused pain and misery and suffering. With a smile on his face, the hunter-killer pulled the trigger. Chapter 1. 1 day earlier. Jack Morgan was alive. For a former U.S. Marine turned leader of the world's foremost investigation agency, private, that could mean a lot of things. It could mean that he had survived knife wounds, kidnap, and helicopter crashes. It could mean that he had survived foiling a plot to unleash a virus on Rio, or that he had lived through halting a rampaging killer in London. Right now it meant that he was 20,000 feet in the air and flying. Morgan sat in the co-pilot's position of a Gulfstream G650, the private jet cruising at altitude as it crossed the English Channel from Europe, the white cliffs of Dover a smudged line on the horizon. To the east the sun was slowly climbing its way to prominence, the sky matching the colour of Morgan's tired red eyes. He was exhausted, and it was only for this reason that he was a content passenger on the flight and not at the controls. The pilot felt Morgan's hunger. "You can take her in, if you'd like, sir," the British man offered. "Oh, you, Philip," Morgan replied. Choppers were always more my thing. He thought with fondness of the Black Hawks he had flown during combat missions as a Marine. Then, as it always did, the fondness soon slipped away, replaced by the gut-gripping sadness of loss. Morgan had walked away from the worst day of his life, but others hadn't. What is it the British say on their Remembrance Day? At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. Morgan liked that. Of course, he remembered those he had lost every minute between the rising and the setting as well. Every comrade of war, every agent of private fallen in their mission. Morgan remembered them all. He rubbed at his eyes. He was really tired, but he was alive. And so Morgan looked again at the printed email in his hand, the friendly message that he had read multiple times, trying to draw out a deeper meaning, for surely the simple words were the tip of a blade. As the sprawl of London appeared before him, he was trying to figure out if private were intended to be the ones to shield against that weapon, or if it would instead be driven into the organization's back. He was trying to figure this out because the email had not come from a friend. It had come from Colonel Marcus de Villiers, a Coldstream Guards officer in the British Army. Though no enemy of Morgan's, he was certainly no ally, and when in doubt, Morgan looked for traps. That was why he was alive. But de Villiers was more than just an aristocratic gentleman in an impressive uniform. He was the head of security for a very important family, perhaps the greatest and most important family on earth. And that was why Morgan was flying at full speed to London. Because Jack Morgan had been invited to meet the powerful people under de Villiers' care. He had been invited to meet the royal family. Chapter 2. Morgan stepped from the jet into a balmy morning of English summer. "Beautiful day, isn't it?" The man waiting on the tarmac beamed. Morgan took in the uniformed figure. Colonel Marcus de Villiers was every inch the tall, impressive man that Morgan remembered from 2 years ago, when Private had rescued a young royal from the bloody clutches of her kidnappers. De Villiers had been a sneering critic of Morgan and his agents then, and Morgan was certain that beneath the smile the sentiment was still strong. "It is a beautiful day, Colonel, but you weren't so keen to exchange pleasantries last time we met," Morgan replied, "after I refused to cover up the Duke of Aldershot's involvement in the kidnapping of his own daughter." "All's well that ends well," de Villiers shrugged, trying hard to keep his smile in place. "The Duke died before he got to trial and faced justice." Morgan shook his head. "I wouldn't call that ending well. One could say that death is the most absolute form of justice, Mr. Morgan, but that's beside the point. The whole business went away quietly, which was very well received where it matters. If you brought me here to boast that a royal scandal stayed out of the papers, Colonel, then you're wasting my time. I took this meeting out of respect for the people you represent, but I'm ready to step back onto this jet and head home if you don't tell me in the next 10 seconds why I'm here." "Very well, Mr. Morgan. I didn't bring you here to boast about avoiding a royal scandal. I brought you here to prevent the next one." Chapter 3. Morgan joined de Villiers in the blacked-out Range Rover that waited beside the landed jet. The colonel would divulge no more information, but he had said enough to get Morgan's attention. The men were driven from London's outskirts into the lush green countryside of Surrey, where multi-million-pound properties nestled in woodlands. It was beautiful, and Morgan watched it roll by the tinted windows as he considered who he might be heading to meet and why. The British royal family was large, with Queen Elizabeth II at its head, and dozens of members tied in by blood or marriage. But Morgan had some clue as to who they were driving to see in the English countryside. Colonel de Villiers had once told Morgan that the family's inner circle was his concern, so the American was either on his way to meet the Queen herself or one of her closest family. Morgan allowed himself a smile at the thought. Here he was, an American, and once an American serviceman at that, driving to meet the monarchy that his nation had fought against for their independence. The fact that the bloodiest relationships could be repaired made him pause and look to de Villiers. There were enough people in the world that wished Morgan dead. Why not take a lesson from the United States and the United Kingdom? "Thank you for inviting me here," Morgan said to the colonel. "It really is a beautiful day, and a beautiful country." "It is," the colonel nodded. "But don't let it fool you. At this time of year you can get the 4 seasons in a day." The Range Rover left the main road and entered a long driveway flanked by woodland. It would have been hard for anyone to spot the 2 armed men camouflaged against the trees, but Jack Morgan was not just anyone. "Relax," de Villiers smiled, seeing Morgan tense. "They're ours." As the Range Rover came to a stop and crunched the gravel, Morgan took in the exquisite Georgian farmhouse of ivy-covered red brick that stood before him. It looks like something out of a fairy tale. He smiled, allowing himself to relax. But then, as the house's green door opened, Morgan's pulse began to quicken. It was not the sight of more armed men that caused it, but the figure that walked by them and into the dappled sunshine. Morgan stood straight as he was approached by one of the most famous women in the world. Her name was Princess Caroline. Chapter 4. The princess put out her hand, offering it to Jack Morgan as he stepped away from the Range Rover. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Morgan," she said. "Please call me Jack, Your Highness," Morgan answered, feeling himself bow on instinct. "Let's take a walk, Jack. De Villiers tells me that you're the person I need to speak to." Morgan looked to de Villiers, surprised that such praise would come from the colonel. De Villiers' face gave nothing away, nor did he move to follow as Princess Caroline led Morgan away from the courtyard. "It's too nice a day to be inside," she explained as they entered a walled garden. Bright red strawberries clung to the planters. "Try one," she insisted. Morgan raised his eyebrows as he bit down on the fruit, and the juice hit his tongue. With food in his mouth, he had the excuse he needed to keep it shut. Introductions to a mission always worked better when he let the client do the talking. Nothing brought out the little details as well as just keeping quiet and allowing the other person to fill the dead space. "This place belongs to a friend of mine," Caroline offered up against the silence. "Aside from my security detail, there aren't many people who know that I come here. I like it. It's quiet, and it's close enough to London that I can sneak off here for some peace without it being noticed. I hope you know how to keep a secret, Jack." Morgan nodded but said nothing. Princess Caroline smiled. "You don't say much." "It's not every day I meet a princess, Your Highness." Her smile grew, but from insight, not flattery. "I think it's more that you like to let your clients do the talking, to see what they may let slip." Morgan couldn't help but grin. She was smart. "I like to read about crime and detectives," the princess admitted, her smile then falling. "I didn't ever think that I'd be needing one." Morgan held his tongue and waited. She gathered herself, and he noticed the briefest trace of sadness pass across her face, and something else. Fear. "I need you to find someone for me, Jack. A dear friend of mine. She's missing, and I need her found. Her name is Sophie Edwards." "Are the police looking for her?" Morgan asked, knowing the answer before her reply. "No," Caroline said. Morgan knew that he would not be standing here if they were. More than that, he was certain that Princess Caroline's fear was an indication that this was more than a simple missing person case. Where there are complications, people tend to want to avoid the shining beam of the law. "De Villiers said there's a scandal to avoid," he said bluntly. "It's easier to avoid if I know what it is." "He shouldn't have told you that," she whispered after a moment. "I'd have been back on the jet if he hadn't." Princess Caroline nodded, but instead of talking, she walked towards the far door of the walled garden. Morgan followed, and they stepped out into the woodland that butted against the house. Shafts of warm sunlight cut their way through the canopy. "Do you believe in second chances, Jack?" she asked, her eyes on the path that wound ahead through the trees. "I do," he answered. His eyes to the trail's flanks. Some 50 meters away, armed men moved parallel to the royal, who was third in line to the British throne. They were her deadly shadow, the guardians who protected her at all times. "There are things in Sophie's past, things in her life, that should not be public knowledge," she explained. "I live life under a microscope, Jack, because I was born into it. I wouldn't change that, but for Sophie, she hasn't lived with it. She hasn't trained for it." "And what are these things in Sophie's past?" Morgan asked. She walked on in silence for a few moments before giving her answer. "Sophie is a young woman who's lived her life, and in doing so, like all people, she's made some bad decisions." Suddenly she stopped. She turned to face Morgan, her expression earnest. "She doesn't deserve to have those bad decisions made public as a consequence of being my friend. Do you understand, Jack?" Morgan did. He also understood that those under the closest scrutiny became guilty of the sins of their company, and guilt by association was never more magnified than in the scandal-hungry media of the 21st century. Morgan knew that Princess Caroline was a reflection of the time she had been born into, a people's royal who connected to the country on all levels, leading a life that seemed as close to their own as was possible, given her position. But the same machine that had built her reputation could savage her overnight. Caroline read his thoughts. It's in the country's interest that the monarchy avoids scandal, Jack. We're the benchmark, the example. I should be someone whom people look up to. And you're not? Morgan asked directly. It was a long time before she replied. I'm human, Mr. Morgan. De Villiers will give you everything you need. I hope to see you again soon. She turned away from him then, and continued to walk further into the woodland. Out in the trees, her armed shadows moved with her. I didn't say I'd take the job, Morgan said to her back. You didn't need to, Princess Caroline replied without breaking step. Your eyes did. You should learn to be a better liar, Jack. Morgan said nothing because she was right. He would take the job. He would find Sophie Edwards. Chapter 5. Alone in the woodland, Morgan pulled his phone from his pocket. He was surprised to see he had such good reception, but then reasoned that residents of one of the wealthiest regions of England would be unlikely to put up with poor service. His call was picked up on the first ring. "Hello, Jack," Peter Knight answered in his London office. The head of Private London, Knight had been side by side with Morgan through some of their toughest scrapes. He was also the American's friend. "The office told me you diverted here. Business or pleasure?" "Business, Peter. Let's get together and talk about it. I'm going to send you my location." "And what's the case?" Knight asked, knowing that their calls were encrypted to government levels and stood no chance of being monitored. "Missing person with connections." "I might need to send you a team in my place, Jack. I had a case come in a few days ago. A man named Sir Tony Lightwood was found hanged in his home, and his daughter wants us to take a look into it." "What have the police found?" Morgan asked, disappointed that it appeared he would be working without his British right hand. "Said it looks like a straight-up suicide. Daughter wants a second opinion." "Why?" "Says suicide doesn't fit her dad." "Everyone says that. The truth's hard to accept." "True," Knight mused, "but the Sunday Times did list him at number 52 on their rich list." "You'd better run with that case," Morgan agreed. "Money doesn't buy happiness, but it does give people a good reason to want you dead," Knight finished. Morgan was about to follow up, but then movement along the trail caught his eye. De Villiers. "I'll meet you at your site," Morgan told Knight, then hung up and walked over to join the tall figure of the guards officer. "Did you get everything you needed from the princess?" De Villiers asked. "She said Sophie had some things in her past, and that she made bad decisions. Can you be a little more specific?" A look of distaste passed over the colonel's face. "Sophie was a good friend of your pal Abby Winchester, if that helps," he revealed, referring to the hard-partying royal whom Morgan and Knight had rescued from murderous kidnappers. "I need more than that," Morgan told him, but the officer shrugged, enjoying the moment. "You're the world's greatest investigator, Mr. Morgan," De Villiers smiled. "So let's get you back to London. Then you can begin investigating." Chapter 6. Morgan declined Colonel de Villiers' offer of being driven to London. Instead, he asked to be taken to the nearest helicopter landing site. There he was collected by a flight chartered by Private and flown back into London. Morgan's mind was full of questions, but after asking his team to come up with a background file on Sophie Edwards, he forced himself to sleep on the short flight. Experience told him that such luxuries would be in short supply during the investigation, and he needed to be sharp. Collected by car from the heliport, Morgan peered at the London streets as he was driven to Eaton Square, one of the many homes of business tycoon Sir Tony Lightwood. Eaton Square was one of the most expensive places to live in the UK, with an average house price of £17 million, and Morgan could see why. The building's white stucco facades gleamed in the sunlight, and Bentleys and Rolls-Royces lined the street. Everything about the area screamed opulence. Only one thing seemed out of place. It stood in the street, all smiles beneath a mop of red hair, a West Ham United football shirt tucked into skinny jeans. Morgan stepped from his car and greeted the man. "Good to see you, hooligan." "Really good." The men shook hands. Jeremy Hooligan Crawford was a double Cambridge graduate, turned MI5 tech guru, turned private London legend. He was also a die-hard Hammers fan, and a man who had helped save lives several times over for Private, Morgan's amongst them. "Good to see you too, boss," the East Ender replied, still shaking Morgan's hand. "The rest of them are inside." Morgan turned and followed Hooligan towards the entrance of the home. The building wasn't large and was adjoined at both sides to its neighbours, but its colossal price could buy someone an entire village in the north of the country. So Tony wasn't shy about flashing his cash, Morgan noted. "You can say that again, boss," Hooligan agreed. "Inside looks like the Saatchi Gallery." "Contemporary art a passion of yours, Hooligan?" Morgan asked, trying to hide his surprise. "Bloody hell, no," the Londoner laughed as they stepped inside. "I heard her say it." Her was Jane Cook, former British Army Major and newest agent of Private London. Astute and striking, Cook had worked alongside Morgan as they'd raced to save Abby Winchester's life before the Trooping the Colour parade 2 years previously. Their mission had ended with Abby's release, but their time together in London had not. Morgan had delayed his flight back to the US twice before a critical case had finally pulled him from Cook's bed. "Jane," he smiled. "Jack." Hooligan opened his mouth to speak and excuse himself, but quickly realized he had already been forgotten. Chuckling to himself, he moved away, along the richly appointed hallway. A moment of silence held between Cook and Morgan. "Peter here?" Morgan finally managed. "Upstairs. I'll follow you up," Cook said softly. Morgan was forced to brush by her in the narrow entrance. It was the slightest touch, but he felt as though he'd been shoved into a flame. "After you, boss," Cook teased, adding fuel. Morgan walked on, glad to have the beautiful woman out of his vision. He had been recovering from a deep knife wound at the time of their brief affair, but not even the pain from his injuries had held them back in their passion. With such sexual tension in the air, he was almost relieved to enter Sir Tony's study. Surrounded by mahogany furnishings, Peter Knight was on his hands and knees, fastidiously working every inch of the room for a clue that would suggest the rich man's death was suspicious. "You don't have to kowtow," Morgan joked. "A simple bow would be enough." "Good to see you, Jack," Knight grinned as he got to his feet and took Morgan's outstretched hand. "It's been too long." "It's always too long," Morgan agreed, having missed the company of his trusted British friend and colleague. "How are things looking here?" "Sir Tony was found hanging from this beam," Knight began, pointing to the ceiling. "No note has been found, which is one of the reasons his daughter is certain it wasn't suicide." "What are the others?" "That he was happy, successful, and wanted to continue to be that way," Knight answered. "From the people we've interviewed, it does seem out of character." "You never know what's going on inside someone's head," Cook added. "You don't," Knight agreed, but he could make a good guess at what was going on inside Morgan's and Cook's. The pair seemed almost at pains not to look at one another, and so it was with a little surprise that Knight heard Morgan's next words. "I've got nothing to start with on this missing person case, Peter, so I'm taking Cook with me. You're going to need to cover a lot of ground." "I can handle Sir Tony's case alone," Knight agreed. "Where are you going to start looking?" Morgan hadn't been given much to go on from Princess Caroline, so he drew on the initial information Private's office had been able to gather. "Sophie moved here from the country," Morgan explained, "and when someone comes to a big city and gets in trouble, there's a good chance they run for home." "And you think she's in trouble?" Knight asked. "From what I can see so far, she doesn't seem like the kind to just drop off the grid. She was a friend of Abby Winchester's." Knight nodded. "Abby Winchester was in the papers as often as the Prime Minister. If Sophie was in her circle, then it's likely she tried to live her life on the grid as much as possible." "So we start at her home?" Cook asked. Morgan nodded. "We're going to Wales." Chapter 7. The helicopter cut its way through the sky above a patchwork of fields and villages, the spires of local churches reaching up to Morgan and Cook like long-lost friends. "I love this country," Cook said proudly, her eyes on the ribbon of a river that glimmered silver in the morning's strong sunlight. Morgan glanced at Cook and smiled. It has its charms. Cook let the compliment hang in the air before pulling a tablet from a packed rucksack that held a few changes of clothes, wash kit, and all manner of items that ranged from torches to bolt cutters. Cook had learned in the army that she should always be ready to deploy on short notice, and this pre-packed kit had been waiting patiently in her private London office for an occasion such as this. "Did you bring sandwiches?" Morgan teased. Cook rummaged in the rucksack and pulled out a packet of freeze-dried rations. "Close enough." Morgan laughed and waved the food away. "Never again." He smiled, thinking back on his military days. "Did the background come through on Sophie?" Cook gave a curt nod. She was all business now. The woman who had risen to become a major in the British Army, earning an OBE for her leadership in Afghanistan. Sophie Edwards, born on the 3rd of December 89 in Brecon, Wales. She went on to describe how Sophie had been raised in a middle-class family and how she had excelled in school, winning a scholarship to the London School of Economics. No sign yet of the mistakes that Princess Caroline had alluded to. "What did the Princess's protection team send us on her?" Morgan asked. He had pushed de Villiers further for information. "Not a lot that's helpful." Cook shook her head. "The Princess met Sophie at a closed-doors party in London. They became friends quickly, but due to Sophie's reputation as a party girl, their friendship was kept private as much as possible." Morgan thought on that for a moment. Looking out of the window, he saw that the helicopter was approaching the wide mouth of the Severn estuary. They would soon be in Wales. "What do you know about these closed-door parties?" the American asked Cook, the former officer having spent many years in London. "You only go if you're invited, and the only people giving out the invitations are celebrities, sports stars, movers and shakers, or in our case, a member of the royal family." "And who gave you your invitation?" Morgan asked with a wry grin. "That's not in the briefing," Cook warned. "But what I will say is anything goes at these places. I'm not saying it's one of Caligula's orgies, but they're private for a reason. I saw more than a few well-known celebrities and sports personalities with white noses." "So Sophie met the Princess there?" "I wonder who else she met," Morgan said, speculating on who in such circles could wish harm against her. "Anything in the file about a boyfriend or exes?" Cook shook her head. "Aside from saying that the girl likes a party, there's nothing really in here. Maybe this is as straightforward as Knight's suicide, and the girl skipped town." "No," Morgan said with certainty. "People don't go missing without a reason." Chapter 8. "You want coffee?" Peter Knight asked Hooligan, looking up from the pathologist's report into Sir Tony Lightwood's death spread before them. "Soon as the boss shows up, you get stars and stripes in your eyes," the East Ender laughed. "I'll take a tea, like a true Brit." Knight got to his feet and crossed a lab that was filled with the most cutting-edge technology that money could buy, before stopping in front of a battered kettle that was probably older than he was. Some designs just couldn't be improved upon. He was about to pick up the finished brews when there was a knock on the lab's door. "You must be Perkins," Knight said to the squat man in the doorway. He gestured for him to come inside. "I am," the man confirmed, shaking hands and making his introductions to both private agents. Knight had been expecting the new arrival. Perkins worked for de Villiers in a similar role to Hooligan. He would act as a liaison between the colonel's team and private. "You military or police?" Knight inquired. "Neither. I was in the Navy back in the day, but I'm a civvy contractor now." He turned to Hooligan. "West Ham fan, are you?" "What gave it away?" Hooligan smiled, looking down at his West Ham shirt, steam rising from the West Ham mug in his hand. "Not sure we could work together then, mate." Perkins smiled slyly. "I'm a lion." "I'll have no Millwall supporter in my lab," Hooligan barked. The two men laughed and launched into passionate speeches about why their chosen club was the greatest, and why the other should be consigned to football's toilet bowl. Knight gave a sigh, knowing he would be flying solo until they ran out of steam. Hooligan was a hard-working prodigy. 2 university degrees before the age of 19 was proof of that, but he was also Hooligan, and nothing was more important to him than his beloved Hammers. And so, while Perkins reminded Hooligan of Millwall's 7-1 defeat of West Ham back in 1903, Knight looked once more at the pathologist's conclusion as to Sir Tony's cause of death. Strangulation caused by a rope tied around his neck. No signs of struggle or foul play. Verdict: suicide. Having read the path and police reports front to back, conducted exhaustive interviews with family, friends and business associates, and having personally worked over the scene of death, Knight found himself at the same conclusion. It was suicide. He pushed himself away from the desk and onto his feet. Beside him, the two football fanatics stepped down from their club's soapboxes. "You all right, Peter?" Hooligan asked. Knight gave a brave smile. He didn't look forward to what was to come. He could give the results of his investigation over the phone or via an email, but that wasn't his style. "Sir Tony's daughter doesn't live far from here," he explained. "I'm going to go and see her, and let her know that her father took his own life." Chapter 9. Knight sat across a pristine marble table from a young woman. Her name was Eliza Lightwood, and following Knight's conclusion that her father had taken his own life, she had said nothing. Instead, she stared with intelligent eyes at a point beyond Knight. There was not a tear or an emotion in sight, but he could sense the calculation that was taking place inside the impressive woman's mind. And she was impressive. Knight remained still, but his own eyes took in the setting for their silence. The huge penthouse was modern in design, sleek and minimal in its furnishings. On their first meeting 3 days ago, Eliza had explained that she hadn't taken a penny of her father's money since graduating from university. The paper trail of that education sat proudly on the walls, an abundance of achievements from London's prestigious colleges and financial institutions. 27-year-old Eliza Lightwood was an investment banker, and even in that cutthroat industry she was proud to be known by her colleagues as a killer. Knight could see why. If she was this composed in the days following her father's death, how cool must she be when handling hedge funds? "I'm about to offend you," Eliza said suddenly, almost startling him. "Because I don't think you've come to the right conclusion, Mr. Knight. I know you're a pro, and that's why I came to you, but my father wouldn't kill himself, he just wouldn't." For a moment Knight said nothing. He wondered if this would be the point where the dam holding back Eliza's emotions would burst, but there was nothing. Just the face of a woman who had the utmost certainty in her words. "You're going to tell me that everyone feels that way," Eliza preempted. "I understand that. If I say that this is different, you'll tell me that they all say that too." There was no hostility in the words, only a cool understanding of human nature and the desire to believe that one's loved ones were not so unhappy as to wish to take their own lives. "I can't imagine how hard it must be for the families, wondering if they could have done something, stopped it. Have you ever lost someone close to you, Peter?" "My wife," Knight said solemnly, picturing the face of his true love and mother of his 2 children. "My mother died of cancer," Eliza sighed. "My father was always a huge supporter of cancer research and charities for people suffering the disease." "As are you," Knight noted, paying the woman her dues for her incredibly generous donations. "You looked into me." She almost smiled. "I look into everyone. That's why you brought us in, and I'm sorry to say, Eliza, that your father killed himself." Slowly, as if breaking the news to a child that Santa is a myth, Eliza explained why Knight was wrong. "You know, this is the first Sunday in months that he hasn't spent here. He was as much my friend as my dad. We'd always have guests over, sometimes a lot, and we would laugh so much. If Dad drank too much wine, he'd stay over, and we'd watch Blackadder together. He even had his own room here. That was how close we were, Peter. I'd know if he was planning suicide." "He had a room here?" Knight asked, interested, and a little chastened for not having known earlier. "Never assume," he cautioned himself. "You want to look at it?" Eliza guessed. "I haven't touched it since he was last here." Knight followed her through the apartment. "I'll be in the kitchen," she told him, opening the door. Knight stepped inside. Unlike the rest of the modern apartment, the bedroom reflected Sir Tony's style, gaudy and opulent. This truly was his room. He set to work as he had done in the Eaton Square home, covering every inch, looking for clues or evidence that would set off an alarm in his investigative mind. He was back on his hands and knees when he found it. Taped beneath the bed was a USB thumb drive. Chapter 10. It was evening by the time Jack Morgan and Jane Cook had landed at Cardiff Airport, collected their 4x4 rental, and driven to the small town of Sophie's childhood. Brecon nestled amongst the spectacular scenery of the Brecon Beacons mountain range, and Morgan marvelled at the beauty. He was also impressed that Cook navigated the winding roads without any need for a GPS. "The Army does a lot of its training down here," she explained. "See that peak over there? That's Penny Fan. One of the toughest tests we did, is the fan dance." Morgan smiled inwardly at Cook's use of "we." No one who had served was ever truly a civilian once they left. Morgan felt the same way about the Marine Corps. "Pen ye fan?" he asked, butchering the Welsh pronunciation. The former soldier laughed. "And that's one of the easy ones to say." She was not wrong. Morgan saw tongue-twisting place names like Caerphilly, Merthyr Tydfil, and Llangadog as they drove past road signs. "There's a Cardiff in San Diego," he told his driving partner. "I've never been to California," Cook hinted. "Are you still surfing?" "When I can. Not many spots for it in London." Morgan smiled and forced his mind away from the image of Cook on a California beach. "We'll split up tomorrow," he told her. "I'll go to the family, you canvass the town and try friends. Sophie's social media has been quiet for days, and most of her circle seems London-based, but Brecon looks like a small place. If you ask the right questions to the right people, you might be able to dig something up." Cook nodded. She didn't need to ask what those questions would be, or who those people were. She had proven herself to be an excellent investigator during her first year at private. She was still a rookie, but one with a bright future in her new field. "This is it," she smiled, pulling the car to a stop outside a quaint hotel that brandished 3 gold stars above its doorway. "Probably not the luxury Jack Morgan is used to, but there's no Shangri-La hotel in Brecon." Morgan smiled. "Check us in. I'll get the gear out of the trunk." "It's called a boot." "These are boots." Morgan pointed to his feet. "I'll see you inside." After a few minutes to check in with Private HQ and carry their bags inside, Morgan joined Cook and followed her up the stairs. His heart beat faster as he walked, and it had nothing to do with the heavy baggage. The attraction to Cook today had been magnetic, and it had taken all his focus to keep his mind on the task and his hands off her body. They stopped outside Jack's room. Cook turned to face him, and he could sense she felt exactly the same. He leaned to kiss her, but she turned away. "I'm sorry, I misread the situation," he said. Cook shook her head. "You didn't, Jack. But I'm with someone now." "Oh, I didn't know." "It wouldn't be right." "It wouldn't." "I should have told you sooner." "There's no harm done. You're a good person, Jane. That's why we hired you." Cook nodded. Clearly there was a part of her that, in this moment at least, did not want to be a good person. "Good night, Jane." Morgan opened the door and stepped inside his room, closing the door without looking back. Chapter 11. After a long day of travel, Jack Morgan needed a shower. After his moment with Cook, he made it a cold one. Looking in the mirror, he told himself that it was for the best that nothing could happen with Jane. Last time they had been together, they were civilian and soldier, not boss and employee. With a sudden stab of emotional pain, Morgan remembered other affairs that had ended in more than a little heartbreak. They had ended in death. There was a knock at the door. Morgan's heart pumped instantaneously. She'd come back. "Who is it?" he called, as he picked up his jeans from the bathroom floor and pulled them on. The delay saved Morgan's life. Bullets pumped through the hotel room's wooden door, sending splinters flying. The rounds chewing into the desk, biting pieces from the television and carefully laid out refreshments. The sound of the shots was muffled, almost like a heavy tutting. Whoever was out there was using a silencer. Morgan subconsciously counted the blasted rounds. They stopped at 17. He took his chance and bolted from the bathroom. There was just a split second to take in the riddled doorway before he twisted behind the wall that separated the bed from bathroom. He was out of the line of fire, but he expected the door to be kicked open at any moment. Whoever had fired would come through to finish the job. Morgan looked to the window. The hotel was privately owned, and unlike with the big chains, the windows were not held almost shut to prevent suicides. He could make it out, he knew, but if the assassin had a partner, that's where they would be waiting. He looked above him at the ceiling panels. The time from the gunshots to his decision took mere seconds. Morgan pushed away a tile and hauled himself up into the cavity. Dust cascaded onto the bed, where it fell alongside pieces of splintered furniture that had flown across the room. Pressed in between floors like a coal miner in a seam, he scuttled backwards, pushing by cabling that snagged at his feet. In moments, he had pulled the tile back into place. And then Morgan held still. If he made any noise, he knew he would be an easy target through the thin ceiling panels, and so he waited as quietly as he could. But there was no crash of the door being kicked off its hinges, no more gunshots. There was only the sound of terrified screams from other rooms in the hotel, and then a fire alarm. Morgan held his breath and held his position. He waited. He waited, and then he heard her. "Jack?" Chapter 12. Morgan dropped down onto the bed. He saw a rush of relief wash over Jane Cook as she realized he was uninjured. "We need to go," he told her. "Now." "The police are here," she replied. "That doesn't mean we're safe." "They are armed. At least, she is." Morgan followed Cook's eyes to the doorway. There was a woman standing there wearing dark jeans and a hoodie, and in her hand by her side was a Glock 17. He tensed. The magazine of that weapon held 17 rounds, the same number of bullets that had cut apart his hotel room. "Who are you?" Morgan asked, wondering if she had reloaded, and if he could cover the distance to the woman before she could raise the weapon. "I'm PC Sharon Lewis. I'm on Princess Caroline's protection team. De Villiers sent me." "Call De Villiers," Morgan instructed Cook. Lewis laughed. "I've got a gun and you're standing around half naked." Her Welsh accent was thick to the point where Morgan almost struggled to understand her. "If I wanted you dead, well—" Morgan said nothing. The words made sense on the surface, but he was ruling nothing out. Until he knew more, he would treat this woman as suspect. Cook hung up her phone call. "De Villiers didn't send her. The princess did." "She sent me to see if there's anything I can help you with," Lewis explained, toying with the broken crockery of the tea set. "My guess is that would be a place to sleep that isn't a shooting range." Morgan allowed himself a wry smile. "It would be nice to go to sleep without wondering if I'll wake up dead." "Get your stuff," Lewis told them. "We'll leave now." "Where are we going?" Cook asked her. "You wouldn't be able to see it even if I told you." The Welsh woman grinned, pausing in the corridor to allow Morgan to finish dressing, and for Cook to grab her rucksack. "All ready?" They were, and as the riddled door swung shut behind Morgan, one thought was clear in his mind. Someone did not want Sophie Edwards to be found. Chapter 13. Cook brought their rented Range Rover to a stop. Ahead of them, the red brake lights of Lewis's car were bright as she stopped at a gate and spoke to a pair of men who stood guard beside it. After a moment of conversation, Lewis stepped from her car and walked over to Morgan's window. She was followed by one of the men, who held a dog by a leash. "Step out, please," Lewis instructed. "He's going to search you both, and the car." The private agents complied, both watching with respect as the search was carried out with expert skill. "Go ahead," the man told them, and the pair climbed back into the vehicle. They set off again, following Lewis along a winding drive that was only one car width wide. Wouldn't want to run into a car coming the other way, Cook noted. It was an attempt at small talk to break a long silence. The atmosphere in the car had been tense, but that had less to do with sexual chemistry than with the attempt on Jack Morgan's life. As they had driven from Brecon, Morgan's mind had been churning over why someone would be willing to kill to prevent Sophie Edwards from being found. Knowing as little as he did, he could form no solid motives, only wide-ranging theories, and such a lack of concrete intelligence had pushed him into a simmering silence. "I doubt they get many visitors here," he made himself say, not wanting Cook to feel isolated after such an evening. Here was the royal residence of Llwynwermod. Morgan had been expecting a castle when Lewis had told him of their destination, but what he found instead was a rectangular barn and farmhouse conversion painted white, its profile low against the dark shape of brooding hillsides that surrounded it. The place was barely lit, the hour now late, but Morgan had no doubt that thermal imaging cameras would be filming their arrival with the clarity of daylight. Lewis had assured him that security at the residence was high-tech and lethal. Morgan saw no reason not to believe her, but he was not about to trust her. Lewis's choice of sidearm and timing had raised the hairs on the back of his neck, and Jack Morgan was still alive today because he had learned to heed those instincts. For her part, Lewis seemed equally as cautious as Morgan. "You go where I say, when I say," Lewis told the pair as they exited the Range Rover. "Your rooms have bathrooms, and I've had some snacks and drinks put in there, so there's no reason for you to go wandering. If you try it, the security detail will shove a taser up your ass. We've got a competition going to see who can zap the most dickheads in a year, so don't tempt us." Morgan said nothing, but he caught Cook giving the slightest roll of her eyes at Lewis's bluster. "Right. Time to turn in," Lewis told them. "We've got a big day tomorrow." "We?" Morgan asked. "Yes. We." Private's investigation team had grown by one. Chapter 14. Jack Morgan couldn't sleep. The image of the splintered door and the suppressed thwacking sound of the bullets was still fresh in his mind. So too was the picture of Jane Cook as they had lingered outside the hotel room. Morgan was alone in his bedroom, a quaint space decorated in the typical fashion of a farmhouse, the furniture plain and practical, wooden beams crossing the ceiling and climbing the walls. The structure reminded him of prison, and that was how he felt. Trapped. Trapped with no clear leads, and his head seemingly in a noose that he could not see. 30 minutes of press-ups and crunches did something to clear his mood. His skin slicked with sweat, muscles pumped with blood. He looked to the Rolex on his wrist, seeing the hands creep delicately onto the hour. It was 6 a.m., and time to call Peter Knight. "Jack," Knight answered. The rest of the night was quiet. Morgan had briefed him about the attack the moment they had left the hotel. "Security is tight," Morgan assured his friend, "but we're useless while we're here. We need to get back to Brecon and find out what's worth killing me over." "I'm sure there are a few things," Knight replied, trying to lift Morgan's mood. "Do you think they'll call off the hunt?" Morgan had asked himself the same question. Princess Caroline hiring an investigation agency to find her friend was one thing. Having one of the agents killed in that search was another. The whole point of hiring Private was to avoid public knowledge and scandal, and Morgan's brains on his bedsheet could hardly get buried in the back pages. "If they don't, I'll need more manpower," he told Knight. "I can be there in a few hours." "Thanks, but no," Morgan said, abreast of Knight's own investigation. "Stick with Satoni. Has Hooligan cracked the USB's encryption yet?" "Not yet." "Then you have to stay with it. If someone's gone to that much trouble to hide what's on that USB, then there must be a good reason." "Or a bad one," Knight added. Morgan heard footsteps and turned to the bedroom's door. This time it was knuckles against the wood, not bullets. "Come in." It was Sharon Lewis. She took in the sight of the sweat-shined American. If she was attracted to the man, she showed no sign. "Take a shower, Morgan. You've been invited to breakfast with a princess." Chapter 15. Peter Knight put his phone away and poured himself another coffee. Despite having a major investigation underway, he was still responsible for the running of Private London. And so he was casting his eye over the agency's ongoing tasks when a call came through from Hooligan's lab. He let it go unanswered. Instead, he ran down to the facility. "You cracked it?" he asked as he entered the lab, certain the call would be to signal the successful decoding of the USB drive. "Cracked it?" Hooligan replied. "I'm a delicate instrument, Peter, not a hammer. I slipped inside that code like a Navy SEAL." Knight listened patiently as Hooligan spent the next 2 minutes telling him that the encryption would have collapsed in on itself and wiped the data clean had he come at it like a bone-headed Neanderthal. "Nothing but class and finesse here," Hooligan concluded. "You have stains on your shirt," Knight smirked, proud of his technician. "That was Perkins's fault," Hooligan shouted. "He told me Millwall would win the FA Cup this year and I spat my brew out." Knight began to laugh, but the sound died in his throat as Hooligan tapped at his keyboard and the contents of the USB stick flashed up onto a big screen. "Not good, is it?" Hooligan said. Knight shook his head. "No, it's not." "It gets worse." Hooligan hit play on a video. Knight's jaw dropped. Revealed on the screen in graphic detail was the reason for Sir Tony's death. Chapter 16. Jack Morgan showered quickly, feeling underdressed as he pulled on a pair of jeans and a black T-shirt. The American wasn't certain what you were supposed to wear to breakfast with a princess, but he was fairly certain that it wasn't the rumpled clothing from his travel bag. Morgan found Sharon Lewis waiting on the other side of the door. "You didn't tell me she was here." "It's your job to tell me things, Morgan, so that I can pass them on to her. This is a one-way system until she says otherwise." Morgan didn't bother to press the issue. He could see that Lewis was dedicated and loyal to Princess Caroline to a fault. Unless the royal said jump, Lewis would stand in front of an oncoming truck. "Have you been with her long?" he asked as they walked through the barn conversion. Aside from the cameras and bulletproof glass, it could have been any other home in the countryside. 5 years, Lewis answered proudly. "That's a long time to be in the same detail." "I asked to stay." "Why?" "I've worked with a lot of politicians and a few royals. Princess Caroline's different." "Different? How?" Lewis came to a stop. "The kitchen's in there. Go ahead." "Do I bow?" Lewis laughed, but said nothing. Morgan walked inside. If he was expecting silverware, waiters, and a stuffed boar on the table, he was to be disappointed. Princess Caroline stood at a breakfast bar. She wore yoga pants and a hoodie, and was pouring herself a bowl of cereal. "Morning, Jack," the royal smiled. "Help yourself to cereal. Or there are bacon and eggs in the fridge. I could make you some if you'd like." Morgan's appetite had been stoked by his workout, but even had he been full, he would not turn down the chance to eat bacon and eggs cooked by the potential future monarch of the United Kingdom. "Bacon and eggs sounds great, Your Highness. Thank you." Morgan wondered if anyone had ever uttered those words before, thinking of what a story this would make for his grandchildren, should he live to have any. Perhaps Princess Caroline read his thoughts. "You had an eventful night," she said simply, laying the bacon into a pan where it sizzled and spat. "Not the greatest room service," Morgan said, trying to make light of it. "I'm sorry that happened to you, Jack. I really have no idea why." "You don't?" "I don't." Morgan held his tongue. The kitchen was quiet, but for the sound of the bacon frying. "Do you still want the job?" Caroline asked eventually. Morgan was taken aback. Despite the danger, he had not for 1 second thought about backing away from the mission. "Of course." Caroline appeared relieved. "Then I'm sending Lewis to work with you. She's a Welsh speaker, Jack, and that could be useful. She can also legally carry a firearm. After last night's attack, a firearm on Morgan's side could be more than useful." "How do you like your eggs?" she asked. "Scrambled," Morgan answered, before pulling the conversation back on course. "Your Highness, Somebody fired 17 bullets into my room last night.
The police are investigating, she assured him quickly.
I'm sure they are. But people don't get shot at because they're out looking for a young woman who liked to party a little too much, even if she is the friend of a princess. He let the statement hang in the air, and with it the implied question. What wasn't he being told? The princess broke her eyes from the American and turned back to the cooker-top. For a few quiet minutes she stirred eggs in a pot, then slid the bacon and eggs onto a plate, which she placed on the breakfast bar in front of her guest.
Eat up, Jack. It's going to be a long day.
Chapter 17. The drive to Brecon was quiet. They took the Range Rover, Cook behind the wheel, with Lewis riding shotgun, where she would be in the best position to react to any attack. In the back seat, Morgan regularly looked over his shoulders, but saw no sign of a tail. The winding roads of the Brecon beacons, combined with the light traffic, made it difficult terrain to follow and remain inconspicuous. It would be different once they reached the town. That would be where they were at their most vulnerable, but it was where they had to go. Despite the attack of the previous night, the team would still split into two. Morgan and Lewis to meet Sophie's parents on the town's outskirts, and Cook to track down possible friends in the town centre. Morgan considered changing the plan and keeping everyone together, but Cook convinced him not to.
They took a swipe at you in a quiet hotel in the middle of the night, she explained. I'm going to be in a town centre with witnesses and police around. I served in Afghanistan, the former soldier reminded him. I can handle Brecon.
Morgan relented. The truth was, in a missing persons case, every second was vital. Keeping the team together meant doubling the time to work the same leads. And that time was a luxury Sophie Edwards may not have. The Range Rover came to a halt, and Morgan took Cook's place behind the wheel. You don't leave the town centre, he repeated to her.
Think about your own safety, Jack. It wasn't me who ended up in the ceiling.
Morgan was thinking of his own safety, fully aware that if Lewis had been the one to shoot up the hotel room, then he could be dead before he ever reached Sophie's parents' house. Prepared for such an eventuality, he was ready to hit the brake hard if he saw the officer move to draw her weapon. He hoped that would buy him the split second needed to pull out the steak knife he had liberated from Princess Caroline's kitchen, and which now resided inside his right boot. It was risky, but it was all he had. That, and putting his trust in Princess Caroline and her appointed officer. "Have you met Sophie?" he asked Lewis as they drove on. "I have." "Tell me about her." "She was the princess's friend, not mine." "You're a police officer. You're observant. What did you observe?" Lewis held her reply for a long moment, instead turning her eyes to the green hillsides that surrounded the town and the growing clouds above them. "It's going to rain. So much for the good weather." Morgan suppressed his frustration and kept his tone neutral. "Sophie, Lewis. What did you observe about her?" The police officer shook her head. "That she got what she had coming," she told him. "Why do you say that?" he pressed. But Lewis would offer no detail to back up her statement. Instead, the GPS announced their arrival at the home of Sophie's parents. Frustrated and more wary of Lewis than ever, Morgan told her to wait in the car while he headed for the front door of a light brick home set in a quintessential British middle-class estate. Morgan rang the bell. He saw shapes moving behind the glass, and then the door opened to reveal a short woman with jet-black hair and large eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. "Mrs. Edwards?" Morgan guessed. "Yes," she replied, eyebrows raising in wonder at his American accent. "Is Sophie home?" "Sophie?" Mrs. Edwards sounded confused by the question. "She hasn't lived here for years. Can I ask who—" "My name's Jack Morgan, Mrs. Edwards. I'm a private investigator." The woman in the doorway said nothing, but her face said it all. Morgan saw the first traces of fear and placed a calming hand on her shoulder. "May I come in?" Chapter 18. Peter Knight was searching for a parking spot on a busy London street when the call came through his car's system. He saw Morgan's name and answered. "Go ahead, Jack." "I talked with Sophie's parents." Morgan's tone suggested that the meeting had not proved fruitful, but Knight asked how it went anyway. "According to them," Morgan answered, "Sophie went missing when she left for university. They said that she never got tired of telling them how much she hated it in Brecon." "Any suspicion of the parents?" Knight asked. "No," Morgan answered, trusting his gut. "They looked worn down by her, but that was about it. Both schoolteachers, not the kind of people who have the connections to set a shooter loose. So they're a dead end. They're a dead end. Have you broken the news to Satoni's daughter yet?" Morgan asked. Knight had forwarded him the contents of the USB stick. "That took some watching," the American added. "It was hard to hold down my bacon and eggs." Knight sighed as he finally found a place to park. "No, I'm just arriving now." "I don't envy you this one, Peter." Knight let out a long sigh as he slotted the car into position and pulled on the handbrake. "It won't be easy. Stay safe, Jack. Good luck." Knight ended the call and stepped out into the street. One look at the clouds told him that the good weather was close to breaking. Complaining under his breath about the British summer, he walked the short distance to the home of Eliza Lightwood. He had called ahead, and she was working from home to accommodate his visit. The security guards in the apartment building buzzed him inside and escorted Knight to the lift. "Hello, Peter." Eliza greeted him at the door. Her handshake was firm, and she looked optimistic. "You have something?" "I do," Knight confirmed. "Better I tell you in private." Her eyes narrowed slightly. Then she led Peter inside her penthouse apartment. "Is it bad?" she asked, the slightest tremor of doubt in her voice. Knight nodded. There was no way to soften what had to be done, and so he came right out with it. "Eliza, your father was being blackmailed by a prostitute. The USB drive we found in your father's room contained a graphic video that the blackmailer was threatening to share publicly. If he had been expecting a dramatic reaction at the revelation, he didn't get it." "Oh," was all that Eliza said. "I've seen it before with blackmail," Knight said. "People don't think they have a way out, so they choose death over—" "Shame?" Eliza finished for him, taking a seat as the dam of her strength finally showed signs of cracking. "That stupid old fool. I couldn't have given a shit if he was sleeping with every prostitute in London. He was my dad." Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Knight could see that the realization of her father's suicide was finally hitting home. "Stupid old fool," she sighed again. "I'm sorry, Eliza." "It does seem clear now, doesn't it?" She wiped the tears from her eyes. "I suppose you can put me in with all those other deluded people who just couldn't accept the truth staring them in the face. I still can't believe it. That he'd take his life over a whore." "Blackmail is a terrible crime. It pushes people into a corner." "Who was it?" Eliza asked, her voice hardening. "We don't know. The face of the woman in the video was obscured, and there are no obvious clues." She shook her head angrily. "You did your job, Peter. You proved to me my father committed suicide. You can close this case. Close this one and open another. Find the bastards who blackmailed my father." Chapter 19. Jane Cook had mixed memories of Brecon. As a soldier, she had often trained in the mountains, and those memories were of being cold, wet, hungry, and tired. No, exhausted. But then there were the good memories. Memories of camaraderie. Memories of shared challenges and shared victories. That was what Cook had loved about being a part of the army. And that was what she loved about being a part of private. Cook had approached the Welsh market town as she would an Afghan one. That was not to say she sought out traps and ambushes, though she was vigilant, but that she talked in a friendly manner to shop owners, police officers, and anyone who was happy to give her their time. She did not question these people directly on Sophie, but used her as bait,
telling them she was visiting Brecon based on the recommendation of a university friend who had been born there. Inevitably, in such a small town, people would ask for the name of that friend. Sophie Edwards, Cook would tell them. We know Sophie, the two girls serving in the coffee shop told her, excited. Such a small world, isn't it? The taller of the pair said. We were in the same school year, the shorter one explained. Haven't seen her since leaving day, she added without prompting. That must have been about the time she went off to London and met you. I suppose it was, Cook replied. She didn't waste any time leaving here, did she? The shorter girl snorted. Her body language told Cook that although she knew Sophie, she might not have cared too much for her. Well, she wouldn't, would she? All we heard through school was how shit this town is, and how she was going to move to London and not come back. Really? Cook said. She always said how beautiful this place is. Not in school, she didn't, the taller woman replied, adding the finishing touches to Cook's coffee. £1.50, please. Cook paid with a 5 and put the change in the tip jar. Do you guys keep in touch with her? She asked. The two young women shared a look. The taller one answered, I don't think anyone's seen her since she left. The other one shook her head. She didn't want anything to do with her life here. She wouldn't even accept my Facebook friend request. Cook's first instinct was to smile at that statement, but then a thought hit her like a cold slap to the face. Where else would you search for a young woman in her 20s? Chapter 20. Jack Morgan pulled the Range Rover to a stop outside the coffee shop. To avoid being a static target on the street, Cook had waited inside, her eyes on the door, an emergency exit route planned through the back behind the counter. At a gesture from Morgan, she moved to join them. Tell me something good, the American asked of her, pulling out into the light traffic. Sophie's a ghost here, she told him, confirming Morgan's own experience at the parents' house. Morgan nodded. If she ran away from London, she didn't come here. We'll head back to Llawiniwermod, Lewis finished, pronouncing the name of the royal residence for the American. We'll have the helicopter meet us there and take us back to London. London? Cook asked. She's not here. Next step is to see if she's hiding or being hidden under everyone's noses. I'm going through her social media to see if there are any clues on there, Cook informed him. HQ have already done that. There is nothing. No movements, no recent updates. I know, she replied, but there could be something else. A pattern, maybe. Something. Okay, Morgan allowed. Follow your nose. He was about to add more when he saw Lewis looking anxiously behind them. What is it? Black BMW. I've seen it 3 times today. Can you make out the plates? No. Too far back. I'll pull over. See if you can get the plates as they go by. Lewis nodded. Morgan noticed that her hand was on her pistol. He pulled the car onto the side of the road. Shit, Lewis growled. They went up a side street. That's a hell of a coincidence. The police officer nodded. He was following us. Morgan pulled back onto the road. At least we shook him. He called into Private London's headquarters. What's the ETA on our security team? I'm sorry, Mr. Morgan, the operative in the personnel department replied, but all our agents are in the field. What about freelance contractors? Morgan asked, confused. There were dozens of personal security companies that could be hired in these situations. I'm afraid none of them are bidding on the contract, the operative explained. It's really quite unusual, Mr. Morgan. I've never come across this before. I have no idea why no one is taking the job. But Morgan had. The reason's name was Michael Gibbon. Chapter 21. Morgan hung up the call. He looked into the mirror, and Jane Cook's eyes met his. It's Flex, isn't it? Morgan nodded. Michael Flex Gibbon was a former SAS soldier who owned and operated one of the biggest private security companies in the country. He had also taken an embarrassing beating 2 years earlier at the hands of Morgan and Cook, as they'd searched for Abby Winchester. Flex had broken no laws when he'd facilitated the hiring of the men that carried out the kidnapping, but he had broken Morgan's code. For that, he had suffered a ruptured knee, and now Morgan could see that Flex was enacting his revenge. "He's blacklisted us with the other companies." "Can he do that?" Cook asked. "Enough of the bigger companies are run by former SAS that he only needs to bring a few on side. The others will fall in line because they don't want to piss off the big boys." "We can do this without their help," Cook assured him. "We can." Morgan agreed, no trace of doubt in his voice, as he pushed the subject from his mind and addressed Lewis. "You have anything more to tell me about Sophie?" Lewis did not. "So tell me about the princess. Tell me who would want to hurt her." "The princess? Right now we have no reason to suggest why someone would want to hurt Sophie. My guess is that there are plenty of people who want to hurt the princess." Lewis nodded. There was a pistol in her shoulder holster for a reason. "Terrorists are the biggest and most obvious threat. They'd love to take out a politician or a royal." "But they've stopped going after hard targets," Cook put in. "That's true," Lewis agreed. "Recent terrorist attacks have been more focused on soft targets, driving into crowds of defenseless civilians and so on. They know their chance of success is small if they come after high-profile targets. We're bloody good at what we do. The best," Cook acknowledged, deeply proud of her country's security services. "Then who else?" Morgan asked. "There are anti-royalists, but they don't tend to be violent," Lewis explained. "Of course, there are always lone wolves, weird little bastards who just get obsessed with the princess, try to sneak into places to see her or steal her laundry." "You've seen that?" Cook asked. "I've seen bloody everything. There are some very strange people on this planet." "It's the dangerous ones I'm concerned about," Morgan told her. "As you well know, there are plenty of those too. So where do we start?" Morgan had no concrete idea. He only knew that, in a missing persons case, time was everything. And theirs was running out. Chapter 22. Peter Knight rubbed at his eyes. It had been a long night, and the stress of having to deliver bad news to a family member always sapped his energy levels. Now he was in Hooligan's lab, and hours of staring at bright computer screens was threatening to turn his eyes the colour of tomatoes. "I don't know how you can look at these all day," he said to the man beside him. On the screens in front of them were long lists of numbers, files, and all kinds of digital code that Knight could only guess at. He was an intelligent man, but Hooligan's explanations went over his head. The men, mostly Hooligan, Knight admitted to himself, were looking into the digital records of Sir Tony Lightwood. As next of kin, Eliza had granted them permission, and now they were searching the man's digital footprints for anything that could be useful. Contacts, payments, patterns. In the modern world, it is impossible to live a life without leaving a trail of digital data behind, and Hooligan followed the path like a bloodhound. It was down to him to find the patterns in the data, and it was what he was most brilliant at. "Here's another one." Hooligan pointed at the screen. Knight leaned forward. He was looking at a receipt. It was the 6th one they'd found for the same boutique hotel, the Mistral in Kensington. £400 a night? Hooligan snorted at the price. "Do they pay someone to sleep for you?" "It's another Wednesday," Knight noted. "They've all been Wednesdays." Then something in what Hooligan had said triggered a thought in his mind. "Do you think you can access their CCTV footage from those nights?" "You mean steal it?" Hooligan exclaimed, in mock horror. "Yeah, no problem. You're the boss. I was just following orders, Your Honour, that was all." It took Hooligan less than 20 minutes to find what he was looking for. "Didn't even have to do anything illegal," he shrugged. "The Mistral needs to fire whoever runs their security. Okay, here it is." CCTV footage came up onto one of Hooligan's screens. Using the check-in time shown on the receipts, they were able to quickly find Sir Tony's arrival. For Knight, it was a bizarre, eerie feeling to see the now dead man run up the steps, all smiles, as he shook the hand of the hotel's porter. that he could go from this bag of joy to dead by his own hand within weeks. "I'll take close-ups and screenshots of everyone who enters," Hooligan told him, freezing the frame on a pair of wealthy-looking men. "Who are you expecting?" the East Ender asked, stopping the film to screenshot the next person. Knight opened his mouth to reply, but no words came out, because on the screen was the face of Sophie Edwards. Chapter 23. The Range Rover moved at speed along the winding Welsh roads. "You know we have speed limits here." Jack Morgan ignored Sharon Lewis's comment. Peter Knight's caller ID appeared on the car's system. "Peter, what's the ETA on the chopper?" Morgan asked. 30 minutes, Jack, but I'm not calling about that. Am I on speaker?" "You are. Then you may want to take me off." Morgan looked for a quiet stretch of road to pull over. Leaving the engine running, he told Cook to get behind the wheel. "If you see that black BMW, hit the horn." He left the back door wide open, so he could jump inside if they needed to make a quick escape. He walked away from the car and held his phone to his ear. "What is it, Peter?" When Knight told him about who had followed Satoni into the plush London hotel, Morgan thought that he'd misheard. "Sophie Edwards," Knight confirmed. "We went over the footage for every night Satoni stayed there. Sophie arrives after him within 30 minutes, every time. We even checked the nights that Satoni wasn't a guest. There's no sign of her unless he's there." Morgan thought over the inevitable conclusion. "It has to be her. She's our blackmailer." "I agree," Knight told him. "There are 7 instances. It isn't a coincidence. And she's been missing longer than Satoni's been dead? He killed her, then couldn't live with the guilt." "Ties up nicely, doesn't it?" Knight agreed. Morgan looked out over the rolling hills and mountains. The highest of them was now in cloud. The rain was coming. A British summer could never be perfect, and neither could a crime. "I don't know, Peter. Sophie graduated with a first from the London School of Economics. If she was a prostitute, why? She could have been making an easy 6 figures with that education." "She could," Knight agreed. "And then there's the shooting." "Exactly." Morgan's thoughts were gathering speed. "If Satoni is responsible for her disappearance, then how is he sending shooters after the investigators from the other side of the grave?" "It doesn't tie up that nicely after all," Knight conceded. "It will," Morgan promised. "We just don't have all the pieces yet." The 2 men lapsed into silence. Knight knew that his boss was thinking, and gave him his time. Morgan eventually spoke. "The shooters are the best lead we have, Peter. We get them, we find out who wants to put us out of action. We get that, we know who took Sophie." "But we can't get you a protection team, Jack," Knight began. "I don't need one." Morgan cut him off, friendly but firm. "I've got an armed police officer and a decorated soldier." "If you're sure, Jack." "I'm sure, Peter. Call back the chopper. You keep digging in London, and I'll find our shooters." The men said their goodbyes, and Morgan walked back to the Range Rover's open door. "We're staying in Wales," he told the 2 women, before focusing on Lewis. "I need to talk to the princess." Chapter 24. Jack Morgan entered the stables of Llawynewyrmod, the acidic tang of dung and straw thick in his nostrils. 3 beautiful horses stood proudly in their stalls. Tallest amongst them was a magnificent chestnut mare. Princess Caroline was lifting a polished saddle onto its back. "Tennessee Walker," Morgan smiled, recognizing the breed. "She looks fantastic." "You know horses?" Princess Caroline moved the saddle into position. "Come out with me if you like. You can take Felix here. He's a great ride." Morgan held his tongue, and she took that as him thinking over the offer. He wasn't. "I'd rather we just get to the truth, Your Highness. Sophie Edwards is a prostitute, and a blackmailing one at that." If Morgan had harboured doubts about this dark side of Sophie, and he had,
Those doubts were dispelled by the look on the royal's face. It was not a look of shock, but one of being caught, a child with a hand in the cookie jar.
She was, Caroline admitted.
She let go of the saddle strap she was tightening and stood upright.
She was,
she said again, putting emphasis on the past tense. Morgan shook his head. A man killed himself last week, Your Highness. Private have been investigating his death, and we found evidence of blackmail. We believe Sophie is behind it.
Sir Tony Lightwood,
Princess Caroline said quietly. You knew him?
No, I read about it in the papers.
He killed himself in shame over videos that we believe were and still are in Sophie's possession. And now she's missing. Did she do that to hide and protect herself, or has someone else made her disappear?
That's why I hired you, Mr. Morgan, to find these things out. The reasons aren't important. She just needs to be found.
In their stalls, the horses began to twitch with nerves. Empathetic animals, they could sense the building charge of tension between the two people. The reasons are everything, Your Highness, and I need to know yours. Was Sophie blackmailing you? Morgan asked bluntly.
No,
she replied, offended. Then just what is your relationship with her? He pressed, his gut telling him there was more. Much more.
Friendship, Jack.
There's enough horseshit in here already, Caroline. Please don't waste my time. For a moment the princess was silent.
Is it that you're not used to conversing with royalty, she finally managed, or that you just don't care about protocol?
Morgan put a calming hand on the horse's nose. I'm here to find Sophie, and I can't do that if I'm kept in the dark.
I swear, Jack, Sophie was not blackmailing me.
But if she was, it would suit you to have Sophie found and silenced. To Morgan's surprise, she let out a bark of laughter.
Half of my bodyguard are SAS, Jack, and they are devoted to me. If we lived in this fantasy where I want people silenced, don't you think I'd go to them?
Morgan said nothing, and Caroline shook her head, the laughter gone.
Hurting Sophie is the last thing on my mind. I just want her found, Jack. Please, find her.
I'll find her, Morgan promised. Then, as he walked from the stables and out beneath a grey sky, he made another promise to himself. He would find out why Princess Caroline was lying. Chapter 25. Sharon Lewis was there to meet Morgan as he left the stables. "Are you here to help me or spy on me?" he asked. Lewis simply gave a small shrug of her shoulders. "Can you take me to Cook?" the American then asked. "Of course," she replied. Morgan caught a trace of disapproval in her words. They found Cook at the kitchen table, where she was exchanging pleasantries with one of Princess Caroline's staff. "Jane," Morgan said, "I need to talk with you. Alone." Lewis half rolled her eyes as the pair left the room.
"She thinks we're—" Cook suggested, as they found a quiet corner.
Morgan quickly changed the subject. "What are the rules of engagement for SAS operatives? Can they take out British citizens on British soil?" Cook shrugged. "They can. That's what Northern Ireland was, wasn't it? But their operations are better hidden now than ever before. There are hundreds of would-be terrorists in the country, but only a few attacks a year. Taking out terrorists is one thing, but would they kill to silence a scandal? Would they kill for the princess?" Cook shook her head. "I really don't think so. The armed forces are furiously loyal to the crown, but that would be flat-out murder. Soldiers are used to seeing politicians throw them to the wolves at the first hint of a rule being bent, even in combat, so I doubt volunteers would be lining up to commit such a high-profile crime even for her." Morgan wasn't so sure. Maybe not when they're serving, but you and I saw what Aaron Shaw and Alex Waldron did for money," he told her, referring to the two former servicemen who had kidnapped Abby Winchester 2 years earlier. Shaw's record was exemplary whilst he was in the service.
"People can lose their way when they leave the forces," Cook acknowledged. "I'm sure there are more former soldiers like Shaw and Waldron out there, hired guns with no moral compass." Jack Morgan had experienced enough of them in his time to know that such men were not in short supply. "There's more to the princess's relationship with Sophie than she'll admit. She's keeping secrets." Cook's bright eyes narrowed. "You're thinking she'd hire someone to protect them?" "No. She's lying about something, but not that." He shook his head. "You could see it in her eyes, Jane. She cares for Sophie, and she's worried. Very worried." Cook placed a hand on Morgan's arm. The touch of it sent a thrill through his body, though her words sent worry to his stomach, because they were a warning. "She's a royal, Jack. She's been trained her whole life how to act and how to lie. Out of all the people involved in this, she's the one we can trust the least." Chapter 26. The sky above London was thick with cloud, the air muggy. On the roof of Private London's headquarters, Peter Knight looked at the city skyline deep in thought. The case of Sir Tony Lightwood troubled him. Now that there seemed to be an irrefutable link between Sir Tony and Sophie Edwards, Knight was trying to decide if there could be a reasonable explanation for why both people kept appearing within 30 minutes of each other at the same hotel. If not, were both of Private London's major cases actually one? He shook his head, thinking it over from the beginning. Sir Tony was wealthy. Sir Tony stayed at the Mistral Hotel on 7 Wednesday nights. Sir Tony was blackmailed. Sir Tony killed himself. Then there was Sophie. She graduated from LSE before becoming something of a party girl. She had arrived within 30 minutes of Sir Tony during each of his visits. She had been missing for days, but it was impossible to know exactly for how long. Private's canvassing of friends, family, and social media could only make a vague estimate, which put it around the same time as Sir Tony's suicide. If Sophie Edwards was Sir Tony's blackmailer, he could have killed her before taking his own life in remorse. That was possible. But why then the attempt on Morgan's life? Who could have arranged the hit on Sir Tony's behalf? Then there was the question of why Sophie had turned to prostitution and blackmail, if indeed that was the case. At least Knight had been able to make some headway there. Despite graduating as a promising student, Sophie had never stuck at any of the high-paying positions she had landed, her lifestyle getting in the way of doing the job. The salaries she'd been offered by companies had gradually diminished as she bounced from one hedge fund or financial institution to the next. As she'd become more and more embedded in London's high society party scene, it was very likely that Sophie's expenditure had been outstripping her income. She wouldn't be the first smart girl to turn escort in the big smoke. She wouldn't be the first to get greedy either and find ways to exploit the men who paid thousands for a night with her and will pay anything to keep that secret. The humanist in Knight wished it wasn't that way, but the evidence was stacking up against the young girl. The CCTV footage had revealed Sophie leaving the Mistral Hotel at 8 every time she stayed. Sir Tony always left 30 minutes later. With some old-fashioned investigative backhanders to the hotel staff, Knight had discovered that there was nothing organised in the Mistral that would account for these regular timings. No backroom parties, poker games, or secret clubs. Knight rubbed at his face. He was tired. Tired physically, and tired of seeing good people turn bad. He was the rare kind of person with a clean soul, and the dishonesty that he witnessed on a daily basis weighed on him heavily. The only thing that could possibly weigh on him more would be doing nothing about it. He would crack this case. "You're not going to jump, are you?" The familiar voice came from behind him. "Depends on what you're here to tell me," Knight replied. Hooligan walked over to him from the rooftop's fire escape. "Did you finish the search of Sir Tony's emails?"
Knight had ordered the tech expert to comb through the data, once Eliza Lightwood had given her permission. The redhead smiled. "I have." "And?" "Hold on to something, mate, because this one's going to blow your socks off." Chapter 27. Jack Morgan was at the kitchen table with Lewis, looking over potential sites to lure out and trap his would-be assassins, when Peter Knight's call came in. The American steps outside to take it. Across the room, Jane Cook looked up from her laptop, her eyes following Morgan's every step until he was out of sight. Sharon Lewis snorted. Cook, frustrated by the case, couldn't ignore it. "What's your problem?" "Women like you. You lot make it more difficult for those of us who aren't willing to sleep our way around the office to further our career." Cook couldn't care less about Lewis's opinion, but the respect of her colleagues at Private mattered to her, and Lewis had touched a nerve, giving voice to what she feared others were thinking. To avoid those thoughts, she turned her attention back to the laptop in front of her, continuing her trawl through Sophie Edwards' social media, in particular her Facebook photo albums. Most of the photos were of hedonistic parties where Sophie seemed to be the life and soul. Men came and went, but none appeared regularly enough to suggest a boyfriend. It all painted a picture of a party life that rarely left London, with one exception. Between the photos of popping champagne bottles and rooftop bars, one location continued to show up throughout the years since Sophie had left Brecon: a beautiful waterfall surrounded by forest. Sophie was posed in front of the cascading white water in several pictures, each one chronicling the effect that drugs and alcohol were taking on her body, her aging accelerated by her damaging lifestyle. "She went downhill fast," Lewis commented, looking over Cook's shoulder. "Do you know this location?" Cook asked, pointing to the waterfall. "It could be somewhere around here that she knew from her childhood." Lewis shook her head. "I don't, but print me a copy and I'll pass it around the team. A lot of the guys are into distance running and mountain bikes. Maybe they know it. If not, we can ask the farmers." "You expect to find her there?" Cook shook her head. "I doubt she's gone missing because of a hiking accident. But what else do we have? If it's close, it's worth investigating." "You're right. I'll go get the printouts from the office." Lewis had only been gone a moment when Morgan re-entered the room. Cook was about to tell him of her small lead, but something on the American's face told her that he had bigger news. She wasn't wrong. Peter and Hooligan found the origin of the blackmail note: Eliza Lightwood's penthouse. Chapter 28. Peter Knight needed to clear his thoughts. His mind was in the trees, and he needed to pull back to see the forest. If there was one thing that helped him see clearly, it was the faces of his children. Knight's 10-year-old daughter accepted his video call. As always, the joy of seeing her was mixed with a pang of sadness and loss. She looked so like her mother. "Hi, Isabel. Is your brother with you?" Isabel called out for Luke, and her slightly younger sibling pushed his way onto the screen.
"Hi, Dad,"
he bellowed. "Hi, Luke. What have you guys been doing today? Did you have a good time at football?"
"No, we lost,"
Luke replied. "Winning isn't everything," Knight told his son. "It's how hard you tried that counts."
"Is that what it's like in your job, Daddy?"
Isabel asked. Knight forced a smile, pretending he wasn't involved in a career where losing often meant someone's life. "I try my best, Isabel." And that was the truth. How could he do less? He loved his children with every ounce of his heart. They were growing fast, too fast, and soon they would be adults, unleashed into the big bad world. Peter Knight knew just how bad it could be, and he would do his utmost to make it safe for his own kids and those of every other parent. No one should have to witness or suffer the kind of loss that he had seen.
"Are you okay, Dad?"
Luke asked. Knight smiled at his son's perceptiveness. You'd make a great policeman,
I want to be a stuntman.
Luke said instead. What happened to being a pilot? Luke thought on that.
A stunt pilot,
He declared. I should just keep quiet, Knight said to himself. I love you both, he told his children, signing off. With their goodbyes in his ears, Knight walked from his office to Hooligan's lab. He saw Perkins, the royal liaison, napping on a couch in the shadows. Hooligan was, as usual, enraptured by the data on his screens.
You look happy,
Hooligan said, turning to Knight.
Cool with the kids?
He guessed, knowing the man well. Knight nodded, then got to business. Find anything on Eliza? The East Ender shook his head.
Not a banana. The only link between her and the blackmail is that it was sent from her own.
I can't think of any good reason why she would blackmail her own father, Knight mused.
Well, maybe because she knew it would push him into suicide. She's an only child and next of kin. We've seen her dad's financials. She's about to be a very wealthy girl.
Knight shook his head. She's already a wealthy girl, Jess. We've seen her financials. She's been making a killing since leaving university, and, more to the point, he added, if she was blackmailing him, why would she hire us to investigate it? Hooligan looked over Eliza's bank statements again. Sir Tony's daughter had granted them full access in a move to show good faith and full cooperation.
Looks like Cambridge was the wrong choice for me, the man laughed. Should have gone to LSE.
Knight stopped dead in his tracks.
I said I should have gone to LSE,
Hooligan repeated, thinking his joke had fallen on deaf ears.
LSE, Eliza's university, the London School of Economics.
Knight cursed himself for having taken so long to put the pieces together. Eliza was at LSE, he managed, trying to picture again the educational certificates that adorned the walls of her home.
Yeah,
Hooligan answered, wondering at Knight's exasperated expression.
Graduated in 2011. Why?
Knight said nothing. He was too busy thinking over possibilities, plots, motivation, and murder. Because Eliza Lightwood was not the only promising young lady to graduate from LSE in 2011. There was another he knew of, and her name was Sophie Edwards. Chapter 29. Knight ran from Private's building to Eliza Lightwood's home. The London traffic was heavy, and he wanted answers without delay. The grey clouds had finally delivered on their threat, and rain was falling. Knight drew stairs as he weaved between umbrella-carrying pedestrians. He was soaked by the time he arrived at Eliza's apartment complex. There was no way in without a code, but Knight's dishevelled state drew a compassionate look from the security guard, who sat behind the building's glass frontage. The man got up and shuffled to the door. "I've seen you enough times," he told Knight, opening the door. "So much for summer, right?" "I know," Knight agreed, rewarding the kind gesture with a smile. "I appreciate this. Thank you." The security guard smiled back, glad that he could do a little to help someone's day. Knight gave the man a parting wave and made his way to the elevators. After shaking his hair like a soaked dog, he knocked gently on Eliza's door. There was no answer. He knocked again, and again. No answer. Knight pulled out his phone. Eliza's number was a fixture in his recent calls list. He hit it. It went straight to voicemail. He frowned. He tried again. Straight to voicemail. Knight looked at the apartment door's lock. It was the trilogy model that was popular in the homes of the wealthy. There was a slot for a keycard, and then a pad for a code. He could only hope it wasn't set up to require both. With nothing but intuition from his gut to guide him, Knight entered the birth date of Sir Tony Lightwood. An LED flashed green, and the lock clicked open. Chapter 30. The Range Rover made easy work of the forest tracks as Jane Cook drove them towards the location of Sophie Edwards' waterfall photos. One of the royal residence's cleaners, a Brecon Beacons local her entire life, had identified the spot, and now Jack Morgan guided them there with the use of an Ordnance Survey map. Take this, he told Lewis, seeing a call from Knight coming through and taking it on a headset. Peter? Can I be overheard? Knight asked. No, Morgan replied. His brow creased as Knight revealed that Sophie and Eliza had both attended the same university and graduated in the same year. It's not a big school, Jack. There's a good chance they could have known each other. Is she with you? Morgan asked. No. Her phone's going straight to voicemail. I tried her offices. She's not there either. Morgan ran a hand through his hair as he worked through it. Sophie and Eliza were blackmailing him together? Morgan concluded. Where do you think she is now, Peter? But there was no answer. The line was dead. Damn it, Morgan cursed, looking at his phone screen. I've lost all service. Do you have anything on yours? He asked the two women with him in the Range Rover. Nothing, Lewis replied. We're deep in the forest now, Morgan, not L.A. Morgan held his reply. I don't know what you're expecting to find here, the Welshwoman said to no one in particular. Needle in a bloody haystack. You could have stayed behind, Cook answered, getting frustrated with the other woman's negativity. Or I can stop the car and you can walk back. Someone has to look after you. Something in Lewis's reply put Morgan on edge. Unconsciously, he checked the knife that still resided in his boot, working it upwards a little so that it was loose. It would take a second to draw it and another second to use it. He wondered how fast Sharon Lewis was with the pistol, and if she had a round already chambered. If she was forced to draw back on the pistol's top slide first, he was certain that split second would cost the officer the fight. We're almost there, Lewis said. Pull up in that clearing. Cook did as she was told, then opened the door. The sound of rushing water was stark against the otherwise still forest, and the ticking of the Range Rover's cooling engine. As they exited the vehicle, Morgan made sure he mirrored Lewis's movements, sliding from the back seat on the passenger side so that he was behind her and close. Outside the car, the smell in the air was thick with the scent of damp earth. Bloody perfect timing, Lewis complained, as thick blobs of rain began to penetrate the forest's canopy. Let's get this over with before we get soaked. You've got the map, Cook told her. Lead on. The police officer sighed and made her way across the clearing to where a worn pathway led through the trees. The roar of water was growing louder. The sound of the waterfall was the only waypoint needed now. I bloody hate the rain, Lewis grumbled as she folded the map away, placing it inside her jacket. The shower had become a downpour, the rain bouncing from the forest floor and slapping at the leaves. What had been a quiet haven was fast becoming a cacophony. The rain even drowned out the sound of the waterfall. It made it hard for Morgan to gauge how close they were drawing, and so the cascading white waters were almost something of a surprise as they turned a corner of rocks and shrubs and saw nature's marvel revealed ahead of them. But Jack Morgan was not looking at the waterfall, no matter how beautiful. He was looking at the body that was hanged beside it. Chapter 31. Sophie Edwards' body hung bloated and purple from a rope tied to a tree branch. That's her, Lewis confirmed, without having been asked. Looks like her tricks caught up with her. Morgan turned to look at the police officer. Her tricks? He said evenly. So you did know who she was, and what she was doing. Of course I did, answered Tony. Who? The woman asked, her look convincing Morgan that she was either ignorant of the man and his connection to Sophie Edwards, or that she was an excellent liar. Cook was about to walk forwards, when Morgan gently grasped her elbow. We need to leave the police a good crime scene, or whatever's left of one after this rain. Cook nodded, understanding. Such a waste, she said, shaking her head. She had so much going for her. Morgan looked to his phone. There was no reception. We should go back to the car, Cook suggested. Head back down the track until we get service. You go and call this in, Morgan told her. I'll watch over the body. But as Cook turned to go back up the trail, the crack of bullets crashed through the trees. Chapter 32. Morgan, Cook, and Lewis threw themselves to the ground within a half-second of hearing the first round crack by. By the sound of the round's low buzz, Morgan knew that the bullets were subsonic, and from a pistol. The fire was accurate, and so the firer must be extremely lucky or within 50 meters. No, firers. Morgan corrected himself, hearing overlapping shots as broken branches and splinters fell down onto his head. "They're over there," Morgan said, calculating the location by observing the strike marks as the bullets thwacked into the trees. Lewis sprang up and half stumbled behind a small boulder, her feet slipping on the wet soil. The shooters saw her move, and sparks flew up from the rock as rounds ricocheted from its surface. Morgan watched, heart in mouth, as Lewis raised herself into that fire and began to shoot double taps at their assailants. Thinking that her fire would distract them, he took the chance to bound into better cover, grabbing Cook by her jacket and pulling her with him as she scrabbled along on her hands. "Are you hit?" Morgan asked her. "I'm good," she told him. Morgan felt his chest sag in relief. "Change position!" he shouted to Lewis, and the police officer ducked. Sure enough, a few rounds smacked just behind where her head had been. "Give me the gun!" Morgan called to her, crawling forwards. "Fuck off!" Lewis snarled back, rising from her new cover to deliver 2 double taps before dropping down again and scuttling into a new position. "This isn't Hollywood. I don't need the Americans to save me." "Christ, she's enjoying this." Cook shook her head, crawling beside Morgan. Without a weapon herself, the former soldier had never felt more vulnerable or useless. "Bloody right I am," Lewis shouted. "Fuck off back home," she shouted over the rocks at the attackers. And perhaps they listened, because the echo of gunshots through the trees was steadily giving way to the hammer of the rain. Morgan looked through a hand-width gap between rocks and saw 2 silhouettes moving 100 meters away through the foliage. They were not firing now, but one shape moved as the other held position and took aim. Either they're military, Morgan thought, or they took the time to learn a killer's profession. Lewis was looking over the sights of her pistol as Morgan reached her side. "This is going to be a lot of bloody paperwork," the police officer said, panting for breath. "Thank you," Morgan told her, feeling guilty that he had ever doubted the woman. "And now, if it's all right with you, officer, I'd like to go get these bastards." Chapter 33. Jack Morgan's boots thumped into the wet dirt of the path as he ran back to the Range Rover. He was wary of an ambush, but the shooters had moved off in a different direction. Morgan reasoned that the angle meant they would reach the vehicle first. Cook was warning him that there could be a second group of shooters waiting at the vehicle, but Morgan was willing to take that risk. He had to. He had made sure that he was at the front, ahead of the only armed person in their team. If Morgan was wrong and there was a second ambush, then he would be the first one into it. It was a gamble, but every second bought the shooters time to escape. He saw the Range Rover through the trees and motioned for Lewis and Cook to stop as he ran on alone. Drawing closer, he could see that the vehicle's tires had been slashed, but that fact gave him no concern. He had insisted the Range Rover come with run flats. Jack Morgan had learned the hard way how vulnerable tires can be, and how useless the rest of the vehicle becomes without them. "Come on!" he called, happy that the coast was clear. "Over there!" Cook pointed as she sprinted. Morgan turned to follow her indication, and spotting the blurred shape of a 4x4 moving 200 yards to his right. "Get in! Let's go!" he urged, jumping behind the wheel himself. Lewis piled into the passenger seat, and Cook the rear. They had barely touched the seats before Morgan was gunning the engine and slewing forwards through the wet muck of the clearing. "Jane, keep trying the phones," Morgan instructed as he blasted the Range Rover through the narrow track between the trees. "Lewis, what's your ammo count?" "Magazine and a half," she told him. 25 rounds. It would have to do. Ahead of them, on a parallel track, Morgan could see a black Land Rover Defender whipping through the branches. In that vehicle were at least 2 shooters. What was their ammo count? "Still nothing on the phones," Cook announced, cursing, as they hit a hard bump, and her head bounced off Lewis's headrest. "The tracks merge soon," Lewis shouted, the Ordnance Survey map spread on her lap. "No more than half a K." "We'll let them get out in front," Morgan told her. "We need to trap them. But we can't do it until we've got help on the way." "No telling how much ammo they've got," Lewis agreed. Up ahead, Morgan saw a figure loom large in the window of the Defender's passenger seat. "Down!" he shouted, as a pistol's muzzle flashed and the first of 3 shots thumped like a hammer strike against the Range Rover's hood. "Down!" he ordered again, this time because Lewis was making to stand up on her seat, pushing upwards as she retracted the Range Rover's sunroof. 2 more shots cracked. The driver's side mirror shattered, its electrics hanging like spilled guts as a warning to Morgan. "Lewis, get back in here!" he shouted, but the police markswoman was already firing steady single shots. Morgan chancing to look from the track as sparks flew from the Defender's metal. Lewis's 4th shot smashed into the passenger window. "I think I got him," she shouted. Her triumph cut short as Morgan pulled hard on her belt, yanking her down savagely as a low branch swiped hard across the Range Rover's roof. "Thanks," she grinned, knowing that she'd be a second from death. "I think you did get him," Morgan replied. No more fire was coming from the Land Rover, and it pulled ahead of Morgan. Both 4x4s now on the same narrow track. Outside, the rain began to pour harder, cascading through the Range Rover's open roof and lashing against its windscreen. "Can you get a plate?" Morgan asked the officer. I can't see a bloody thing." He was about to say that it was likely covered up anyway, when Cook's voice came from the back seat. She had found the signal. She was straight onto Private London, coordinating the police's response. "Pass me the map," she told Lewis, who retrieved it from the dirty footwell. "I need to send them grid references." Confident that there were reinforcements on the way, Morgan knew it was time to play the endgame. "Next time the track splits, we get ahead of them and box them in." "Can't we just follow them out to the main roads?" Lewis asked. "Let the uniforms take over?" Morgan shook his head. "They're armed, and the last thing these roads can handle is a high-speed pursuit. People will get hurt." Lewis nodded her head, understanding. Those people would be innocent, unwitting of the game they had been caught up in. Their families would lose loved ones, and never understand the reasons why. Not so Morgan, Lewis, and Cook. Each had made a decision to serve, be it the Marine Corps, police force, or army. Each had chosen a life that put others' needs before their own. Each had chosen a job where the possibility of sacrificing yourself for the good of strangers was a well-known requirement. Cook and Morgan were out of uniform now, but such things were embedded in their characters. "We'll keep them bottled up until the cavalry gets here," Lewis said, accepting what could happen to them in that attempt. "The next break in the track," Morgan confirmed. "They're scrambling the police helicopter," Cook told them from the back, the map in her hand. "Jack, the track breaks left in 100 meters." Through the rain and the dirt kicked up by the speeding Defender's tires, Morgan saw it. He let the shooters pull further ahead, waiting for them to choose their path. They stuck to the trail, so Morgan gunned the engine hard and turned up onto the parallel track. Within moments they were pulling abreast, separated by nothing but trees and rain. "Shoot across me," Morgan commanded. Lewis pushed the weapon out in front of the American, snapping a double tap, the empty cases hitting Morgan's jaw. He had no idea what impact Lewis's shooting was having, but the passenger in the Defender showed themselves to be alive, rounds beating the Range Rover's skin like a drum. Cook barely covered her eyes in time as shards of glass shattered inwards. "Get ahead, Jack, get ahead!" she shouted, and Morgan pushed the Range Rover harder, throwing a backwards glance at the Land Rover, desperate to see the faces of the shooters, the faces of the people that wanted him dead. "Jack!" Cook cried. "Are you hit?" he called. But his eyes saw the reason for her shout, as his eyes turned back to the track and the piled logs that lay across it. "Jack!" Cook shouted, again as Morgan hit the brakes hard. The Range Rover slid forwards into the wood. Timber went bouncing and breaking into the air as Morgan and his team were slammed into the steering wheel, dashboard and seats. Morgan's first instinct was to bail out of the car, certain that at any second bullets would begin to rip into his flesh as the shooters stopped to finish the job. But the danger passed by them. The shooters were not firing, and the Land Rover was gone. Chapter 34. Furious that the shooters had escaped, Morgan thumped his fist against the Range Rover's mud-splattered bonnet. "What's the EDA on the police helicopter?" "It will get to the point where the main road meets the forest track in 10 minutes, Cook told him. Morgan shook his head. "Not fast enough. They'll hit it in less than 5, and that's if they use the same point into the forest that we did. There could be others.
They could even dump the vehicle and make it out on foot. They could, Cook agreed, downcast. Rain pattered from Morgan's shadowed face as he made his decision. You two will go back in the Range Rover and secure the scene until the police arrive. We can't split up, Jack, Cook pleaded. They could still be out here, setting up a second ambush. All the more reason for me to be on foot, he replied. I can stay off the tracks. It's not thick forest. I'll make quick time. But, Jane, thank you. But remember who we are and what the hierarchy is. This is my call. Of course, she managed, taking a half-step backwards. She's right, though, Morgan, Lewis added from the passenger seat. No offence to the girl, but Sophie doesn't know if she has company or not. Don't risk the living for the dead. The crime scene needs preserving, Morgan insisted, pulling tight his laces. Lewis put her hand out of the window and into the pouring rain. The crime scene is bollocksed, and the local bobbies will be here in well under an hour. We should stick together, Jack, Cook ventured again. It was her eyes more than her words that convinced Morgan. It had nothing to do with tactics, he admitted to himself, and everything to do with not wanting her to be out of his sight. Okay, he conceded. Find us a new route out of here, Jane, just in case there's another surprise on the route that we came in on. Where are we going? She asked. The princess hired us to find Sophie, Morgan said, grim-faced. We need to be the ones to tell her what happened to her. Cook nodded solemnly. And then what? It was a moment before Morgan answered. He was prizing something out from the shattered windscreen with his fingers. And then, he told Cook, holding up the dull shape of a flattened bullet, then we find the connection to two bodies. We find Eliza Lightwood. Chapter 35. Peter Knight stood in his office, hands on his head, his eyes burning into a map of the United Kingdom that he had taped to the office wall. Brightly coloured pins had been jabbed into various towns and villages with post-it notes attached. These were places with known connections to Eliza Lightwood, grandparents, cousins, ex-boyfriends, favourite getaway locations. Hooligan had laughed out loud at Knight's low-tech methods, but Knight was a man who liked something tangible to work with, and in front of him was the map of what his private employees had been able to piece together through Eliza's records, social media, and character profiling. She could be anywhere, he thought, staring at the array of pins that stretched across the map. But she was not. Peter, a familiar voice said at the door with a gentle knock. Knight turned. His hands dropped from his head. His jaw dropped to the floor. Eliza? He gasped. I heard you've been looking for me. I went to the coast to think, she explained, taking the chair Knight offered her. You went to the coast? He gently pushed. Just to drive and think. There's been so much bloody noise since my dad died. Some of it of my own creation, but then there's his businesses, bloody lawyers, relatives who want a handout. He's not even in his grave and they're after his money. That must be hard. It is hard. I just needed a break from it. I just wanted to drive and listen to music. No phone, no arseholes trying to call me. Present company accepted, of course. She gave a weak smile. There were some things I needed to talk with you about. He spoke gently, finding himself convinced by Eliza's words and manner. Do you know a woman by the name of Sophie Edwards? A look of bewilderment passed over her face. I know a Sophie Edwards, she explained, but I imagine there would be more than a few people by that name in London. This Sophie was at LSE with you. Then, yes. Why are you asking? Actually, Knight smiled, anxious that Eliza was becoming too defensive. It's for another case Private is working. I saw your name on her class records. Oh. Eliza relaxed a little. Small world, isn't it? But yes, we were in the same class at LSE. We kept in touch, but we aren't particularly close. When was the last time you saw her? The weekend before last. She came to one of my bigger dinner parties with her boyfriend. She has a boyfriend? Knight asked, hiding his surprise. Sort of. I don't know how serious they are exactly, but it's London. His name's Mayur Patel. He's a hedge fund manager that I work with pretty often. Great guy, very funny. Does he come to all of your dinner parties? It was a moment before Eliza replied. No. Why? Because he brings Sophie, she admitted, breaking her gaze from Peter. And Sophie had a thing for your father, Knight guessed, seeing his torpedo strike. Two types of people go to LSE, Peter. Those who want to make money and those who want to take it.
And which one was Sophie? Eliza smiled, but there was no happiness in it, only malice and resentment.
She looked at my dad like he was a 5-star meal ticket. Why are you asking me all this, Peter? And don't bullshit me about other investigations. I'm not stupid, so spit it out.
Private's agent met her wild stare. I think Sophie Edwards was the one blackmailing your father. Chapter 36. The state of the battered and shot-up Range Rover drew stares from the two plainclothed guards at Llawinnewamodd's gate, the two men emerging from a 4x4 of their own and into the rain. "Are you all right?" they asked their colleague, Lewis.
"I'm good," she beamed. "Got one of them through a passenger window."
"You alley bastard," one of the guards grinned. Jane Cook recognized the army slang for cool.
"We need to see the princess," Lewis followed up. "Like, now."
"She's not here, mate." The evident soldier shook his head. "Chopper took her out earlier. Got an event on in London.
Opening a school, I think it was,"
his partner added.
"Shit,"
Lewis sighed. Jack Morgan was not so deflated. Princess Caroline wasn't the only one with access to helicopters, and on Morgan's instructions, Private dispatched one to Wales. "Go on up," one of the armed men told Lewis, "and enjoy your paperwork."
"Piss off."
She laughed as Morgan put the vehicle into gear, and they wound their way up to the royal residence.
"He's right, though,"
the police officer shook her head.
"If you survive a shooting, they just try and drown you in paperwork instead. I'd better get inside and put in an after-action report. I'm afraid I'll be no use to you now, either."
"What do you mean?" Morgan asked.
"I mean I've got to hand in my weapon once I report this shooting. Then I'll be placed on leave, pending the results of the investigation."
"You've got to be kidding me," the American gasped.
"That's ridiculous," Cook exclaimed from the back seat.
Lewis shrugged her shoulders.
"Well, there it is. I got to do what I always wanted to do. Now I've got to take it in the arse from the desk jockeys." She gathered her few possessions from the Range Rover and made to leave. "I enjoyed working with you guys."
Morgan smiled. He knew that sentiment was a lie, at least for the most part, but there was nothing like the shared danger of being shot at to bring a team together.
"Thank you, Lewis." Cook put out a hand. "Without you, we'd be dead."
"We would," Morgan agreed. "You ever need anything, you call me."
"We'll see each other again," Lewis promised. "In court, probably."
"Goodbye, Lewis." Morgan watched the brave woman he'd once suspected as his would-be assassin walk through the rain and into the residence.
"I got to like her," Cook admitted. "Some balls on her."
"Brass ones," Morgan agreed.
"So, we'll go back to London?" she asked.
There was a second's delay before Morgan replied, "I will." He saw the slightest slump in Cook's shoulders, unable to hide her disappointment. "Lewis is right," he explained. "There's going to be a paperwork circus after today. I've sent for our legal team, but until they get here, I need you to hold the fort. Make sure the transition to the police goes smoothly."
"I can do that," she told him, professionalism overcoming her desire to be close to Jack Morgan. "Will I see you back in London?" she asked. Something in her eyes, something in her words, made the investigator in Morgan question what he had been told.
"You're not in a relationship, are you, Jane?" he asked her.
"I'm not," she confessed.
"Then why?"
"Because I didn't want to be the woman sleeping with the boss," Cook blurted out. "I didn't want people talking behind my back. But more than that, I needed to know how Jack Morgan would treat me if we were colleagues and not lovers."
Morgan let the words sink in. "Well, now you know."
He stepped in closer, less than a foot between the two of them as the rain pattered against Cook's upturned face. "Now I know," she agreed. He put out his hands and pushed back the wet hair from her face, tucking it behind her ears. She was beautiful. No matter how he had tried to suppress his feelings, they had not diminished. Now Morgan looked deeply into Cook's eyes. "We're close to finishing this," he promised. She understood that he meant their absence as lovers as well as the case. "And when we are, we'll go away." No work, no cases. Just us. Sounds perfect. Cook smiled. Where? Hawaii, Morgan told her, picturing the blissful image of big waves, blue skies, and Jane in his arms. Despite the cold Welsh rain, he felt as though he was already there. Only the sound of helicopter blades broke him from his reverie. "You have to go," she almost whispered. "I'll send it back for you," he promised. "Hand over to the legal team, and I'll take care of the princess." Morgan turned to watch as the helicopter touched down 100 yards from the house, the mountains behind it ominous and dark beneath the thick cloud. It was time for Morgan to leave Wales. There was only one more thing for him to do. He took Cook's hands in his, the touch full of the spark and promise of what was to come. "I'll see you in London." And then he kissed her. Chapter 37. Peter Knight looked at what had become of his office. His map of the United Kingdom and the carefully placed pins lay crumpled and torn on the floor. A chair lay on its side by the door. The pens, photos, and paperwork from his desk had been tossed like confetti. "Are you calm now?" he asked the woman who had trashed his office. Fearing for Eliza Lightwood's safety more than his own, Knight had taken her down with a self-defence move and was now sitting on top of her, exerting just enough pressure to keep the woman pinned. "I'm sorry," Eliza wheezed out. "I know you've had a shock, Eliza, but I can't let you up if you're going to do that again." "I'm good, Peter, honestly. I'm sorry. That just all came as a shock. It really threw me. I'm sorry, I just lost it for a moment." Knight could understand why. Hearing that your friend was responsible for blackmailing your father into suicide was not something that could be taken lightly. Still, it gave Knight pause for thought. If Eliza's temper was as violent as this— He hadn't revealed to her that Sophie's body had been found. But could Eliza already know that the blackmailer was hanging in a Welsh forest? Could she have been the one to put her there during her absence that she claimed was a drive to the south coast? Knight had more questions than answers. He expected he wouldn't learn much more by keeping Eliza pinned to his office floor. He stood. She got up slowly, red with embarrassment and exertion, as she took in the devastation she had caused. "My God, Peter, send me the bill, whatever it is. Redecorate the entire floor of this building and I'll pay for it. I'm so sorry." "That won't be necessary, Eliza. You've had a rough time recently. It's perfectly understandable." "Thank you, Peter," she sighed. "You've been so amazing throughout all this. Do you have a bathroom I could use? I'd like to clean myself up before I go." "Of course." Knight smiled and showed her the way. As soon as she was out of sight, he pulled out his phone and wrote a text message to Hooligan. Look deeper into Eliza. Could she have put contract killers onto Sophie, or killed her herself? Possible she could have got to Wales and back in time to dump body. Try to discover her movements in the past 3 days. Private London's tech guru replied a second later. "OK. What will you be doing?" Peter looked towards the bathroom before he replied. "Old-fashioned stuff." "Thanks for waiting, Peter." Eliza smiled as she emerged from the bathroom. "No problem," he smiled back, walking her out to the front of Private's building and waving her goodbye. Then, as Eliza opened her umbrella and blended into the pedestrian traffic of London, Knight began his tale. Chapter 38. Knight wasn't sure where he expected Eliza Lightwood to go when she left private headquarters, so he wasn't caught by surprise when her distinctive red umbrella marked her as taking a detour from the shortest route to her home, instead joining dozens of other Londoners as they bustled into an underground station, umbrellas snapping closed with sighs of relief as they found sanctuary from the rain. Like any investigator or law enforcement agent, Peter Knight hated the London Underground. It made what was an already difficult job so much harder. A sprawling warren of tunnels, staircases, barriers, carriages, escalators and lifts, not to mention the thousands of people that could be inside the busier stations. Each one of these factors
was an obstacle that had to be overcome again and again. Get too close, and the target of the tale would see you, in this case shattering any trust that Eliza had in Knight, should she be innocent. If she was guilty, well, then Knight knew that any chance of Eliza slipping up would be gone. She was too intelligent to make mistakes twice. He pushed back the hood of his jacket as he entered the station and replaced it with a cap he kept in its pocket. The disguise wouldn't save him from a direct look, but on the crowded levels of the underground it was enough to protect against a target's peripheral vision, or sweeping gaze as they sought out platforms, lines, and train times. There were no such looks from Eliza. She cut through the station like a missile, leaving in her wake a trail of angry looks and muttered curses. It made Knight's work as a tail 100 times easier, but there was always the chance that Eliza could stop and turn quickly, catching him out and ending a game in which Knight hoped he was the only witting player. To counter this, he had a plan. In fact, he had a plan years ago, and he had been working on it ever since. Like any true professional, Peter Knight had prepared and he had practiced. Every member of Private London's staff had taken turns trying to lose their co-workers in London. The Underground was a particular favourite place to do this, and Knight had made it a priority that he and Private's agents honed their tracking skills whenever their investigations allowed. Seeing the Underground as one great maze to be understood and mastered had led to great competition developing amongst Knight and his agents, and it became impossible for Knight to take even the shortest trip with his family without finding himself seeking out the best vantage points, the quickest turnstiles, and the most covered approaches. He used this accumulated knowledge of the system now, as he passed through the other travellers with as little fuss as possible. Peter Knight was a much bigger person than Eliza Lightwood, and he would not be able to get away with the same kind of barging approach that the petite woman had. Whilst Eliza's behaviour had drawn shaking heads and disgusted looks from some men, it could mean a punch for the 6-foot man. Knight held back as Eliza neared the top of an escalator. He was not surprised at all to see that she went straight to the left and shuffled down the moving stairway quickly. Knight loitered at the top and watched until she was almost at the bottom. He would make up the gap soon enough. Eliza cleared the escalator and broke left. Knight followed, offering hushed apologies as he squeezed by commuters and tourists. He checked his speed at the bottom, moving the opposite way to the route of most tourists. He knew from his training exercises that the only route left then turned right onto a platform. He could bypass the left turn by going right along that platform and then use an adjoining foot tunnel that connected the two platforms at their heads. Then he could work his way closer to Eliza, close enough to keep his eye on her at least. Of course, all this had to be done before Eliza had a chance to board a train. Knight remembered the average time between them at this station to be about 3 minutes. Watching on the escalator, he had not seen the hurried sprints and shuffles of passengers as they rushed to catch the closing doors. So he figured that at least a minute had gone by since the last, giving him 2 minutes at best to find Eliza. He ran the length of the platform on his right, sidestepping a wide-eyed old man who was also taking the least busy route. Knight wasn't the only one who had spent time on the Underground and knew its shortcuts. Exiting the short connecting foot tunnel onto Eliza's platform, Knight saw that it was busy but not crowded. Looking up, he also saw from the information board that the next train was now due in. He had less than 1 minute to find her, but the moment for rushing and recklessness had gone. Instead, like dozens of others on the platform, Knight pulled his phone from his pocket. With his head down, but eyes up, he began to work his way along the back wall. Eliza's red brolly was the first thing to catch his eye, its colour picking it out amongst the black trousers and boots of other passengers as she held it down by her side. Knight chanced to look at her face, and saw that she was staring across the empty tracks with a fixed look of single-minded purpose. As the train came in, she was the first to enter a carriage. He noticed that she took no seat, instead standing by the open door. Knight stepped onto the train in the next carriage along, his height allowing him to make out the top of Eliza's head through the windows. He prepared himself to clear the closing doors quickly, should it all be a ruse to send him off her path. But Eliza's head was motionless as the doors slid into place, and the train heaved its way from the station.
Chapter 39. It was at the third stop that Eliza disembarked. Knight followed, happy to see that there were other passengers emerging who could cloak him. He needn't have worried. Eliza's focus was on moving forward, and in no time they were out of the station and onto the streets of Kensington. The rain had weakened, but was still heavy enough to justify Knight pulling the hood of his jacket back over his head. From beneath the brim of his cap he saw Eliza walk inside a Tesco supermarket. He watched the entrance, waiting for her to reappear. He made use of the opportunity to call into private HQ and update them on his intention and location. When Eliza emerged onto the pavement, Knight hung back as she paced along Kensington's long streets, confident that he could hold his tail from a distance. It was only when she turned and walked up the steps of a beautiful brick townhouse that he pressed closer, using the parked luxury cars that lined the road as cover. From 30 metres away, he watched as the small woman rapped her left fist against the cream-painted wood of the door. Her umbrella clutched unopened in her right hand. She knocked on the door again. And again. And again. An Indian man opened the door, and his handsome face twisted in bewilderment. Eliza had let go of the umbrella and was left clutching something else in her right hand. It was a knife.
"Where is she?"
she screamed at the top of her lungs.
"Where is she?"
The man at the door was shocked into stillness at first, but then his survival instincts kicked into life and offered him the choice of fight or flight. He chose flight and ran back into the house.
"Where is she?"
Eliza screamed again, running in after him. Knight was already across the road and nearing the steps of the house at a sprint. He ran up the steps and into the shouts, screams, and crashes coming from inside the beautiful Kensington home. He followed the noises to a living room, where the terrified man had taken refuge behind a sofa and was trying to keep Eliza at bay by hurling at her books, vases, ornaments, and anything else within reach. One heavy, leather-bound tome connected with her face, and blood poured from her nose.
"Where is she, Mayor?"
Eliza screamed at the man again, oblivious to Knight behind her.
"Where is that bitch? Where is she?"
Knight knew he could take no chances. For the sake of all 3 lives, he had to act swiftly and decisively.
"Help me,"
Mayo called, catching sight of Knight in the doorway.
"Please."
Eliza turned to see where Sophie's boyfriend's panicked eyes were looking. Her own barely registered the look of remorse on Knight's face as he threw the punch and knocked Eliza Lightwood into unconsciousness. Chapter 40. Jack Morgan looked out of the helicopter's windows and over the grey landscape of a rain-sodden East London, his destination clearly marked by the second helicopter that was landed on a school's football field. It was Princess Caroline's helicopter, and Morgan had come alone to tell her that Sophie Edwards was dead. The chopper's skids touched down on the grass, and Morgan thanked the pilot before handing him his next orders, to head back to Wales and bring Cook to London as soon as Private's legal representatives arrived to deal with the fallout of the case. With that he opened the door and stepped onto the field's wet grass. A man was waiting to meet him. The face was familiar, but the clothes were not. Colonel Marcus de Villiers was wearing civilian clothing, a green Barber jacket over corduroy trousers. Even out of uniform, the man stood out as a military officer. The Englishman put out his hand to greet him.
"Morgan, I've spoken to P.C. Lewis. She said that you saved her life."
"She saved mine," Morgan replied, accepting the handshake.
"Regardless, you have my thanks. Lewis is a good woman and fiercely loyal. She's one of my favourites on the protection teams," the colonel admitted, and for the first time Morgan saw a second side to de Villiers, one which was, perhaps, just as fiercely loyal to his team as Lewis was to her superiors. "I'll be putting her forward for an award," de Villiers told Morgan as they walked across the sports field and towards the school. "Because of the reasons why she was in that situation in the first place, it will never pass, but at least you'll know that I recognise her bravery." The pair paced in silence for a few seconds before de Villiers addressed the reason behind Morgan's arrival. "She's going to be upset about Sophie." There was no trace of sadness in his words. Morgan pulled up, and the guards officer stopped and turned to him. "What is it?" de Villiers asked. "Did the princess hire private to find Sophie, or bury a secret?" "I'm not sure which particular secret of Sophie's you're talking about. She had many. I'm not talking about Sophie's secrets. I'm talking about the princess's secret, Colonel. The secret that she and Sophie Edwards were lovers." Chapter 41. De Villiers said nothing. "Don't tell me you didn't know," Morgan insisted. "I did," the colonel admitted. "Her security personnel and staff gave their loyalty to her first and foremost, and they kept it from me, but certain things you can't hide. When they were together, well, you'd have to be a bloody fool not to see it." For a moment, Morgan thought about the attraction between himself and Jane Cook. The Englishman was right. Some things could not be hidden. At least, not whilst those people were alive. "Someone killed Sophie to hide this secret and prevent a scandal," Morgan declared. "Impossible." "Quite possible, Colonel. Not only is Sophie dead, but 3 of us only just escaped joining her that way in the forest. Someone didn't want us to find her, to avoid secrets, finding the light." "Are you suggesting the princess had Sophie killed?" The colonel shook his head. "If the princess murdered Sophie to hide the secret of their relationship, then why would she hire you to find her?" "I don't believe for 1 second that the princess would harm Sophie. I think that whoever wants this secret buried works for the royal family. They knew where we'd be, and they wanted us stopped." It took the colonel a moment to form his reply, which came out in a forced tone that barely concealed his anger. "I will not stand for accusations like this being thrown at my people, Morgan. We keep very close control over our firearms and their use. Send your experts to our facilities, and I'll give them full access to our armory and records so that you can run ballistic tests against them and the ones recovered from your hotel and Range Rover. You can have that and anything else you need to put this wild theory to bed. Well, is that good enough for you? Morgan?" But Jack Morgan wasn't listening. He was watching as a group of people emerged from the school and made their way towards the helicopter. Princess Caroline was at their head, and Morgan could almost feel the frustration emanating from her as she saw him, but resisted the urge to run towards him. Once she had reached them, she wasted no time in asking the question. "You found her?" "I did." A solitary tear made its way slowly to Princess Caroline's cheekbone. There it was flicked away, as if it were an errant eyelash, the movement hiding the flash of vulnerability from all but Morgan. Looking into her eyes, he could see that a tidal wave of emotion was building inside her, threatening to break through. "I'd like to talk to the princess inside, and in private," said Morgan. "Of course," replied de Villiers, quickly showing them back inside the building, to rooms that had been cleared and guarded for the use of the royal visitor and her team. Crayoned pictures of families, sunshine, and pets covered the walls of the classroom. "Life begins so happily," Morgan thought to himself. "Sophie's dead, Your Highness," he said simply. "I'm so very sorry." "I knew it as soon as you spoke outside," she replied. Morgan watched as Princess Caroline cast her eyes over the children's pictures, no doubt thinking the same thoughts as Morgan. "At what point does it go wrong?" she asked, almost to herself. Morgan didn't reply. If he allowed Caroline to talk, perhaps she would shed some detail on Sophie that was a thread Morgan could pull at to unravel the mystery surrounding her connection to Sir Tony Lightwood. "Have you ever been in love?" she asked. The question surprised Morgan. "I have," he admitted after a moment, the image of Cook's face floating in his mind. He could almost feel her if he closed his eyes. "I can see it," Princess Caroline half smiled. "You'd do anything for her?" "Of course." "You'd lay down your life for a stranger or a case?" She thought it over. "I suppose there's no end to what you'd do for someone you loved?" Her words trailed away, and Morgan let them go, waiting for her to come to her point. "I'm sure you've worked out that Sophie was more than a friend to me. I don't know if what we had was a relationship, but I know that it was love. You see, Jack, I didn't care about her past. But we knew that we couldn't think about a future. It was impossible. Can you see that?" Morgan nodded. "She was the one with secrets, but you're the one who couldn't carry them." "She was everything to me, and yet we couldn't ever be anything. Times have changed and society has moved forwards, but the support of the royal family is a conservative base, Jack. A lesbian princess. I hope, soon, that this is something Britain can embrace."
"But not when her partner has a history of prostitution and blackmail," Morgan finished, as delicately as was possible for such a statement.
"Even when you say it kindly, it sounds terrible, doesn't it? I swear to you, Jack, those days were behind her. But we both knew that you could never be free of the things you do and the mistakes you made, no matter how long ago." A heavy silence filled the room. "How did she die?" Caroline asked eventually. "I don't think you want to—" "Jack, please, just tell me how."
"We found her hanged. It was by a waterfall in a forest."
"Sounds like a beautiful place," she managed,
doubtless trying to push away the image of Sophie's body. It was. Princess Caroline sat. Morgan knew the woman's next question was the one that was eating at her soul.
"Did she kill herself, Jack?"
Morgan shook his head. "I don't think so. I think it was staged to make it look that way."
"Then find whoever staged it, Jack," she begged, taking his hand in a grip like steel. "Find them. Find them, and bring them to justice."
Chapter 42. Peter Knight watched from the Kensington Home's doorway as Eliza Lightwood's stretcher was loaded onto the back of an ambulance. Though he had prevented a stabbing and possibly murder, Knight felt awful. He had been raised never to hit women. At moments like this, he wondered what his beloved wife would think of him. "Everything all right?" a police officer asked, seeing Knight's melancholy. "All good," he lied. "Look, it doesn't sound like there was any other choice," the officer comforted the private agent, empathizing with him. "I just finished interviewing your man in there, and he says that you saved his life." "Still, no one said our jobs are easy." The policeman shrugged. "He's all yours if you want to talk to him." Knight gave his thanks to the officer, took one last look at the ambulance and walked back into the house. He found Mayur Patel in the kitchen, the tea in his hand almost sent spilling as he got to his feet quickly at the sight of Knight. "Mate, thank you so much, yeah?" Mayur Patel spoke with an energized London accent. "You saved my life, mate. Listen, if there's anything I can ever do for you, you've got it. Anything, yeah?" "Thanks. I'm Peter Knight. Mayur Patel. Do you mind if I sit down with you, Mayur?" "Course not. You want a tea or a beer? We could go out for a drink if you want, yeah? I owe you my life, mate." "Tea will be good, thanks." Knight watched as Patel quickly fussed over the brew and brought it to the table. "I'm all out of biscuits, mate." Patel apologized, sitting down. "That's okay. I just want to ask you a few things, if that's okay." "What, like questions?" Knight nodded, and a frown grew on Patel's face. "I already spoke with the police." "I'm a private investigator," Knight explained. "I was following Eliza when she attacked you. Anything you could help me learn about her would help." "Oh, well, yeah, happy to help." "So how do you know each other?" "We work together, yeah? Sometimes, anyway. I'm at a hedge fund, and we have some mutual interests." "Would one of those mutual interests be Sophie Edwards?" Knight asked, leaning back into his chair. For a moment Patel said nothing.
Knight tried to decide if his wide eyes were a symptom of confusion or fear. "Sophie?" the man managed after a moment. Knight nodded. "She's my girlfriend," Patel explained. "What's she got to do with Eliza?" They were at LSE together. "So were a lot of the city," he shrugged, referring to London's financial sector. "That's true, but Eliza came to your house with a knife and was screaming, 'Where is she?' Is she talking about Sophie?" "If you're not police, I don't have to talk to you, do I?" "You don't. But I can ask them to come back in if you like." Patel said nothing. "I saved your life, Mayo," Knight went on. "Why would I do that if I wasn't on your side?" The man thought that over. "Listen, yeah. Sophie's a free spirit. She comes when she wants, she goes when she wants. I don't know where she is now, and I definitely have no fucking idea why that information is worth stabbing me for." "When was the last time you heard from Sophie?" "A couple of days ago." Patel shrugged again. "Like I said, she's a free spirit. Can I use the bathroom before we keep going with this? I've had 2 teas now, and I was already close to pissing myself when she pulled that knife." Knight's eyes narrowed a little in suspicion. "It's right there." Patel pointed to a door joining the kitchen, and Knight was able to see that it was central to the house. "It's your home." Knight watched as the man opened the door, a quick look satisfying him that it was a small bathroom and nothing else. "Peter," the policeman said, poking his head inside the kitchen, "we're going to leave now if you don't need us." "All good." Both men tried not to laugh as the sound of loose bowels emanated from the bathroom. "Can't really blame him," the officer said. "It was a big knife." "See you soon, Peter." Knight said his goodbyes. Looking for a distraction from the noises coming from the bathroom, he got to his feet and began to pace the kitchen. There were photos of Sophie Edwards and Mayo Patel dotted about, some stuck to the fridge with magnets, others framed and placed on work surfaces. He noticed that one of the framed photos was turned face down. He lifted it and saw a smiling Patel and Sophie standing beside a waterfall. The picture was so calm and idyllic that for a moment Knight swore he could hear running water. And then he remembered Jack's description of where Sophie's body had been found. He turned towards the bathroom, but it was too late. The door was open, and Mayo Patel was a half-step away from him, and there was something in his hands. Then, for Knight, there was darkness. Chapter 43. Light began to seep beneath struggling eyelids. It pained Peter Knight to open his eyes, but a voice in his head told him, screamed at him, to get up. He was alive, but he could still be in danger. He had to wake up, get up, and be ready to defend himself. He rolled onto his front and felt a mouthful of hot blood gush over his lips and onto the floor. With his eyes open, he could see that he had been knocked to the ground of Mayo Patel's kitchen, but of the man there was no sign. 2 broken pieces of ceramic lay beside him, the toilet's cistern lid that must have been Patel's weapon, and Knight knew he was lucky to be alive. His head throbbing and mouth aching, he pushed himself up onto his knees, feeling his pockets. His phone was still there. The fact that Patel had left it suggested to Knight that he was out of his depth, acting on terrified instinct rather than cold-planned assault. Knight hit his speed dial. "Jack," he croaked, wiping away blood with the back of his hand. "Peter, are you okay?" "Patel knocked me out," Knight admitted, shame burning every inch of his skin. "I'm sorry, Jack. He got away." "Why would he attack you?" Jack Morgan asked. Knight picked up the photograph of Sophie and Patel in front of the waterfall. "I think he killed Sophie. There was a photo of them together where you found her. It was turned face down." "He couldn't look at it," Morgan guessed. "But why keep it?" "Maybe because he didn't want her friends to be suspicious if they came by," Knight suggested. "Or he kept it because to hide the evidence would be an admission of his guilt he wasn't willing to make even to himself. He doesn't seem like a cold-blooded killer, Jack. I think he killed Sophie, but I'm almost certain it was a crime of passion. When I saw him cornered by Eliza, there wasn't an ounce of aggression in him. He was terrified." Don't sleep on this guy, Peter. For all we know, he thought you were dead when he put you down. We need to find this bastard, and soon." Knight knew the same, and began a frantic search of Patel's home for clues. "Stay on the line while I take a look around," he told Morgan. "Go to his office, or whatever he has that passes as one," Morgan instructed. "Look for a passport. We need to know if he's trying to jump the country." Knight found the office at the top of the stairs. He began pulling out the drawers of Patel's desk, dumping their contents out on the floor and searching through. "No sign of a passport. Check his closet," Morgan suggested, and Knight ran to the bedroom, flinging open a door to a walk-in wardrobe. There was a large section of clothes missing in a chunk from the railing and more on the floor. "He grabbed a load of clothes in a hurry," Knight informed Morgan. "He's not coming back. Can we stop him at the airports?" "Not a chance. He's only a suspect to us, not to the law. Either we stop him, Peter, or no one does." There was a silence on the line as both men contemplated that likely and sickening possibility. It was Knight who broke it. "I've got an idea." Chapter 44. Jack Morgan paced outside the school with the phone held to his ear. The line had been silent for almost 5 minutes, while Knight carried out his plan. Morgan thought it was a long shot at best, and was readying himself for the news that Knight had come up empty-handed from his inglorious task. Knight had emptied the contents of Patel's trash on the pavement and was rummaging through it for clues. Knight's reasoning was that Sophie's death had occurred within days, and that the bins were full. They probably hadn't been emptied since it happened. Knight didn't expect he'd find evidence of a murder in such a place, but there might be a suggestion as to the destination Patel could be looking to escape to. "I've got it!" Knight shouted victoriously down the line. "I've got something, Jack." "What is it?" "It's a torn-up letter. I found all 3 pieces. It's thanking Patel for opening a safety deposit box at a bank in Staines." "Staines?" the American asked. "It's close to Heathrow." Morgan understood the implications at once. A safety deposit box opened within days of the murder of Sophie Edwards, a few minutes from one of the world's busiest airports. "How long to get there, from where you are?" Morgan asked, feeling his pulse quicken. "No more than 90 minutes, Knight replied. "He's got at least an hour's head start on us, Jack." "Okay, send me the address, and I'll head there too. And Peter, contact your sister-in-law at the Met. Beg her, lie to her, do whatever, but we need surveillance at every train station within a 3-mile radius of that bank, and the bank itself." "I'll do my best," Knight promised. "Why 3 miles?" "Patel hasn't planned any of this well, but he may be smart enough to not get off at the nearest station." "But what if he gets a cab or a bus?" Knight asked. "There's nothing we can do about that. I'm sending Cook to your location. She's too far out to make it to the bank ahead of us, but she can secure Patel's place ready for the police investigation." "Okay, Jack. I'm running to the nearest station now. I'll lose signal on the tube, so I guess I'll see you there." Morgan hung up and walked back inside the school. He found de Villiers waiting for him by the entrance. "Trouble?" the colonel guessed. "Not for long," Morgan replied. "I need to use the Princess's helicopter." "That's impossible." Morgan shook his head. "It's totally possible, Colonel, and it's going to happen." "It is?" de Villiers snorted. "It is," Morgan smiled. "Or you can explain to the Princess why Sophie's killer escaped." Chapter 45. Mayur Patel entered the bank less than 10 minutes after Jack Morgan had ended his call with Peter Knight. He was inside for 20 minutes more, during which time he collected his passport and money that he had deposited there should he be forced into fleeing the country. That eventuality was now a reality, and Patel had surprised himself at the level of calm he had shown since it had become apparent that London could no longer be his home. It hadn't begun that way. When the private investigator had questioned him regarding Sophie's whereabouts, it was all Patel could do not to lose control of his bowels right there and then at the kitchen table. Having locked himself in the bathroom, he had been afforded some moments to think, and the answer to his problem had been both obvious and terrifying. He had to kill the investigator and escape. That was easier said than done. Patel had had no weapon, and he was certainly no fighter. It was only after a thorough search of the bathroom that he'd settled upon the cistern's ceramic lid, and even then Patel had almost scuffed the plan, his sweaty hands barely able to hold the shiny porcelain. But then he had thought of the alternative to carrying through his attack: prison. Mayor Patel was self-aware enough to know that he was not a hard man, nor could he ever become one. Prison for him would be a series of beatings and rapes. He knew that he would kill himself before his first year was served. The only way to avoid that fate was to kill one more person. He had been crying when he swung the ceramic at Knight's head. They were tears of fear, anger, and frustration. When Knight had crumpled to the floor, Patel had laughed in relief. The man was unconscious, but alive. He would not have the investigator's blood on his hands, and that was part of the reason he felt so calm. The other was that he knew he could not be stopped. By the time the investigator regained consciousness, it would be too late. Patel would be on his way. His first stop would be India, where any man could lose himself and buy a new identity. Then perhaps the Maldives. God knows, he needed a place where his mind and soul could recover. With the thought of white sandy beaches and clear blue ocean in mind, Patel did not pay much attention to the man who dropped his credit card as he walked towards the bank's ATM and crouched to pick it up. In fact, the first time he really became aware of the figure was when that man sprang forward from his kneeling position and barreled into him, picking up Patel in a double-leg takedown and driving him into the pavement. "Help!" Patel shouted as he was rolled onto his front and his arms were pulled up sharply behind his back. "I'm being robbed! Help me!" And help did come. It came from a tall man who ran across the street, his gaunt face drawn into a grim expression. But Patel's stomach dropped when his attacker turned to address the tall man. "Good of you to join me, de Villiers," the attacker said. "Is this him, Jack?" de Villiers asked. "It is," said the man, pinning Patel to the ground. De Villiers waved, and two men came running to join them. "Arrest this man for the assault of Peter Knight." Chapter 46. All was quiet in interview room number 4 of the Staines police station. Mayor Patel sat on one side of the cheap metal table, Jack Morgan on the other. In the room's corner stood the stern-faced police officer who had placed Patel under arrest. "I'm charged with assault," Patel addressed the officer, who only nodded back. "Nothing else?" "Nothing else," the officer confirmed. "Then I think I want my—" Morgan's fist slammed onto the table to cut off Patel's request for a lawyer, the violence sending the Londoner shooting back in his seat. "Before that, I have a few things for you to consider." Patel swallowed what seemed to be a football in his throat. Morgan's face was a blank mask, but his eyes burned into Patel's like dry ice. "Who are you?" the arrested man finally managed. "My name is Jack Morgan. I'm a private investigator." "You're here because I hit your friend," Patel mumbled. "I'm here because you killed Sophie Edwards," Morgan corrected him, "and I need to know why." Patel's eyes widened, and he quickly looked to the officer in the corner of the room, then back to Morgan, but said nothing. "You see, Mayor, you're in here because you were arrested for the assault of Peter Knight, my colleague, nothing else. There are no other witnesses, so if Peter drops his charges against you, you'll be a free man, free to go, free to walk the streets where bad things can happen." "You're threatening me," Patel managed, beginning to sweat. "I'm just telling you how things are out there," Morgan shrugged. "Bad things happen to good people," he smiled, "and really bad things happen to bad people." "What do you want?" Patel almost whimpered. "What happened to Sophie?" Morgan asked, his voice as calm as a dead sea. "You'll be charged with her murder, Patel. But prison can be a safe place with the right people looking out for you. Or prison can be a very, very unsafe place." It was too much for Patel. He was an intelligent man, and he could see he was out of choices. He burst into tears. What happens if I tell you?" he muttered between sobs. "That's up to the system, not me," Morgan told him. "The truth is all I want. Tell me what happened, Mayor. Take the easy way out of this and talk." "I'll talk," Patel promised. And he did. He told Morgan how he had met Sophie, the life and soul of the party. He told him how he had fallen for her,
and the pair had begun to see each other outside of house parties and clubs. The rules of their relationship were looser than most, but it was London in 2018, and Mayo Patel enjoyed his own freedoms. "I didn't have a problem sharing her physically," the man admitted. "It's just sex, yeah? But when I thought she was seeing someone else, when I thought it was emotional, you got jealous?" Patel had, and had begun to trail Sophie, eventually leading him to Satoni Lightwood and the Mistral Hotel. "Soph told me that it was strictly business. The truth is, the fact that she was an escort hurt me a lot less than if she was in love with someone else." "But you needed to make sure," Morgan pushed. "You needed to know she was loyal only to you." "The blackmail was my idea," Patel admitted, his head hanging on his chest. "I didn't need the money. I just needed to know she would do it for me. That she was mine where it mattered," he said, touching his heart, "and no one else's. But she wasn't, was she?" For a moment, there was only the sound of crying. Then Patel looked into Morgan's face, tears thick in his red eyes. "Fucking princess, yeah?" He shook his head. "At first I thought Soph was a genius. How much would they pay to cover that up? But then she wouldn't blackmail her," Morgan finished for him. "She was in love," Patel screamed out. "With a fucking woman, not me." "So you killed her," Morgan said gently. "You got angry because she loved someone else, and you killed her." "I did," Patel sobbed. "I didn't mean to. Believe me, I think her neck broke." "Is that why you tried to stage the hanging?" "Yes," the man admitted, wiping tears from his face. "I knew that she always loved that place. I didn't want to kill her, please believe me. I just wanted her to be mine. I wanted her to love me like she loved her." Morgan had heard enough. He looked back over his shoulder to the officer in the corner of the room. The man nodded. "Where's he going?" Patel asked, as the officer left the room. "Where's he going?" "This conversation is just for us." Morgan sat, unmoved, in his chair. "You're going to tell me who you hired to kill me and my team." Morgan watched as confusion replaced the fear and guilt that had been etched into Patel's face. "What are you talking about?" he managed. "You hired shooters to take out my team and stop us finding Sophie. Who are they?" "I have no idea," Patel cried. With disappointment, Morgan realized that he believed him. "You didn't hire anyone to come after us?" "No," Patel begged. "I'm a hedge fund manager, not a gangster. I wouldn't even know where to find those people." Morgan swore under his breath. Then who would? And why? Chapter 47. Police Constable Sharon Lewis looked at the sticky pool of blood on the kitchen floor. "It's Knight's," Cook told her, pointing out the broken pieces of porcelain that lay close by. "Can you imagine getting hit with that?" "I took a frying pan to the head once." Cook looked at her with surprise. "My dad," Lewis explained. "Is that why you became an officer?" Cook guessed. "You should have been a shrink," Lewis smirked sarcastically. "If you play the punch bag enough times, it's a nice feeling to be the fist. I don't tell people that, though. Most of the blokes already assume that any woman in uniform has daddy issues." Having been an army officer, Jane Cook knew something about that. "I was lucky. I didn't have any issues with my dad." "Then what made you join?" "I grew up on a farm and my dad taught me to love the outdoors. As I got older, I wanted to see more of the world. My family didn't have the money to fund that kind of thing ourselves, so I joined the army." "And you liked it?" "Loved it. You?" "It's my life," Lewis admitted. "I don't know what I'll do when I leave." "I thought the same," Cook confided. "But now I have new teammates and new challenges. It's all I want." "And the boss, too?" Lewis needled. "It's not like that."
I know. I'm only teasing you. To be honest, when I first met you, I didn't like you. I thought you were another pretty girl, shagging her way up the ranks. I'm not, Cook said stiffly. I know that now, Lewis smirked. I was wrong. I didn't realize it was love. I didn't say it was that either, Cook smiled, thinking of Jack Morgan, and how they would soon be free to find out exactly what it was. You didn't have to, Lewis smiled back. I'm sorry we didn't get off to a good start, Cook. You and me have both come up in organizations dominated by men. At first I thought you were the kind that held women back, but now I see why you've got to where you are, and I hope we can stay in touch after this. We will, Cook promised. There aren't many people I can say have saved my life. The least I owe you is a spot on the Christmas card list. Bloody hell, what an honour. The police officer laughed. You want a brew or what? But before Cook could reply, she heard a sound in the doorway. She was about to greet the expected police officers. Instead, the words died in her throat. Jane Cook was staring down the barrel of a gun. Chapter 48. Move, and I blow her brains out. The masked gunman barked at Lewis. I'm a police officer, she replied evenly. I know who you are. Then you know you're fucked if you hurt us. Keep your mouth shut, pig, the man replied, and put your phone down on the floor. One wrong move and your mate's brains go on the wall. Don't do anything stupid, Lewis urged, wishing she had her pistol, now handed in as part of the investigation into the Forest shooting. I'll do as you say. Bollocks to that, Cook hissed through gritted teeth. Run, Lewis. You shut up, the gunman growled. Run, Cook urged. But Lewis would not. Instead, she placed her phone onto the floor. Kick it away, the gunman demanded. Lewis did as she was bid. Now take out hers, the man ordered, a slight twitch of his gun gesturing to Cook. Just run, Lewis, Cook tried again, but the officer would not abandon her, and Cook's phone joined Lewis's on the floor. Now, both on your knees. The man spoke through the fabric of his mask. Hands on your head, interlocked fingers. The women complied, the pistol's muzzle tracking Cook's forehead through every inch. Who are you? Cook asked. I think you can guess. The unexpected reply came from behind the gunman as a second man entered the room. Though the newcomer's face was also hidden behind the black mesh of a balaclava, Cook instantly recognized the voice, and her skin crawled at the terrifying revelation. Because she knew she was a dead woman. Chapter 49. Peter Knight was helping himself to coffee in the station's cafeteria when Jack Morgan approached. You got the confession? Knight asked. I did, Morgan confirmed. And what's up? Knight could read his friend's expression. Something isn't right. Before Morgan could elaborate further, his phone began to buzz urgently in his pocket. FaceTime from Cook, he told Knight, his pulse quickening at the prospect of seeing her, even just on a screen. I'll tell her and Lewis to stand down as soon as the police arrive. Okay, I'll pour you a coffee. Thanks, Morgan replied, moving outside in the corridor and hitting answer. Hi, Jane, he began. But the smile died on his lips, as the picture's quality cleared, and he found himself looking not at the face of the woman he loved, but at the figure of a masked gunman who held a pistol to her head. Chapter 50. Michael Flex Gibbon had waited years for this moment, and the picture of Morgan's anguish made every second worthwhile. Hello, Morgan. Shame we couldn't do this in person, but good to see you again. Morgan recognized the voice of the muscle-bound maniac with his gun held to Cook's head. Whatever it is you want, Morgan tried, you can have it. I will sell private, and you can have every dime. This isn't about money, Jack, Flex shouted at the phone, his rage boiling over. This is about honor. This is about righting a wrong.
You don't walk into my town and insult me. You don't come onto my turf and sucker-punch me in my own gym.
Sucker-punch? Cook laughed at Flex's feet. He beat the shit out of you.
Shut the fuck up, Flex snarled, pistol-whipping his captive with such force that her head snapped back and blood gushed from her nose.
Jane!
Please, Flex, Morgan pleaded. I'll do anything.
He meant every word.
Anything?
Yes, anything, anything.
Good.
Flex lowered the pistol and ran his hand through Cook's hair.
So, shall I tell you what I want, Jack?
Yes, just tell me. Tell me and you'll have it.
I've already got it, you prick.
Flex laughed.
All I want, Jack, is for you to watch.
Then he lifted the gun and pulled the trigger. Chapter 51. Jack Morgan sank to his knees. The phone fell from his hand and bounced across the floor. As he brought his hands to his face, he could hear Lewis's anguished screams coming from the phone's tiny speaker.
"Jack!"
Knight shouted, running to his friend's side.
"What is it?"
What was it? It was witnessing the cold-blooded murder of a colleague. More than a colleague. It was being helpless to prevent it. It was a sense of the deepest revulsion and the fast-growing tide of anger. It was the loss of someone Morgan loved and would never hold again. He killed Jane.
"What?"
Knight mumbled, unable to comprehend the words.
"What?"
He killed Jane, Morgan said again, the anger beginning to take over every other emotion.
"I'll kill him,"
he growled in the back of his throat as he pushed himself up and picked up his phone. The call had ended.
"Jack, tell me what's happened. Talk to me, mate."
Flex executed Jane.
He's still got Lewis.
"I'm going to find him, Peter," Morgan promised, his eyes like burning embers. "I'm going to find Flex Gibbon, and then I'm going to kill him." Chapter 52. Michael Gibbon looked down at the body that lay in front of him. What had been a beautiful woman was reduced now to a body of useless meat. It was a waste, really. Still, the bitch who had attacked him at his gym was dead, and Morgan had seen her die. That gave Flex some solace. But it did not fill him with satisfaction. That wouldn't come until Jack Morgan had suffered still more, and then finally died in agony himself.
"You fucking coward,"
Flex then heard, breaking him from his thoughts. He turned his masked head to look at the police officer, Lewis. She was on her knees and trembling, but her face was hard and defiant.
"You're a copper,"
Flex stated.
"I am,"
Lewis answered, with a proud jut of her chin.
"Look at her."
"Go on."
"Look at her,"
Flex urged with a wave of his pistol. Willing herself to be stoic, Lewis obeyed and turned her eyes to Cook's body on the floor.
"This woman was a traitor,"
Flex declared, lifting up Cook's head by her hair so that her dead eyes looked at Lewis.
"She was a traitor,
and so she got treated like one."
"She wasn't a traitor, you fucking murderer,"
Lewis shouted, hoping that she could face death with the same tenacity that Cook had.
"She was,"
Flex stated coldly, dropping Cook's head so that it hit hard on the floor.
"She's been working with that American bastard to undermine British security. She's been working to undermine the army and the police. Your team, Lewis. She's been out to fuck your team."
"Bollocks," Lewis spat. "Just shoot me and get it over with, you fat bastard. I don't want to hear your crap." Flex's accomplice hit her hard in the face. The police officer tasted blood and braced herself as she saw a boot coming in at her stomach. Being ready wasn't enough. Lewis doubled over in pain as she felt one of her lower ribs crack.
"I've got nothing against you, Lewis," Flex explained. But I've had nothing against a lot of people I've killed, so don't let yourself think that will stop me. Now, he asked, bringing up the silencer of his pistol to brush against his captive's forehead, are you going to help me, or are you going to die? Chapter 53. Jack Morgan sprinted out of the police station, Peter Knight on his heels, and a series of clattering doors and bewildered faces left in their wake. "Jack," Knight shouted at his friend's back, "we can't rush into this alone. We don't have weapons. We need the police." Morgan ignored Knight's calls until the men stood in a wide stretch of empty car park. The American came to a stop and turned to face Knight. "No police," Morgan declared, his voice guarded and lethal like a holstered pistol. "If Flex sees police, Lewis will die too. I've already had HQ call off the uniforms who were supposed to take over Patel's crime scene. But no police, Peter. These are our people, and it's up to us to save them." Knight didn't point out that Private's own agent was beyond help. "Lewis is police. Her own people deserve to know what's happening." Morgan shook his head. "I'm getting her out of this." Knight could see that the shock of Cook's death was clouding Morgan's judgment. The American had pulled off so many daring feats that Knight had lost count, but now that record was pushing Morgan into making rash decisions that would not only cost Lewis her life, but likely Jack Morgan his own. "This is what he wants, Jack," Knight argued. "He wants you to run in there with no plan." "I have a plan," Morgan protested. "I'm going to kill him." Knight reached out and grabbed his friend by the shoulders. "Jack, mate, please, reconsider this. Getting yourself killed will not bring her back." But there was no reply for Knight, nor recognition that his words had even been heard. Instead, Morgan looked to the sky. "Chopper's here." Chapter 54. Flex stood back as his accomplice delivered a kick into Lewis's side. The air was driven from her, red-hot pain shooting through the woman's body as the ends of her broken rib grated against one another. "Here's something for you to think about," Flex growled through his mask. "Don't you think it's funny that Jack Morgan and Private keep turning up around the world just as shit is about to hit the fan? Look at London. Who was here to save the day at the Olympics? Who was here for Trooping the Colour? It's always that bastard Morgan. He sets these things up so that his company profits from them. Can you not see that?" "All I see," Lewis groaned, "is a fat boy with a man-crush. You should just get it over with and admit you want to Flex's boot drove the last words from her lungs as a wheeze. "You stupid bitch. What money are you on as a copper? 30 grand a year? Morgan is making millions a year. Millions. And he's making it by having others die for him. You think this sack of shit on the floor is the first one who's died to make Jack Morgan richer?" "She died," Lewis spat, "because you killed her." "She died because she was a disposable asset," Flex shot back. "Disposable to Jack Morgan, so that he can continue to live his life of beach houses and private jets." "You jealous bastard," Lewis laughed. "Is that all this is? You're going to kill me because you want Morgan's life?" Flex told his accomplice to deliver another kick to Lewis's broken ribs, but it did not stop Lewis from finishing. "No wonder you're wearing that mask. Morgan is a good-looking bloke. I bet you've got a face like a cheese toasty." She laughed at her own insult. Then, to her surprise, she heard Flex join in. "You really don't think I'll kill you, do you, copper? I don't think you've got the balls. Probably vanished from all that juice you've been doing." She snorted, taking in the man's steroid-inflated size. "You're a coward, and a small man in all the ways that count." "A coward?" Flex laughed. "Well, maybe I am, but you don't have to be a brave man to do this." Flex shoved the barrel of his gun inside Lewis's mouth. She tried to speak, but the words were muffled by the barrel and came out as an angry gurgle.
I want you to know, Flex said from above, that you're going to die to make Jack Morgan richer. Think about that as your last thought. Flex laughed, and then he pulled the trigger. Chapter 55. The buildings of London were a blur beneath the helicopter as it belted across the city, green parks just a flash as Morgan and Knight raced to Kensington and to Sharon Lewis. Morgan had been silent for the first 2 minutes of the flight, but now he pulled his phone and dialed into Private London's HQ. "Put me through to Hooligan," he commanded the watch manager. "Hooligan left once Patel was taken into custody," the watch manager explained. "I'll put you through to Denise." "Who's Denise?" Morgan asked Knight as the call went through. "We recruited her last year straight from Cambridge. Hooligan handpicked her. She's quite brilliant, really." "Denise, this is Jack Morgan. Are you okay with breaking the law?" "I am if it's for a good cause," the young woman answered, without hesitation. "I need you to hack into any and all CCTV systems within 500 yards of Maya Patel's home, and then feed them to me. Can you do that?" "I can." Morgan hung up the call. "Why the hell isn't Hooligan there?" he asked Knight. "Jack, he's been working non-stop. As far as he was concerned, our cases both wrapped up once we took Patel into custody. He couldn't have foreseen this." "Private isn't a part-time gig," Morgan spoke through clenched teeth. "If this new girl is as good as you say she is, then Hooligan's gone." "Gone?" Knight stammered, flabbergasted. "He's a linchpin in Private London, Jack. I know things are not great right now, but—" "Not great!" Morgan cut him off, seething. "Jane is dead, and my people are not where they should be." "He didn't know," Knight pressed. "And whose fault is that?" Morgan shot back, his eyes burning into Knight. "You are the head of Private London, Peter, and Flex is on your turf. If he was planning this, you should have known about it." Knight didn't know what to say. "Cook is dead because Private London didn't see this coming," Morgan warned. "Hooligan isn't the only one that's replaceable." Chapter 56. Inside the helicopter was tense and silent. Beside Knight, Morgan sat like a coiled spring. Then, without warning, the American's body sagged into his seat. "I'm sorry, Peter," Morgan sighed. "You don't have anything to be sorry about. I'm the head of Private, and all mistakes belong to me. If anyone killed Jane, then it was me." Knight turned in the helicopter's tight confines so that he could look directly into Morgan's face. "Flex killed Jane. Don't forget that, Jack. Nobody else. Flex." After a moment, Morgan grudgingly nodded. "I should have seen this coming, though, Peter. We beat him down when we were searching for Abby Winchester. We kicked his ass. Reputation is everything in the security business, and Flex must have lost his when he took that beating." "Not everyone kills over a reputation, but Flex would," Morgan countered. "I should have known that. I should have seen it. I came into this situation with blinkers on, and led us into one trap after another. Jane's dead because of me. Bollocks, Jack." Knight grabbed his friend's shoulder. "She's dead because of that bastard." "She's dead because of me. And Lewis, too. Flex won't take prisoners." Chapter 57. Flex pulled his gun from Sharon Lewis's mouth and looked down at the policewoman. He smiled. "What are you looking at?" Lewis growled, fighting to control her shaking body. "I'm impressed," Flex grunted. "I've seen SAS soldiers piss themselves when they've gone through that." "That's because you're all a bunch of pussies." Lewis braced herself against the expected reprisal. None came. "I need you alive," Flex explained. "I need you to deliver a message to Jack Morgan." "What is it?" she asked cautiously. "This." And then the punch did come. Chapter 58. "I'm putting her down," the pilot announced over the helicopter's internal comms, pointing to a patch of green amidst the city below them. It was Holland Park, the nearest clearing to Patel's Kensington home. "Anything from the CCTV taps?" Knight asked Morgan as they dropped towards the ground, their stomachs lifting. "Nothing useful." "So what's our plan?" Morgan didn't answer. Instead, as the helicopter's skids touched down onto the grass, Morgan threw back the door and ran. Knight tried to stay on his heels, but the American was faster, the desire for revenge driving him on to a pace that Knight simply couldn't match. As their shoes beat the tarmac of Kensington's pavements, Knight began to fall behind. Only Morgan's occasional slowing to check his phone's map allowed Private London's leader to keep him in sight. Knight had no need for his own map. He recognized the area by sight. He knew they were drawing closer, and was relieved to see Morgan pull up short of Patel's street. "We can't just sprint in there, Jack," Knight panted as he caught up. "They'll kill Lewis and then us." "We're not going in anywhere." Morgan looked down the street. Knight followed the direction of Morgan's gaze, and he saw the reason why. Patel's home was surrounded by police. Chapter 59. "I told you not to call the police," Morgan shouted at Knight, seeing their chance to slip inside and rescue Lewis disappear. "I didn't," Knight protested. "Honestly, Jack, this wasn't me. But look, the way that they're set up, this isn't a siege." Morgan looked to the police cordon. The uniformed officers were facing outwards, not in. "None of them are in cover," Morgan realized. "They are not afraid of getting shot." "Flex is gone," Knight said, the words barely out of his mouth, before Morgan was again sprinting, this time towards the police. "Who's in charge?" he called to the nearest uniform, the officer raising an eyebrow at Morgan's American accent. "Please stay away from the cordon, sir," the young PC said in reply. "I need to know who's in charge," Morgan asserted. "My people were inside that house. I need to get in there." "Sir, please stay calm." "I am calm, and I need to get inside." The sound of raised voices drew the attention of a police sergeant. As a veteran officer, she had seen enough grief to recognize it in Morgan. "Sir," she said in a calm, controlled voice, "you say you know whose house this is?" "It belongs to Mayo Patel." Knight cut in before Morgan could speak. "But the two women here are Sharon Lewis and Jane Cook. One is a police officer and the other is an investigator for private." "They are my people," Morgan seethed, "and I need to see them." The police sergeant thought over Knight's words, then looked back to the house. "Have you been inside?" Knight begged. "Please, we need to know." The sergeant held her tongue as she gestured for the young officer beside her to move away and give them privacy. "The paramedics are stabilizing one woman who's been badly beaten," she told the men, looking straight into their eyes. "I'm afraid that one of the women has passed away." "Can we see them?" Knight asked. Morgan opened his mouth but found himself unable to speak. "This is Jack Morgan, head of private. My name's Peter Knight, and I'm head of the London branch. If you call my sister-in-law at the Met, Elaine Pottersfield, she will confirm for you who we are." "I'm sorry, sirs, but your identity is not the issue. No one but the police and paramedics can cross this boundary. If you will wait here, I'll go and find out which hospital they're taking her to." "Thank you," Knight said, defeated. Beside him, Jack Morgan was white with rage. "This is Flex's doing," he hissed between clenched teeth. "He called the police himself to keep me from Jane." The truth of that hit Knight like a blow. Then in the same moment he realized what other motivation a former SAS soldier could have for keeping them at the cordon. "We're sitting ducks out here, Jack," Knight warned. "There are hundreds of windows on this street, and Flex could be in any one of them. Let's get clear and into some cover," he urged. But Morgan stood firm. Knight considered how he could drag Morgan from the street into safety. Thankfully he was saved the ordeal by the reappearance of the sergeant. "I gave your names to the lady in the ambulance," the police officer told them. "She wants to see you." Chapter 60.
Morgan and Knight ducked under the police tape and followed the police sergeant quickly to the back of the ambulance. Knight threw a look Morgan's way, worried at the intensity he saw coming from his friend and boss. There was no knowing what kind of state Sharon Lewis was in emotionally or physically. Knight had never met the woman, but his guess was that the last thing she would need would be Morgan going in bull-headed and demanding answers. He needn't have worried.
"Lewis, I'm so glad you're alive," Morgan said gently.
Knight could have sworn there were tears in the man's eyes. And why not? Lewis was strapped to a gurney, her arms splinted to immobilize around the fractures she had suffered at the hands of Flex.
"What the hell have they done to you?" Morgan whispered.
The answer to that question was obvious. Lewis had been savagely beaten from head to toe. Her skin was already turning a mottled purple, her neck held firmly, in place, by a plastic brace. Her right eye was fully closed. Her left was focused loosely on the two men who stood silhouetted against the ambulance's door.
"Morgan," she whispered. "Morgan?" "I'm here," he told her, placing his hand on hers. "I'm so glad to see you, Lewis." "Like this?" She tried to smile. "Not like this," he said softly, and Lewis's open eye shed a tear. They both knew what Morgan meant. He was glad to see her alive. "I couldn't stop them," she said, the single tear followed by several others. "I'm sorry, Morgan. I couldn't stop them." "Don't think about it, Lewis. Don't even think about it." But of course it was all she could think about. The image of Cook on her knees, with the barrel pointed at her head. The soft psst sound of the silenced pistol firing. The sight of Cook's body slumping to the floor. "You need to rest, Lewis." "I don't want to close my eyes," she whimpered. "It's all I see." From long experience of violent memories, Morgan knew of one way to escape the emotional pain. "Watch her, Peter." Morgan slipped out of the rear of the ambulance and returned a moment later with the paramedic. Without a word, the first responder took a syringe and fed morphine into the cannula in Lewis's wrist. "He's given you something for it. You'll sleep, Lewis, and you won't feel the pain. You won't see the pain." Lewis tried to blink tears away, but gravity held them on her eye. Morgan took a tissue from one of the ambulance's shelves and delicately dabbed them. "You're one of the bravest people I've ever seen. I'm going to come with you to the hospital." "No," she said, fighting against the drug that now began to overtake her. "No hospital, Morgan." He had to hunch over to catch the rest of her words, which were lost to Knight. Finally, Lewis's lips stopped moving, the slow rise and fall of her chest showing the signs of a woman in a deep, drug-fueled delirium. "What did she say?" Knight asked Morgan. When the American turned to face him, his eyes reminded Knight of an impending storm. There was calm now, but soon all would be destruction and violence. "That we finish this." Chapter 61. Jack Morgan and Peter Knight stepped from the ambulance, the paramedic pulling the doors closed behind them. The vehicle's lights and sirens started up, and police officers hurriedly cleared a lane for it to pull away. Given the severity and nature of the attack, a police car followed in the ambulance's wake to ride shotgun. Morgan noticed the precaution and gave his thanks to the police sergeant. "She's one of ours," the woman said. "She saved my life," Morgan told her. "Please look after her." "We will," the sergeant promised. "I'm sorry that we can't let you inside. If it was up to me—" "You've done enough," he assured her. In truth, it killed him that he could not run to Cook's side, even in death. But if he was to be denied that proximity to the woman he loved, then he would take himself where he was needed. He would take himself to where her killer was hiding, and there he would deliver justice. "We need to go," he told Knight. "Our car will be here any second," said Knight, and sure enough, a black Range Rover appeared in that moment at the end of the street. But that's not ours, Knight wondered, ready at any moment to shove Morgan into cover should the occupants prove hostile. At the behest of a waving officer, the vehicle slowed to a stop 10 metres short of the cordon. There the passenger door opened, and Knight felt his body relax as a familiar figure stepped into the street and beckoned towards them. "Over here!" Colonel Marcus de Villiers waved, and after a final thank you to the police sergeant, Morgan and Knight slipped under the cordon to join him. "Have you seen Lewis?" asked the guards officer. Morgan nodded. "We have. She's badly beaten, but alive." "Thank God," de Villiers sighed. As head of Royal Security, Lewis fell under his command, and there was no doubt in the private agents' minds that de Villiers truly cared for Lewis's well-being. "And Cook?" the man asked hopefully. Morgan said nothing. Knight shook his head. "Morgan, I'm so sorry." Morgan's mind was miles from sympathies, 1,000,000 miles from them. It was only concerned with retribution. Perhaps de Villiers saw as much. "Get into the car, Morgan," he ordered as if to a soldier. "Not you," he said to Knight as he tried to follow. "I need to speak with him alone." Chapter 62. As the Range Rover's doors closed behind them, Morgan was about to ask de Villiers what he wanted to speak about. Instead, he watched with surprise as the colonel slammed his fist into the headrest of the empty passenger seat. "Bastards!" he snarled. "Spineless, gutless bastards!" He punched again, breathing heavily. "They'll pay for this. Lewis is one of mine." The head of Royal Security inhaled deeply. "An attack on her is... It's an attack on the Crown, Morgan." De Villiers shook his head. "And Cook? She was awarded an OBE for what she did in Afghanistan. She's done as much for her country as any other person." "Why are you telling me this?" Morgan asked, his manners blunted by emotion. "Why?" De Villiers choked, as if it were obvious. "Because I want to help you." "You can't help in this. Our work for the princess is over. We found Sophie. We found her killer." "It's over, is it?" De Villiers shook his head. "Not when Lewis is in the hospital, it isn't. Not when—" He left Jane Cook's name and fate unspoken. "Look, Morgan, you may not have the highest opinion of me, that's clear enough, but I am a soldier, a British soldier, and we believe in honour and justice. Someone out there has murdered a former army officer and badly beaten one of my police officers. I want whoever did it found." "Then look for them." "I don't need to, because you already know who it is, don't you? You're like a bulldog straining at the leash, Morgan. You're not sniffing for clues. You're ready to tear out a throat." "I don't know who it was," Morgan lied. "Bullshit. Total bullshit. And what if it is bullshit? Do you think I'd tell you, so that you can get in my way?" De Villiers laughed. "Get in your way?" He shook his head. "Morgan, Lewis is family to me. I want to help you. I want you to find these people before anyone else does. Do I have to spell out why?" Morgan looked into the officer's eyes and believed him. De Villiers wanted justice, the kind that couldn't be delivered in a British courtroom. "No," Morgan answered. "Good." De Villiers nodded with finality. "Now, I expect you've been wondering where to find a gun." Chapter 63. Peter Knight watched as Morgan emerged from the back seat of the Range Rover. No sooner had the door closed than the vehicle pulled away quickly up the street. "Our own car's here," Knight gestured to a black Audi dispatched from private London. "Where to?" "Headquarters,"
Knight recognized from his boss's tone that it was not a good idea to dig for further information right now. As they crossed to the waiting car, Morgan threw one more forlorn look towards the building that housed Jane Cook's body. It would be some time before the pathologists and crime scene investigators were ready to take her away, and it pained Morgan to know that Cook was alone and cold on a kitchen floor. He knew from experience that there was no dignity in death, but Cook's fate seemed exceedingly cruel. The fact that his own life was in danger did not even enter into his mind. Instead, Jack Morgan's emotions swung from crushing sadness to red-hot rage. "I'm going to rip his throat out," he promised as they climbed into the car, repeating the image that de Villiers had put in front of him. "We'll get him," Knight promised. "We'll finish him," Morgan corrected. "This doesn't end in an arrest, Peter. I understand if you don't want in on that, but those are the rules." "I'm with you," Knight said, meeting the hard stare of his friend and leader. "I'm with you, Jack," he vowed again, his mind then catching on the crux of what Morgan was saying. This was not an ordinary case. The rules had changed. No, Knight caught himself thinking. Not just the rules. The entire game. "We have to think like Flex," said Knight. "The man's clearly got no limits, no boundaries. What else is he capable of?" "Anything. He's sick. You should get hold of your family, Peter. Have them brought into private HQ. My God, you're right." The icy fingers of fear reached up from Knight's stomach and into his throat. It was with a near-shaking hand that he made the call to his children's sitter and asked for them to be brought to his place of work. "We should bring in all of our staff," Knight then urged. No guessing who else he could target. "Do it. He targeted Jane because of what she and I did to him in the gym. But I don't put anything past him." Knight made the call, ordering Private London's watch manager to bring in all members of staff, emphasizing the need for vigilance. "What now, Jack?" he asked, his phone calls made. But there was no reply from the American. None in words, at least. But Morgan's eyes told Knight all he needed to know. Now would be payback. Chapter 64. Morgan watched almost in a daze as their car slid through the rain-slicked streets of London. Traffic became a blur. Faces were meaningless. It was a procession of life, hundreds, maybe thousands of people, but all Morgan could think about was death. Jane. Gone. He blinked hard to try to clear the image from his eyes. It was the picture of Jane, her face pleading and terrified as Flex held the gun to her head. Then Morgan had seen that most beautiful face turn to ruin, as Flex had pulled the trigger. "Pull over," he instructed the driver. "Pull over." The man did so, drivers honking angrily as Morgan pushed open the door and threw up onto the curb. "Are you all right?" Knight asked as Morgan stepped back inside the car. Morgan ignored him. Instead, he closed the door and waved for the driver to go on. "Jack, are you all right?" Knight insisted. Of course he wasn't all right. He had fallen for Cook, hard, and then he had watched helplessly as her brains were blown out onto the floor. Who could be all right after that? But he was Jack Morgan, after all. He almost laughed to himself, thinking of how Private's agents saw him as both the unstoppable force and the immovable object. Hadn't he seen enough death? He could still remember the helicopter crash in the Afghan mountains. He could still remember the screams and the smell of burning flesh. He could still remember the nightmares and bedsheets soaked in sweat. He could still feel the guilt that hung from his shoulders like the heaviest rucksack he had ever carried as a Marine. And now this. Now Jane's death, too. "Why are we doing this?" Morgan asked himself, but the words came out loud enough for Knight to hear. The Englishman frowned in confusion, as if the answer was so simple. "For justice." "For justice?" Morgan smiled. What justice could there be for Jane Cook? Her life was worth 1,000,000 Flex Gibbons. How could her soul and presence ever be replaced? How could there be real justice when the world was an emptier place without her? "I miss her already," he confessed tonight, "and it hasn't even hit me yet."
Not really.
We're here for you, Jack, Knight promised. All of Private London. We are here for each other as a family. Private London. So caught up was he in his own loss that Morgan had yet to consider the wider ripples of Jane's tragedy. Cook was beloved of every member of the London office, he knew. She had family there, and family in the wider world. What of her comrades from the army, people who had fought and lived beside her in the hardest of circumstances? Flex's actions would cause distress and grief to hundreds of people. His attack had been not just on Cook and Lewis, but on hundreds, maybe thousands of people. He was a monster, and he had to be stopped. No matter the consequences. Peter, are you ready to step up? If the time comes, are you ready to step up for Private? It took Knight a moment to grasp the implications of what Morgan was saying. I am, Jack, he promised, but I won't need to. We'll see, Morgan thought. Because he knew this was only going to end one of two ways, with the death of Michael Flex Gibbon, or with the death of Jack Morgan. Chapter 65. Morgan felt the shrouded looks and pity-filled smiles as he walked into Private London's HQ alongside Peter Knight. My children are upstairs, Knight sighed, shoulders slumping in relief. You should stay with them, said Morgan. I can handle this alone. Knight didn't reply, but there was no chance he would leave this for Morgan to handle alone. How are we doing on the head count? He asked his watch manager. Almost everyone is accounted for, she advised Knight. We've got them either coming into here or safe houses if they're in other parts of the UK. How is it affecting ongoing ops? He asked. Minimally. Sir Tony and Sophie Edwards were our main investigations. We have a fraud case in Scotland, and a widow in Sheffield has asked that we look over her husband's death, but other than that the decks are clear. Those cases can wait, Morgan said evenly. Right now, Private has only one case. The watch manager nodded. No one needed telling what that case was. There is just one person we haven't yet been able to contact, she said. Who is it? Knight asked, instantly fearful. Jeremy Crawford, she replied. Hooligan. Chapter 66. Morgan and Knight sprinted for the Audi. Knight relieved the driver and jumped in behind the wheel. Within a moment they were tearing out into traffic. It had been less than 90 seconds since the watch manager had informed them that Hooligan was the only private employee who hadn't been contacted. She put this down to his being at the West Ham game, where phone coverage was always pitiful due to the number of users in one place, but Knight and Morgan had darker thoughts. Flex won't have had time to get him before the game started, Morgan worked out, but he could be waiting for him. Hooligan was one of the team that worked on the case to rescue Abby Winchester. So if that's his list, we have to find him before Flex does. How much do we know about the man Hooligan's with? Morgan asked. Perkins. He was sent from de Villiers to coordinate with them on the tech side of things. No one's been able to get hold of him either. You think he could be working with Flex? He's not one of ours, so I'm ruling nothing out. I'm not losing anybody else, Morgan promised himself as he picked up his phone. The call going straight to Hooligan's voicemail for the 10th time. Come on, damn it. Connect. Chapter 67. Jeremy Hooligan Crawford streamed out of London Stadium with thousands of other downcast West Ham fans, having been drubbed 2-0 by the visitors in a pre-season friendly. I can't believe you paid for a season ticket to watch that dross, said Perkins, the Millwall fan. Been paying for the past 17 years. Hooligan shook his head. I must be a sucker for punishment. If you're into paying to be miserable, there's ladies in Soho that would do that for you. Black leather doesn't suit my complexion, Hooligan laughed, and I got too much important stuff to say to have a ball gag in my mouth. For a moment, Hooligan thought that the grimace on his new friend's face was an indication that he had taken the joke too far. But he quickly realized something was seriously wrong as Perkins crashed to the ground. Crap! Perkins! Help!
he shouted to the crowd around him. He felt a rush of relief as he saw a police officer only steps away. "Help, officer, help!" Hooligan gestured frantically. "My mate's collapsed." Only then did he see the taser in the officer's hand. Chapter 68. Hooligan's eyes went wide in horror as he saw the mouth of the taser flicker to life. Crouched to help Perkins, he knew there was no way he could spring clear before the man disguised as a police officer struck. The crowd had allowed the policeman to close on them unseen, and now it hemmed Hooligan in like a trapped fish. "Killed by my fellow fans," he thought, as the taser jabbed towards his throat and he closed his eyes. But the expected pain of the electric shock did not come. Hooligan realized he was somehow untouched and opened his eyes. In front of him he saw a beautiful sight. A ruptured pie slipped lazily from the side of the man's head, gravy spilling down his neck, as all about him laughed and cheered. "On your head, pig!" a voice in the crowd shouted. The hardcore football fans had no love for the police, and seeing a fan tasered, they had lashed out. The thrown food and shoves into the man's back had bought Hooligan seconds, and now he used them, scrambling to his feet and pushing his way through the scrum of bodies. A flash of guilt struck him for abandoning Perkins, but a quick look behind was enough to tell him what his gut already knew, that the officer was there for him. Sure enough, the big man was now pushing his way through the crowd like a barracuda through a shoal of fish. Hooligan knew damn well that the man was no police officer. It wasn't so much that he had attacked without reason, but because Hooligan had seen into his eyes. That was not the face you sent to reassure a grieving family, or to talk to local shopkeepers after a theft. It was the face of a killer, plain and simple. Hooligan ran and shoved as if his life depended on it, because he knew that it probably did. Chapter 69. Nathan Ryder was not a happy man. In fact, he was furious. When the pie had hit his head, his first instinct had been to find the man who threw it and to shove his thumbs into that man's eyes. It was with some internal struggle that he had fought off the urge, and in those few seconds the ginger bastard had escaped. Not escaped, Ryder corrected himself, but made life difficult. The ginger was pushing through the crowd, but Ryder could see how the man was already breathing like a beached whale. He was unfit, and he was panicked. His lack of fitness would drop him into Ryder's hands as easily as the taser would have done, and then it was simply a case of dragging him away into the police car. From there it would be a short drive to a garage full of power tools and the beginning of the ginger's real nightmare. Flex planned a show. Something that would make even the Mexican cartels look like pussies, he had said. And Ryder was the kind of man who enjoyed such work. Ryder was not what anybody could consider a nice person. Those who had known him in his childhood would politely describe him as difficult, whilst those who knew him as an adult would describe him as a total bastard. Those who truly knew him would use the words dangerous and killer. He had been 20 years old when he left Britain to join the French Foreign Legion. For a man with Ryder's violent disposition, fighting had always seemed like a good way to earn a living, and so, when the British Army couldn't take him due to his long criminal record, he had set sail across the English Channel. To him, one army was as good as the next. Tough men join the French Foreign Legion, and the Legion makes them tougher still. By the time Ryder had completed 20 years' service, he was fluent not only in several languages, but in killing. He left the service with a reputation, and was headhunted by Flex Gibbon, who had once worked with Ryder on a shady operation in West Africa. Flex knew from those bloody days that Ryder was a man who would carry out a mission first and ask questions later, so he had been the perfect candidate to run Flex's operations in Africa. Over the past 10 years the two men had built a firm friendship, and so when Flex told Ryder that he had a score to settle, Ryder had not needed reasons, only instructions. That was how he had come to be hunting down the private tech guru. He knew now there was nothing that would come between him and the ginger. He simply walked on, confident that his size and face would clear a path for him like the parting of the Red Sea. For those too slow to move, there was always a shunt in the back or a shove to the shoulder. Ryder was blocked by one of those oblivious idiots now. "Out of my way, you cock," he growled, taking hold of the West Ham supporter's shirt and shoving him aside. He hadn't spent weeks tracking Hooligan's habits to lose him now. Chapter 70. Hooligan could hear shouting behind him and turned to see the policeman only meters away. The huge man violently shoving a West Ham supporter out of the way. Then he saw a knife pull free of its hiding place. He saw it drive forwards and plunge into flesh. His pursuer's flesh. "Ah!" the man screamed as the blade pierced his stomach. "You bastard!" he growled at the football fan who had stabbed him. No. Private's tech guru corrected himself. Not a football fan. A football hooligan. A real one. And here came his friends, scarves pulled up over their faces, as they hurried to form a barrier between him and who they assumed was an officer of the law. "Run, you wanker!" they shouted at their friend, and Hooligan's unwitting saviour, who took off quickly. "Run," they urged. Hooligan also decided to take their advice, as the stabbed man was getting to his feet. Hooligan cursed that he appeared mostly undamaged. His stab vest had taken most of the blow, and only a small amount of blood was leaking into his hand. "Out of my way," the man raged. "Out of my way, or I'll arrest you all." And as Hooligan pressed through the crowd, he saw the football fans slowly obey. In the near distance there was now the sound of shouts and whistles. Above the heads of the West Ham supporters, Hooligan could see 2 mounted officers entering the horde on horseback. A quick calculation told him they would never get to him before the fake officer. Hooligan's only chance was to keep running and to find his own safety. So he shoved, swore, and sprinted his way between his fellow fans, ignoring the constant insults and occasional fists that came his way. "I'm sorry," he pleaded as he staggered on. The crowd began to thin as Hooligan reached the head of the exodus from London Stadium. "Which way you going, you knob?" a fan spat, instinctively kicking Hooligan's legs from beneath him as he barged by. Hooligan hit the ground hard, the tarmac peeling back the skin on his hands and bringing with it a sensation Hooligan hadn't felt since his childhood. Scraped knees and gravel burn as he dreamed of one day taking the field for West Ham. "No," he thought to himself, "it can't end here. I'm not ready." But no amount of adrenaline or dogged determination could rouse his spent muscles and heaving lungs. Hooligan had run to the limit of his endurance. He had nothing left to give. And then his phone began to ring. Chapter 71. "It's going through," Peter Knight shouted excitedly as a sound of ringing came over the Audi speakers. "Come on, Ches, pick up, pick up." Beside Knight, in the passenger seat, Jack Morgan sat tight-faced and impassive. His emotions shoved deep inside his chest as he tried to think only of the safety of his people that still breathed, and not the ones who were beyond help. It was an impossible task, and as the phone continued to ring, Morgan could not help but think of Hooligan, as Cook had been, forced onto his knees, with a pistol to his head. "God damn it, Hooligan, pick up!" shouted Morgan, the veneer of his outward calm breaking. Through the windows, both men saw the beginnings of the football crowd seeping through the streets and away from the stadium that loomed in the middle distance. Around them, traffic began to calcify as car parks emptied. "Pick up!" Morgan roared again, knowing they would soon be deadlocked. The call connected. "Help me," the East Ender breathed heavily through the car speakers. "Please." "Where are you?" Morgan asked, holding up his hand to cut off the same question coming from Knight. "What do you see around you?" "The White Swan pub." The tremor of terror was clear in Hooligan's voice. "Please, I've lost sight of him." "Get to the pub," Morgan ordered. "Stay in a busy place." "It won't stop him." "Just do it, Hooligan," Morgan shouted. Knight was already turning the car in traffic to head back in the opposite direction. "I saw that place on the way in," he explained. "It's only a few hundred meters back, but it may as well have been a few hundred miles back. The road heading away from the stadium was a parking lot. West Ham supporters weaving their way through the cars and making it impossible for them to drive at faster than walking pace. "I'm going for him," Morgan declared, opening the door. "Jack, wait. It could be a trap." They're using him to draw you in. Morgan heard the truth in Knight's words, but he couldn't care less. He would not sit idle, as one of his own was in peril. Instead, he ran towards that danger. Chapter 72. Hooligan shuffled as quickly as he could to the packed White Swan pub. He was so busy throwing terrified looks over his shoulders that he never saw the bouncer in front of him, and recoiled as his head bumped off the big man's chest. "Which way you going?" the bouncer warned.
"Can I come in?" Hooligan asked. "I've got friends inside."
The bouncer shook his head at the dishevelled man. "Not a chance, mate. You're shit-faced."
"I'm not," Hooligan pleaded. "I swear on me mum. I'm not drunk."
"Well, you've been scrapping, then. Either way, you're not coming in."
"Can I stand next to you?" Hooligan asked, swallowing. "Someone's trying to get me."
"Get out of here, you smackhead," the man growled, "before I stick my fist down your throat." The red-hot anger in the man's eyes told Hooligan that he would back up his threat. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Hooligan scuttled along the pub's wall, trying to have at least one side of himself covered from the approach of his stabbed assailant. Hooligan scanned the crowd and saw no sign of his attacker. The closest uniforms were 100 yards away, 2 mounted police who were craning their necks at something as they patrolled along the roadside, where vehicles sat bunched and lazy, awaiting their turn to slip away from the stadium's neighbourhood.
"Where are you?" Hooligan asked hurriedly into his phone. "They won't let me in the pub."
"Stay next to it," Knight replied. "Jack is coming for you. Jez, listen. Who is following you?"
Hooligan opened his mouth to reply,
but the words died in his throat. The officer was on the opposite side of the crowded street. A grey hoodie was now pulled up over his head, but there was no forgetting the man's grim, ominous face.
"He's here,"
whispered Hooligan, as the man spotted him and began to cross the pedestrian traffic, a sick smile creeping across his ugly face.
"I need to run,"
Hooligan hissed into the phone. "Stay where you are," Knight insisted.
"But he's coming."
"Hooligan, if you run, we may not be able to find you again."
"Peter, he's getting close. Where's Jack?"
"Stay where you are."
Peter!
His pursuer was now halfway through the crowd. Halfway, and gesturing towards Hooligan's position. The assailant was not alone.
"Help!"
shouted Hooligan to everyone and no one. But the revellers ignored him, seeing either a smackhead or a drunk.
"Help me!"
Hooligan begged, but they did not. They shook their heads or smiled as they walked by. It was only when another man began to shout in the crowd that the smiles began to slip, and were replaced with panic, and something more powerful than fear. Terror. Chapter 73. "Bomb!" Jack Morgan shouted as he sprinted towards the White Swan pub. "Bomb!" he roared, hoping to sow confusion and chaos. He got it. London was a city where terror attacks were a question of when, not if, and now dozens of panicked fans began to run, some screaming, others echoing Morgan's frantic calls. "Bomb!" they yelled, scrambling to get clear. The stampede began moments later. It took only seconds for word to pass from one mouth to another, 20 metres at a time. In under 30 seconds it had reached the tail end of the crowd, who now surged forwards, sideways and backwards. What had been a steady flow of fans became a torrent, and no amount of cajoling by police or stewards could stop the flood.
"Out of my way!"
a man screamed at Morgan, shoving him aside. Others battered their way past him, many carrying children. The White Swan was only a dozen metres from Morgan, but the wave of fleeing spectators turned his approach into that of crossing a raging Rocky Mountain river.
"Hooligan!"
he shouted.
"Jeremy!"
Between the flashes of hustling claret and sky-blue shirts, Morgan caught sight of Hooligan sheltering by the pub's wall, as if from a storm. But it was a tidal wave of people that rushed by him.
"Over here!" Morgan shouted. "Over here!"
His words were getting lost in the din of the crowd, but he kept calling, "Look! Jeremy! Here!" And finally Hooligan did look, his eyes caught by Morgan's motion, which was counter to the direction all others were moving.
"Jack!" he called, his voice cracking. "Jack!"
Morgan saw Hooligan waving and pushed forward with more force, his sole focus on reaching Hooligan's side. When he burst from the crowd, it was almost as a newborn, tossed from the frantic motion of fleeing fans into a tranquil haven. "Where is he?" asked Morgan.
"I haven't seen him since the stampede started."
Hooligan hugged Morgan as if he were a long-lost father.
"That was you who started the bomb scare?"
Hooligan was not the only one to have figured that out, and now the alert mounted police, who'd been drawn to Morgan by his rushing through the crowd, pointed fingers in his direction and turned their horses into the press. The steady flow of fleeing fans broke around the beasts like river rapids.
"They're coming for us, Jack. Thank God."
Morgan felt no such elation. Flex was owed retribution, and Morgan could not deliver that from a Metropolitan Police cell. The mess could be cleared up, but it would take time. Time where Flex could be hunting more of Morgan's people, or disappearing. "Up and over the fence," Morgan ordered, his eyes on the wooden fencing that stood between them and the back of the pub. "Go. Put your boot in my hand and I'll push you up." Hooligan knew better than to argue with Jack Morgan. In seconds he was over the fence. Morgan chanced one look over his shoulder before he followed. The horse troopers were surging forwards, eyes narrowed in pursuit as they talked into their radios. Morgan was a wanted man. Chapter 74. Morgan dropped down into the backyard of the pub. "Gate, over there." He pointed the direction to Hooligan, and the two men began to twist and turn their way between empty beer kegs that gleamed silver in the evening sunlight.
"What's happening, Jack? Who's that bloke chasing me?"
Hooligan asked over his shoulder. "Just run. I'll explain later," Morgan told him. "Run, and don't stop." But Hooligan did stop. The gate was locked. Morgan was about to boost the tech up and over when both men's phones rang simultaneously. The anomaly was enough to stop Morgan and have him answer. "Peter?" he said into the phone. "Don't worry about the police," Knight's voice bounced back. "Get out of the front of the pub, Jack. I'm waiting here." "We can't," Morgan protested. "The police saw me start the stampede. We can't." "Don't worry about the police," Knight urged. "Just get out front. Hurry." Morgan felt Hooligan's eyes on him, expecting orders from his leader. Every instinct told him that they should run, but— "Inside," the American told Hooligan, putting his faith in Knight and leading his tech man towards the back door. As they stepped inside, they saw the pub had pretty much cleared out, except for a few stubborn patrons.
"You gotta love the British."
Hooligan couldn't help but smile, with pride, as he caught sight of one pensioner who was still sipping bitter at the bar, damned if he would move from his usual spot for a bomb threat. Morgan's eyes were on the doorways and windows. Through the glass he caught sight of Knight behind the Audi's wheel, and pushed Hooligan through the nearest exit towards it. Emptying out onto the street, Morgan half expected to be instantly assailed by police. Instead, he saw the two mounted officers moving away at speed in the opposite direction. "Get in!" he yelled at Hooligan, opening the rear door and bundling him inside. He was about to follow, when a roaring voice stopped him like a sledgehammer to the chest. "Jack!" the voice bellowed. "Jack!" The sound of the familiar voice he so hated ignited every inch of his body in furious fire as he turned to face the owner. Flex. The muscle-bound man stood in the street as the final panicked remnants of the stampede hurried by him. By his side was a tall brute in a grey hoodie. Morgan wanted to kill them both. Flex knew it, and smiled. Then he simply walked away. "Flex!" Morgan roared at the man's back, his mind too full of anger to formulate threat or insult. "Flex!" he shouted, his call cutting away as he realized he was immobile, something holding him back from charging at the man who had killed Jane Cook. "Help me hold him," Knight shouted at Hooligan, who stretched from the back seat to reach out the door, taking hold of Morgan's belt. "Hold him," Knight demanded, struggling with his own grip as he twisted from the driver's seat. "Get off of me," Morgan ordered. "It's a trap," Knight shouted back. "I don't care," the American argued. Knight lifted his foot from the brake and hit the accelerator. He let the car leap forward a few feet before he stopped it. It was enough of a distance to yank Morgan off balance and give Knight and Hooligan a chance to pull him backwards. Morgan's head hit hard against the doorframe as he was bundled awkwardly into the passenger seat, side on. "What the hell are you doing?" he roared. But Knight was not about to answer. With his friend and leader safely in the car, he drove up onto the pavement and hit the accelerator. They were clear. Chapter 75. Jack Morgan was still furious as Knight eased off the gas and drove them back onto the roads. "Have you gone crazy?" the American shouted. "Flex was there, Peter. I had him." "He had you," Knight spoke calmly. "He was pulling you into a trap, Jack. They could have had Hooligan if they wanted to. Think about it. This was a trap for you." "It felt like they wanted me," Hooligan protested, as adrenaline and shock shook his body. "Who the hell are they?" Morgan was in a silent rage, nostrils flaring. He turned his head to look out the window, but all he could see was the image of Flex as he taunted him within reach. Deep inside, Morgan knew that Knight was right. It had been a trap, with Hooligan the bait. But that didn't make it any easier to swallow the fact that Flex still drew breath. "Flex Gibbons behind it," Knight answered Hooligan from behind the wheel with a concerned look towards Morgan. "Flex Gibbon?" Hooligan asked, fishing in his memory for the name. "He was the SAS guy that Jack and Jane beat up to find Abby Winchester?" "He was." "Where is Jane?" Hooligan then asked, cautiously, his intellect connecting the dots between Morgan's behaviour and Cook's absence. "Guys, where's Jane?" The silence told Hooligan all he needed to know. "Oh, God, no," he uttered, slipping down his seat. "Not Jane." He trembled, his lips shaking violently. "Flex killed her." Morgan pushed out through clenched teeth, his eyes like lasers as he stared out the window. And he's still out there. "You'd be dead if you'd have followed Flex," Knight ventured, as neutrally as possible. "What use is that to her, Jack? That's not what she'd want. Think about it like this. When Flex goes down, do you want hundreds of witnesses?" "No," Morgan replied. "No witnesses, not unless he wanted to spend a lifetime in a British prison." "Flex will get what's coming to him," Knight promised, "but when we decide, not him." For a while the car was silent. In the back seat, Hooligan held his head between shaking hands. "You're a good man, Peter," Morgan finally said. "You too, Hooligan." "I ran," Hooligan stammered. "I left Perkins out there." "Perkins will be okay. The police will have got him to a hospital," Knight reassured him. "They didn't want Perkins, they wanted you. You did what you had to do." "You lived," added Morgan, "and now you can help us finish this." Chapter 76. The Audi pulled to a stop in private London secured parking, and all men exited simultaneously. "I've got to go to the loo," Hooligan told the others, and scuttled off. Knight looked at Morgan over the top of the car. "I'm sorry I went against your orders," Knight offered. "I know you're the boss, but I couldn't let you go after him. It would have been suicide. You're my friend, Peter, and you probably saved my life." Knight managed a weak smile. "I'm going to contact the Met," he told his leader, having been debriefed by Hooligan on the journey. "Let them know that there's someone masquerading in convincing police uniform." "Hooligan said he had all the gear," Morgan agreed. "He couldn't tell them apart. You think Flex has links in the police?" "Could he have called off the mounted officers to draw me in?" Knight shook his head. "That was Denise. She was following it all on their system. She hacked in and gave orders for all officers to make their way to a bogus mass casualty event." "Good work. Better make sure she covers her tracks." As Knight stepped away from the car, his investigator's instinct read Morgan's body language. "You're not coming inside, are you?" Morgan shook his head. "I'm not. Keys, please." Knight tossed them over. "Will you tell me where you're going?" "I won't." Morgan walked around to the driver's door and offered Knight his hand.
The Englishman shook it. "Be careful, Jack. I told you I'm ready to step up, but I don't want to have to." Morgan patted his friend on the shoulder. Then, without a word, he climbed into the car. The sleek, black machine glided from the garage and into the London night, where Jack Morgan would hunt. Chapter 77. Peter Knight slotted his ID card into the garage's door and followed it with the biometric data of his thumbprint and retinal scan. Only on the authentication of all three did the heavy deadbolts click open, Knight raising his hand to the cameras that monitored his every move. The security of his headquarters was more than a match for any building in the UK. It was with a clouded mind and heavy feet that he walked Private's hallways. He had known Jack Morgan for years, and he had never seen the American act this way. Morgan had always been a focused, driven individual, headstrong even. How else could he have built the world's biggest private investigation firm? But his single-minded desire for revenge was worrying Knight. Knight knew that he and Hooligan had saved Morgan's life by pulling him back into the car and keeping him from rushing after Flex and into an inevitable trap. Now Morgan was out again, who knew where, and without anyone to stop him from making any rash moves. Flex was ex-SAS and highly trained in tactical warfare. In order to beat him and achieve the justice Morgan so desperately wanted, they needed to be as cold and calculated as he was. Justice, he thought. What did that mean to him? Peter Knight had worked for a long time as part of the British criminal justice system. He had seen innocent people go to prison and evil ones go free. The system was flawed, he knew, but overall he believed in it. What kind of society would it be where people felt the need and the right to dispense their own justice? Knight had studied cases from Indonesia to Venezuela. He knew what happened when law broke down and vigilantism took over. Inevitably, those vigilante groups descended into becoming gangs and cartels and murderous groups, just like the ones they had at first stood up to, and Knight had no wish to see that on London's streets. And yet he had done nothing to stop Jack Morgan taking the car and leaving on what could only be the pursuit of Flex Gibbon, a pursuit that deep down Knight knew would not end with Flex being handcuffed and put into the back of a police car. It would end with a casket and spadefuls of dirt. Knight strode towards the tech lab. "We need to track Jack," he told Hooligan. "Already on it," Hooligan replied intently. "He didn't disable the tracker?" Knight asked, frowning. As head of Private, Morgan was aware of all standard operating procedures, one of the most basic of which was to tag and track all of the private fleet. Hooligan shook his head. "He didn't, surprisingly." Knight was confused. Why would Morgan go it alone, unwilling to disclose his intent, but leave the electronic signature of his whereabouts? "Where is he now?" "Well, that's odd." Hooligan frowned, looking again at his screen, and then to Knight. "He's at Horse Guards." Chapter 78. Jack Morgan pulled his car off Whitehall and into Great Scotland Yard, where he spied a parking space beside the Clarence pub. It was a private spot, but Morgan took care of that by giving the pub's bouncer a handshake loaded with a couple of £50 notes. Then, with the lightest of rains falling on his skin, he walked back onto Whitehall and in the direction of Horse Guards Parade. The majesty of London had always impressed Morgan, and its effect was even more striking at night. The buildings that lined Whitehall had been part of the seat from which the British Empire had been ruled. It was now home to the Ministry of Defence. The road itself watched over by statues of men who had led British armies to great victories overseas. Morgan's eyes glanced over the brass plaques as he walked, recognizing the names from lessons he had been taught as a young Marine Corps officer. Earl Haig, who had presided over the slaughter in the trenches, Viscount Montgomery, who had turned back Rommel's Africa Corps before serving beneath Eisenhower in Europe, the Viscount Slim, who had routed the Japanese in Asia. All leaders who had been blessed with remarkable men and women to serve under them, just as Morgan had. Looking at their faces,
Morgan wondered if they suffered, as he did, when any one of the people under their command were hurt or died in the line of duty. Morgan looked away from the statues, his eyes drawn to a brilliantly lit-up structure in the road's centre. It was the cenotaph, Morgan remembered, the central point of remembrance for all British and Commonwealth fallen soldiers. Jane had told him that when they had walked these streets together, looking for vulnerabilities in security ahead of the trooping of the colour parade, where kidnappers had threatened to execute Abby Winchester should a ransom for her release not be paid. It was during those hours alone with her that Morgan had begun to develop an attraction for Jane Cook that was more than physical, and her memory had drawn him here. Their time together had been as short as it had been electric, and Morgan wanted to feel her presence as he sought out the road ahead. He wanted to recall memories of her that were exciting and promising, rather than the grotesque images of her death. His feet crunching on the stone of Horse Guards Parade, Morgan closed his eyes and tried to imagine her own set of footsteps beside his. Then in the centre of the square he halted and raised his face to the sky. "I'm sorry, Jane," he whispered to the night. "I'm so sorry." He breathed deeply, holding back tears behind closed eyelids. He knew he had become a runaway train, and that he had to hold back his emotions, or at least channel them, if he was to bring justice to Jane's killers. Killers, because now he knew the face of Flex's accomplice. Morgan breathed out and opened his eyes. The square about him was deserted, the magnificent buildings surrounding him standing as proud as guardsmen in their lit-up glory. Such a sense of history and scale helped to focus Morgan's mind. How many men who had stood on this square had gone on to war never to come back? They had taken on danger and death because they had believed in a cause, a mission. Morgan's mission was one he believed in with every fibre of his being: to avenge Jane. A strange sense of calm settled upon him as he realized, without the slightest trace of doubt, that he would die to avenge her. "There is no other way," he said out loud. And so, resolved to his mission, Morgan's boots crunched the gravel as he strode towards the arched gate of the parade ground, and out into his war. If he was going to win it, though, he'd need firepower. He pulled out his phone and called an unlikely ally. Chapter 79. The summer rain had stopped by the time Morgan had walked to the Thames embankment, the few puddles left in its wake shimmering beneath the streetlights, as the breeze coming off the wide river plucked at their surface. He was guided to his destination by the stone structure that stood sentinel over the river. At the monument's head was a gilded bronze eagle. It was the Royal Air Force's memorial, and Morgan had met a man here before 2 summers ago. That same man was here again to greet him now. "Good evening, Morgan," he said. "Good evening, Colonel," he replied to de Villiers. "How's Lewis?" "She's demanding we let her out of the hospital so that she can go after them. She's a bloody trooper." "And Perkins?" "He'll live. He's damn lucky not to have been trampled to death in that stampede." "That's good to hear," said Morgan. "I don't think the Princess is in danger, but you should probably hold back on public appearances until this is over." "Of course," de Villiers agreed. "She's already been moved to a safe place." "Where?" De Villiers ignored the question. Morgan turned to face the Thames. On the opposite bank stood the huge wheel of the London Eye. How many happy couples on there, Morgan wondered. How many couples for whom death would be something to be confronted in their 80s and at a bedside. "Have you brought me what I wanted?" he asked. "I haven't," the Colonel replied. Morgan turned his head sharply towards the other man. "Then why are you here? I don't have time to waste." "And it won't be wasted," the Colonel promised. "But this isn't Texas, Morgan. One doesn't simply walk into Walmart and leave with a trolley full of guns." "You wouldn't need to go to Walmart, Colonel. You're the head of Royal Security and a soldier. You have access to armories. Well-secured and monitored armories," de Villiers added. Morgan's burning glare prompted the Colonel to explain himself, and in a hurry.
Do you want the police and the Army's special branch breathing down our necks from the moment I walk out of the armory? You'll get your weapon, but you'll do things my way. De Villiers pushed a folded piece of paper into Morgan's pocket. What's this? The address of a place where you can find what you want. Morgan raised an eyebrow in question. It's an illegal club/drug den, the Colonel explained. High-end. I've had to pull a few of our wards out of there over the years. How do you know I'll find weapons? Because I've had the bloody things pointed in my face when I came in the back door unannounced. Believe me, Morgan, you'll find what you need there. Their security will be holding them. Morgan considered it for a moment. What about police? He asked. I told you, it's high-end. The people there are people that matter. The police give it a wide berth. You're sure? I once saw the retired head of Scotland Yard in there, Morgan. I'm sure. Morgan shook his head and snorted. The hypocrisy of the world and the establishment never ceased to amaze him, and yet he had to remind himself there were many good men and women in such archaic institutions, doing good work in a corrupt system. Despite first appearances, Marcus de Villiers was showing himself to be one of them. Thank you for doing this for me, Morgan told the man. No offence, Morgan, but this isn't for you. This is for Lewis and Perkins, and for Cook. Morgan felt as though the Colonel was holding something back. Go ahead, he pressed. Lewis told me what happened, de Villiers admitted. She remembered names, Morgan. She told me about Flex. You know him? Morgan muttered. Of course I know him. He's from the regiment, and he runs one of the biggest private security firms in London. At least he did. Morgan looked at the man, and let his eyes ask the question. His business has taken a dive over the past couple of years. Word got out that he was beaten down and had his knee blown out by a couple of civilians, one of them a woman, the other an American. Morgan said nothing. He's had the first part of his revenge, Morgan, but he won't be satisfied until you're dead. The feeling is mutual. Good. Flex is not only a murderer, but by virtue of who he was, he is a national disgrace. Better he be dealt with quietly, rather than dragged through the courts. You're helping me because you want this kept quiet. I'm helping you because it's the right thing to do. There are 2 pieces of paper in your pocket, Morgan. One is the address, and the other is a copy of my letter of resignation. Lewis and Perkins were hurt under my command. As I can't take their place in the hospital, which I wish I could, I can only give up my command. I'm staying in my post only to be useful until this bastard is dealt with, Morgan. Then I will resign my commission. We have to deal with Flex first, Morgan replied. We do, de Villiers agreed. So you'd better go get your gun. Chapter 80. Colonel de Villiers walked eastwards along the Thames northern bank, his eyes on the pavement as the wind began to whip off the water, finding every opening in his clothing. It's supposed to be bloody summer, the man grumbled to himself as he reached inside his Barber jacket for his phone. Yes? The voice asked, as de Villiers' call connected. I met with Morgan, the Colonel replied after a look over both shoulders. I gave him the address. Will he go? The voice asked. He will. He's on a rampage. You could see it in his eyes. For a moment there was silence, all quiet in de Villiers' ears, except the slap of his brogues against the embankment's damp paving stones. Did he buy your resignation? The voice finally asked. He did, de Villiers replied. Good. It's important he trusts you. I don't know if he trusts me, but he believes me. With the state of mind he's in, I think that will be enough. Very good, Colonel. You'll see this through for me, won't you? Anything for you, Your Highness. Chapter 81. Jack Morgan stared intently through the Audi's windscreen, his fingers tight on the wheel. The car's navigation system told him that he was 1 minute away from the destination given to him by de Villiers, and Morgan intended to make his first reconnaissance in the car. The venue's location was in Knightsbridge, which struck Morgan as no surprise, given that the streets were dotted with Ferraris and Maseratis. Where better to hold a private party for London's mega-rich and ultra-connected? It was the appearance of a tall woman that first gave away the location. She was every inch the Russian millionaire's wife, with blonde hair piled on top of her head and fur over her shoulders. Knightsbridge was home to rich clichés, and Morgan watched as she was followed out of the golden Lamborghini by a bearded man whose clothes were 20 years too young for him and 2 chest sizes too small. Morgan slowed and watched the couple as they climbed the steps to a black door. The bearded man gave his woman a helpful grab on the arse as she slipped slightly in her heels, then knocked on the door. The couple waited patiently to be admitted. As there was no one else outside the building, one thing was clear to Morgan. The security and the weapons he wanted were behind that black door. Damn it, Morgan swore softly, pulling his car into a side street a block away so that he was clear to think. How the hell could he get inside there without starting World War III? And then he had it. "Hello?" Morgan said into his phone when it was finally answered. "I know it's been a long time," he went on politely. "Listen, I'm calling because I need a favor." Chapter 82. After Morgan hung up the phone, he drove to the nearest 24-hour superstore to collect what he would need to turn that favor into weapons. By the time he had arrived back at the Knightsbridge location, the American had received a text that told him he was all good. Armed with that piece of information, he began the short walk to the party. With each step he prayed that the rain would hold off, and he could ascend the steps dry, his freshly purchased clothes spotless. Despite knowing what was soon to come, Morgan fought back his adrenaline and took the steps slowly, trying hard to appear as cool and calm as possible. He needed to look as though he belonged at that party. He knocked and counted to 10. Nothing. He knocked again. 8, 9, 10. "Yes?" A female voice buzzed from the intercom beside the door. "I'm here to see Albert," Morgan announced, using the phrase he had been given in his phone call. "There is no Albert here," the voice answered through the intercom. "Yes, there is," Morgan insisted. "Abby Winchester told me to come and say hello to him." The intercom went silent. Morgan pictured how the woman within would be looking on her phone for confirmation that the well-known socialite, Abby Winchester, had indeed invited a guest. "She is not here," the voice came back, and Morgan wondered what his chances were of knocking down the thick door. 0, he reckoned. "I'm visiting from out of town," he explained, smiling, certain that he was on camera. "Abby recommended this place. I don't really know London." He shrugged, with another disarming smirk. A second later the electronic bolts of the door clicked open, and Morgan found himself looking into an empty hallway, the dull thud of bass drifting down from above. He stepped inside, and sense told him to wait. Moments later he was met from an adjoining room by the owner of the intercom's voice, a petite young woman with tattoos teasing up her neck. "You're too clean-cut to be a friend of Abby's, mate," she assessed, looking Morgan over. "I'm American," he smiled helplessly. "We're not known for our fashion." "True," the girl smiled. "You got a phone?" Morgan shook his head. "Abby told me to leave it in the car." "Good. No photos allowed here. Lifetime ban if you do." "Any other rules?" Morgan asked. "Just don't be a dickhead," she shrugged. 300 quid, please." The girl put out her hand. Morgan reached for his wallet and pulled out the notes. "Next time, bring a girl, and you'll get in easier. Or don't." She shrugged with a smile, playing the game. "Here's another 200 for your trouble," he told her, playing it himself. The girl held his look before finally nodding her head. "Upstairs. You can't miss it. Just follow the music." "I'll see you later," Morgan promised, and walked towards the staircase. As he moved, he looked through the open door that the girl had walked out of. He saw 2 muscular men on a sofa, their eyes on a bank of CCTV screens that showed what must be the party upstairs and the building's exterior. They were big men, Morgan thought to himself, dismissing the idea of rushing them immediately. Better to bide his time, he decided, and to think of a plan. Knowing that there was only one place in the building to do that without attracting attention, he followed the thump of bass
and walked up the stairs. Chapter 83. As young Marines, Jack Morgan and his comrades had enjoyed letting their hair down, short as it was. As head of Private, a multi-million-dollar business, Morgan had been invited to plenty of parties. He wasn't sure if any of those experiences had prepared him for the sight that greeted him at the top of the staircase. It was not one of Caligula's orgies by any means. It was more just the sight in front of him was bizarre, like a wild, wacky dream. To begin with, the building itself was a marvel. What appeared on the outside as a Knightsbridge home was actually a party space as well appointed as any London club. There were lasers, flashing lights, and smoke machines. There was a DJ, a packed dance floor, and a bar running across the back wall. Morgan realized that the building didn't end there, and a quick look into the other corridors showed him a maze of rooms filled with beanbags, smoke, and beautiful people. Having got his bearings, he turned back to the main room, first scanning the crowd for anyone known to him. In his position, it was always a possibility that he could run into a former client at a high-end establishment like this. Morgan saw none of them, but he did recognize an international football star sweating and grinding his jaw as he raged on the dance floor. In the room's back corner, a toppled TV presenter was doing bumps of cocaine from the fingernails of a page 3 model. Little wonder they wouldn't allow phones and cameras inside, thought Morgan. And little help these people would be to him in his attempt to liberate the guards of their weapons. Or maybe not, he thought, remembering a British showbiz scandal that had made the American news. Morgan stopped at the bar and ordered a virgin daiquiri. "Dress it up," he asked the bartender. "I like flowers in there." He slipped the man a note, as tip once the glass was brimming with decoration. Then, having watched the TV presenter take another snort from his companion's nail, he made his way over. "Hi," Morgan smiled at the pair, directing his biggest grin at the presenter. "I'm Jack." "I'm Natalie," said the model. The presenter simply greeted Morgan with a nod, arrogant enough to believe that everyone knew his name. "You're Matthew Alexander, right?" Morgan offered his hand, as he named one of the man's biggest rivals. "Matt Lloyd," the presenter corrected, unable to take his scowling eyes from Morgan's flowery drink. "What the fuck is that?" "It's a daiquiri," Morgan smiled. "Would you like some?" "Looks like something from the Chelsea Flower Show." Morgan allowed his smile to drop and his shoulders to slump slightly. Natalie noticed. "Oh, don't be a dick, Matt. You've hurt his feelings." She stepped over to Morgan and put a protective hand onto his shoulder. Matt Lloyd saw the picture in front of him and realized that the attractive woman's attention had now switched to the American. "Are you gay?" he sneered. Morgan looked taken aback. "And what if I am?" "Yeah, Matt, it's not a big deal," Natalie opined. But it was a big deal for Matt Lloyd, Morgan knew. In fact, it had been a big part of the reason that Lloyd had lost his 7-figure contract with the BBC. A homophobic tirade that had been captured on smartphone and leaked to the media. The LGBT community had been outraged and demanded Lloyd's head. They'd got it, and Morgan was certain that Lloyd would have spent tens of thousands on PR gurus and therapists to clean up his image and his act. There would be no more public slip-ups from Matt Lloyd, no more loose tongues. Of course, cocaine had a way of changing all of that. "It is a big deal to me," Lloyd rumbled, the drug divesting him of any tact or inhibition. "Your rainbow-loving freak mates cost me my job." "I'm sorry?" Morgan asked, feigning ignorance. "You and the rest of the queers. You pushed me out of my job." "He said some things about gays," Natalie confessed. "They weren't very nice." "True, though," the bigot smirked. "So why don't you take your flowers and piss off?" "Wow, I'm sorry I upset you, really I am. I'll go now." Lloyd was halfway back into his chair when Morgan delivered his mental right hook. "Natalie, would you like to dance?" Lloyd was jumping to his feet in an instant. "You don't ask my girl to dance," he shouted, pulling Morgan back by the shoulder. Deliberately, Morgan dropped his glass and heads turned to look at the commotion. "What are you doing?" Morgan shouted, feigning helplessness. "You don't dance with my girl." "Your girl?"
Natalie shouted. "I'm no one's girl." "Oh, really? Who bought you those clothes? You think you're special? You're no use except for getting your tits out. Those pics will be fish and chips wrapping by next week, and you'll be forgotten." By now a small crowd was gathering as people recognized the turbulence in their midst. "Don't talk to her like that," Morgan demanded. "Or what, faggot?" Lloyd spat, using the most offensive American term he could think of. Morgan said nothing publicly. Instead, he leaned close to Lloyd and spoke words into his ear that only they could hear. It was the final straw for the bigot. He threw a punch. It was an angry punch, sloppy, mistimed, and misdirected. Morgan ducked it without even thinking, his own hands never leaving his sides. Lloyd swung a second haymaker. Morgan easily stepped out of its way. The disgraced man never had a chance to throw a third. The two security men that Morgan had seen downstairs had been patiently watching the situation develop, hoping that it would fizzle out. Flare-ups between the stellar-sized egos at the establishment were not uncommon, and would be tolerated so long as they kept to chest-beating and insults. Once a punch was thrown, however, the security contingent would sweep in on the perpetrator within moments. During their phone call, Abby Winchester had told Morgan as much. Now he watched as the two men expertly restrained Lloyd, one on each side of him, exerting enough pressure to hold him in place, but not to cause damage. "I'll have your face cut off," Lloyd raged at Morgan as he thrashed to break free, his rage escalating higher as Natalie threw a drink in his face and the watching room cheered. "I'm really sorry, sir," one muscular security man apologized to Morgan as he and his partner turned Lloyd to the stairs and prepared to march him out. "I'm sorry, too," said Morgan. The security man's face dropping as Morgan's hand shot up under his jacket. Morgan stepped back and clear before the bouncer had a chance to decide if he should defend against the American or keep hold of the thrashing Lloyd. Now it seemed the answer was clear. There was only one true threat in the room, and that was Jack Morgan, who had a gun in his hand. Chapter 84. With the security guy's back turned to him, Morgan had liberated the pistol from his hidden shoulder holster with ease. In one smooth motion he had pulled the weapon clear with his right hand, using his left to cock back the pistol's top slide, chambering a round. Within 2 seconds of Morgan beginning his theft, the pistol was ready for use and aimed. "Don't kill him," the robbed security man begged, bravely trying to put himself between Morgan and Lloyd, who was now weak-kneed with terror. "It's not worth it," he urged. "Your weapon on the floor," Morgan told the man's partner. "Do it!" he shouted, seeing in his peripheral vision a steady flow of revellers abandoning the scene, rushing with hushed panic for the exit. "Finger and thumb on the grip," he ordered. Slowly, very slowly, the second bouncer reached inside his jacket. With his finger and thumb gripping the handle, he pulled out a 6-shooter revolver and placed it on the floor. Behind him, the room had all but emptied. Morgan flicked his eyes quickly to assess who remained, seeing Natalie shaking uncontrollably close by his side. "Pick it up like he did," Morgan instructed her. "Now." Natalie scuttled forwards and picked up the gun. "Put it in my jacket pocket," he instructed. "Keep holding it exactly as you are, or I'll blow his head apart." "Oh, God," the woman sobbed, black mascara running down her cheeks like a polluted river. Morgan backed away as he felt the reassuring weight of the second pistol entering his pocket. "All of you, on the floor, face down. Do it." They complied. Lloyd was the slowest to do so, almost paralyzed with terror. "I'm sorry," he begged. "Please don't kill me." "On your face." "I have a daughter." "On your face." Dribbling with dread, Lloyd joined the others on a floor awash with panic-spilled drinks. "Interlock your fingers behind your heads," Morgan ordered the 4 remaining people in the club, his voice suddenly seeming so loud and bouncing around the room. The music had stopped, he realized. The last song put on by the DJ had played out, and now the lights and lasers flashed eerily in the silence. "Your security tapes, where are they? Tell me exactly where." But there was no reply, because the bouncers heard the same thing that Morgan now did: footsteps on the staircase. Before Morgan could move, gunshots filled the air. He threw himself into a shoulder roll and scrambled for the bar as bullets chewed the furniture and decor in the room.
He heard someone scream in pain as the shots flew wild, none coming within a foot of his refuge. "Stop shooting!" Morgan shouted, his gut telling him who the firer would be. 2 more rounds smashed into the wall above him. Morgan scuttled behind the bar and peered around its far side. As he expected, the tattooed girl from downstairs stood at the head of the staircase, a semi-automatic pistol held in her hand. Of the security guards, Natalie and Lloyd, there was no sign, only the flapping door of an open fire exit and a trail of blood made dark beneath the disco lights. Morgan drew his pistol up to aim. The girl's shots had been wild, showing her lack of experience at firing a weapon, and he was exposing no more than his head and the top of his shoulders. At 20 yards, the chances of her hitting him were almost non-existent, whilst his own accuracy was a dead cert. But Morgan couldn't kill her. "Drop it, goddammit!" he shouted. The girl fired instead. Across the bar, 10 feet away, a bottle of Grand Patron tequila paid the price. "I don't want to shoot you," Morgan shouted as the liquid and glass bounced around him, "but I will if I have to." "You fucked up our club," she screamed back. "The police will be on their way." Morgan ducked back into cover, expecting the shot that Puck at the bars would. The police were a far bigger threat in his mind than the girl's marksmanship. The exodus from the front door would have been enough to alert a nosy neighbour or an alert Bobby. If by some miracle that had gone unnoticed, then the gunshots would do the rest. The clubroom had been soundproofed for house music, but the open fire escape had seen to that precaution against sound complaints. That fire escape was now Morgan's only chance, he knew. He couldn't kill an innocent person, and contrary to the belief of politicians and activists, there was no such thing as not shooting to kill. Sure, Morgan could aim for the girl's shoulder, but when that bullet entered the body, it would hit bone. It would send slivers of bone and steel anywhere, including into the girl's heart. A shot to the arm? She could bleed out from her brachial artery. Then there was the chance of her moving as Morgan fired. The only non-lethal shot was the one you didn't fire, so that was the option Morgan took. But how the hell would he make it to the fire escape? It was half the distance between him and the girl, on the right-hand wall. He would be 10 yards from her, and his full height, not head and shoulders, behind cover. Seeing him coming, the girl was bound to let rip with everything she had left, and only one of those bullets would need to find him to put him down, and from there into handcuffs or a coffin. It couldn't end here, Morgan swore to himself. His promise of retribution could not die in an illegal club surrounded by broken bottles of liquor and washed over by lasers. Lasers. "Will you let me surrender?" Morgan tried. "Piss off, you wanker. You think I'm stupid? You're staying there until the cops get here." Morgan had assumed as much, but he had used the girl's tirade to maneuver himself to the other end of the bar, hoping to emerge where she would not expect him. Her words done, the room was silent. Silent enough for Morgan to hear shouts in the street and sirens in the distance. It was now or never. He stepped from cover and took aim. Morgan fired 4 times, the pistol rounds sparking as they hit the metal chain and fixture that held the light mounting in the room's corner. The structure toppled downwards and in front of the staircase, its thick cord catching it at chest height before it could crash into the ground. Now, with an obstacle between him and the girl, Morgan was already running. She fired. Shots snapped from beneath the obstruction, but her view had been robbed from her. Within seconds of opening fire, his shoulder was hitting the partially open door, and he was on the staircase. He took a moment to collect himself at the top, not wanting to plunge from one trap into another. With no obvious ambushes ahead of him, Morgan left the first metal platform, traversing the fire escape like a parkour runner, clearing a flight at a time. The shock of the impacts shot through his ankles and up into his body, his face grimacing with each descent, but the pain saved his life. No sooner was he on the second platform than the girl appeared on the platform above. Morgan gritted his teeth, expecting the impact of bullets to smash into his exposed back. Instead, he heard 2 clangs, like a hammer hitting metal, 2 bullets puncturing the sheet metal of the staircase beside him. Then there was only the sound of swearing, as the girl realized that her ammunition was spent. "Wanker!" she shouted, hurling the pistol at Morgan in frustration. Her throwing aim was better than her shooting, and the pistol narrowly missed his head. He moved. He ran as fast as he could through the darkness, dogs barking and security lights snapping on as he fled, and the sound of sirens growing ever closer and more imminent. Morgan felt at the reassuring lumps of metal in his pockets. He had done what he needed to do, and he was not sorry that he had terrified others to obtain the weapons. But someone else would be. Chapter 85. Peter Knight looked at the papers in his hand. It was a printout of the premier security companies in the country. These were not businesses that advertised in the local job centre, but who recruited directly from the Special Forces and Army. Minimum entry requirements were tours of duty, combat experience, and solid references from former commanders. They were the kind of people who had worked with Flex both in and out of uniform, and now Knight hoped they'd be the ones to lead him to the murderer. He was wrong. "Come on, Ryan," Knight beseeched the man at the other end of the line. "We've used your company for years. Where's the loyalty?" "Well, that's exactly it, Peter. Even if I knew where Flex was, I couldn't tell you. Me and him were in the regiment together. Maybe if you told me what this was about." "I can't," Knight said, closing his eyes in frustration. "Just trust me, Ryan. This is not a guy you want to be associated with." "I do trust you. But Flex has built up a lot of trust with me, too. We were in the sandpit together, so you understand why I can't rat him out even if I did know." Knight rubbed at his face. The blind loyalty of the soldiers running these companies was a brick wall that a civilian could not penetrate. "What if I told you we heard another soldier?" Knight tried, tiptoeing around the subject, a decorated one. "Then get them to call me. If we have a few friends in common and they vouch for them, then we'll see." Knight swore under his breath. "Something big is about to happen," Knight told the man, sensing failure, "and you're about to fall on the wrong side of it. No, mate. I'm standing back from it, well out of the way." "Goodbye, Ryan," Knight said, hanging up the call. "Bollocks!" he shouted out, crossing off the last name on his list. Not one of the company's leaders would speak about Flex. Frustrated, Knight screwed up the paper and threw it at the waste paper basket. It missed. Swearing, he crossed to pick it up. But as he did so, a red mist of anger descended before his eyes, and instead of picking up the paper, he kicked the basket as hard as he could and let loose a howl of rage. A rage that had built inside him since Jane Cook had been killed in cold blood. His agent, his friend, killed in cold blood. "Bastard!" Knight roared, wanting nothing more in that moment than to rip Flex's heart out with his own hands. "Bastard!" Eliza Lightwood had done a good job of destroying Knight's office. Now the angered man did the rest. He threw books, kicked cabinets, and punched the walls. He grabbed at his face, pulled at his hair, and cried down his cheeks. He remembered Jane. "No!" he shouted at everything and nothing. "No, no, no!" The grief and rage that he'd bottled up hit him like an avalanche. He had been so caught up, so busy protecting Morgan and worrying about him, that he'd ignored his own emotions. Now, faced with the dead end from the security companies, he could no longer hold back the irrepressible savagery of his heartache. As his chest heaved and swelled like an angry ocean, Peter Knight sank to his knees and wept. Chapter 86. As was his plan, Jack Morgan abandoned the Audi parked on the Knightsbridge street. Instead, leaving the area by foot and collecting a bag of clothing bought at the 24-hour supermarket that he'd secreted in a dark alleyway that led to a park. There he quickly changed jacket and trainers and pulled tracksuit bottoms over his trousers. A peaked cap was the final item to complete the outfit change, and with the pistols in his pockets, Morgan struck out of the park. He pulled a phone from his new jacket, a black windbreaker. The phone was a cheap model, bought at the store, and kept with a change of clothes. The one that it had replaced now resided in a drain. Morgan knew that the Audi would eventually draw suspicion. Even if he dispatched someone from private to collect it, the vehicle would show up on the CCTV footage that officers would scour as they investigated the shooting. Of course, by the time they did, Morgan believed he would have carried out his mission or died trying. To that end, he dialed a number from memory. "I need to meet you, and off the streets." Morgan then listened as he was given an address. It wasn't a hard one to remember, and he flagged down the first black cab that he saw. "Where to, mate?" the cabbie asked. Morgan told him, then sank back into the cab's dark interior. Chapter 87. Compared to the modern behemoths that arched towards the sky, the Tower of London seemed hardly fitting of its name, more a collection of buildings, walls and ramparts than a singular tower. Its tallest point stood at 27 metres. By contrast, the Shard on the opposite bank of the river climbed to 310. Even the neighbouring apartments dwarfed the building in height. But scale was only half the story, and what the tower lacked in vertical bombast, it more than made up for in history and sheer regal majesty. Heavy black gates sat daunting in the stone walls. Flags flew proudly above the lit-up towers and ramparts, snapping in the wind as if to attention. Morgan stepped out of the cab. The third he had taken, anxious to avoid being followed, and took in the building that sat with gravitas alongside the Thames, the river itself spanned by the grand vision of Tower Bridge, lit-up cables hanging between its iconic twin towers. Jack Morgan had visited the place before as a tourist, and such history reminded him of how small was his own place in the world and the events of man. The oldest parts of the building were almost 1,000 years old, and within the walls enemies of the state had awaited judgment and been delivered to death. Beneath the beauty was a nation's past, soaked in treason, blood, and violence. Morgan could not help but wonder if de Villiers had asked to meet him here for just that reason. The chance to ask him arrived as the colonel removed himself from the shadows. "Why here?" Morgan asked. "It's secure," de Villiers replied. "Police, soldiers, these walls. You won't find a safer place in London. You found what you were looking for?" Morgan evaded a direct answer. "I don't have anything on me," he told the man, having hidden the weapons between cabs. "Good." De Villiers turned and led Morgan towards a door that was set in the stone beside one of the imposing gates and flanked by armed guards, who stood to attention at the approach of the colonel, clad in civilian attire though he was. The cold stone tunnel was 10 feet deep, and as Morgan emerged at de Villiers' back, he saw that much of the interior was cast into darkness. But there were voices in the night. "Stop for a moment," said the colonel, his voice calm. "What is it?" Morgan asked. "Just be quiet." Then, clear as day, Morgan heard a young voice cry out into the night. It was a confident voice, the voice of a soldier. "Halt!" he demanded. "Who comes there?" A second voice answered, rich with years. Following the sound, Morgan saw the uniform of a yeoman warder, a beef-eater. "The keys," he replied. "Whose keys?" the young sentry questioned. "Queen Elizabeth's keys." "Pass, then," the soldier allowed. "All's well." And Morgan watched silently as the yeoman, under escort of bayonet-toting soldiers, their silhouettes made long by tall bearskin hats, marched by the young sentry and out of sight. At that moment Morgan realized he'd been holding his breath, and let it go silently. He could not explain why he had done so, only that he knew he was watching something ancient, archaic and special, a moment that was timeless, a throwback to past days. "What was that?" he asked de Villiers, as the tramp of the men's boots faded into the darkness. "Ceremony of the keys," the man explained. "They're locking up the tower." "They do this every night?" "For centuries," de Villiers confirmed. "The only thing that changes is the monarch's name. You're very lucky to have seen it. Very few do." The majesty of the moment had not been lost on Morgan, and he nodded. But the movement was cursory, a punctuation at the end of one conversation and the beginning of the next. He had come to the tower for a reason that was not one of ceremony. "Something's been troubling me," Morgan admitted to the colonel. He didn't need to say that. It was something other than the death of Jane, which burned through his soul with more tortuous intent than any of the contraptions that had been used to bring misery to the tower's former occupants and traitors. "What is it?" de Villiers asked. The shooters knew my hotel in Brecon. They knew where to find us at the waterfall. It's fair to say by now that those gunmen were Flex and an associate, maybe more than one. Are you saying you think Flex had inside help? I know he did. And do you know from whom? At first I thought it was Lewis, but I know now that's not possible. Then who? The Princess told me you have SAS troopers on the security detail. De Villiers nodded. Of course. They're the best of the best. They are also people who are loyal to Flex, he being one of their own. I don't like where you're going with this, Morgan. But hear me out anyway. I'd like you to look into the service records of the SAS men on the Princess's detail, to see if any served alongside Flex. They're all younger men on this detail, much younger than Flex. He's been out of the regiment for a while now. I doubt it's possible, but we need to consider it. His business at an end, Morgan gave de Villiers the number that he could now be reached on. But we're not done yet, the colonel said suddenly, surprising him. We're not? No, Morgan. There's a reason I wanted you to come to the tower, and I'm afraid you can't leave without knowing it. Follow me. Morgan allowed himself to be led by de Villiers into the heart of the tower, emerging in a courtyard that was lined with small terraced houses older than the Americans' home nation. Who lives here? Morgan asked. The Beefeaters, the colonel answered. They're trusted to live inside the tower? More than trusted. They're the soul of the place. Every one of them a former warrant officer with 22 years' service or more. They come from the Army, Air Force, and Navy. Each of them as dedicated and patriotic a person as you'll find. Morgan listened, interested to find out where de Villiers' speech was heading. Many of them joined the military at 16, de Villiers added, and they'll serve until they retire. Duty to their country is all to them. And duty to the Crown? You'll not find a beefeater who doesn't see them as one and the same. After you, Morgan. The colonel unlocked a door and stepped aside so that the American could walk in first. He did, and came face to face with a man holding a gun. Chapter 88. The armed man made no move as Morgan entered, a Heckler & Koch MP5 machine gun held downwards across his chest. After a moment, Morgan recognized him as one of the men who had talked to Lewis at the gate of the royal residence in Wales, what felt like a lifetime ago. The man acknowledged Morgan with a jut of his chin. Up here, de Villiers pointed over Morgan's shoulder. Morgan brushed by the armed man as he made his way through the cramped corridor and up the narrow staircase. Behind him, de Villiers stooped so that his head avoided the ceiling. When Morgan reached the top of the short flight, he turned and found himself in what amounted to a studio apartment, the walls thick with books, the antique wooden desk piled high with papers. There was a woman sitting at it. "Your Highness," Morgan greeted Princess Caroline, his outward appearance giving away nothing of his surprise. He had expected de Villiers to be taking him to some intelligence briefing, or to detain him, had he developed cold feet. Instead, Morgan now found himself in the top-secret hiding-place of Princess Caroline. Hearing footsteps behind him as de Villiers walked back down the steps, it became apparent that this reception was to be for Jack Morgan alone. Princess Caroline turned to face the American at the top of her tiny staircase. Her initial expression was one of grief, mourning the loss of her beloved Sophie, but then he saw something else in her face too. Shock. Perhaps fear. "Jack." She rose to her feet and removed her reading glasses. "Jack, you look like a different man." Morgan said nothing and stood as still as the tower's bayonet-carrying soldiers while Princess Caroline crossed the small room. She stopped in front of him and embraced him. It was the embrace of someone who had experienced the deepest pain of loss, and who could see that same emptiness of grief in him. "I'm so sorry," the royal told him, her words muffled by Morgan's windbreaker. "I'm so very sorry." In her words he could feel the princess expressing her sadness and regret for her own loss as much as his. They had both had the woman they loved taken from them, Perhaps, that night, there were no two souls more alike than the British Royal and the American investigator. Morgan hugged her back. There was no awkwardness in the moment. They were two people trapped in grief, consumed by it, united by it. "I'm reviewing grant applications," Caroline said suddenly, breaking the embrace and moving back to her desk. "I need some good to come from today, Jack. When I close my eyes tonight, I want to know there's good in the world and not just evil." "Here." She picked up a sheaf of papers. "This one's for a well in Africa." She picked up a second proposal. "This one for a girls' school in Pakistan. Do you think it will make a difference?" "I hope so. The thought of improving the lives of children struggling in such impoverished conditions is the only thing that could possibly help me sleep tonight." Morgan said nothing. They both knew that a good night's sleep was impossible for either one of them. "I didn't even know about him," said Princess Caroline, taking a seat on the room's small bed and gesturing that Morgan sit beside her. "Mayur Patel. I'd never even heard that name before, and now it will be with me forever." "What does he look like?" Morgan told her. "I picture this ogre in my head," she said. "Is he the monster I picture him to be?" Morgan shook his head. "I don't know," he answered honestly. "But I don't think he ever intended to kill Sophie. It was a crime of passion, a situation he lost control of. It wasn't planned or calculated. Some people kill when they don't mean to. Others do it because they're sick." "You've met a lot of people like that," Caroline guessed. "Too many." "I suppose Sophie kept secrets from everyone, even from me. I think she knew that, had I known she had a love for someone else, it would have broken my heart. I'm telling myself that she kept her relationship with him a secret so that I didn't get hurt." "She loved you," Morgan assured her, his eyes telling her that it was the truth. "Patel told me as much. He tried to make her blackmail you, but she wouldn't do it. That's when he realized it was love." "And that's when he killed her?" There was nothing Morgan could say to that. "People will say that we were lucky to have loved, even if for a short time," she tried, desperate to be stoic. Morgan didn't answer in words, but he couldn't hide the answer on his face. "Fucking bullshit, isn't it?" Caroline uttered with a sad laugh. "Absolute bullshit. I would die on the spot to bring Sophie back." "But it wouldn't," Morgan replied. "No, it wouldn't." "I should go. It was good to see you, Your Highness." "Whatever help I can give, whatever help my people can give, it's yours, Jack." As Morgan reached the bottom of the narrow staircase, he found the proof of that vow. De Villiers was waiting for him. "I found something," said the Colonel. Chapter 89. Morgan followed de Villiers down a stone staircase and into a cellar. The air was cold and dank, and Morgan sniffed at the smell of mothballs. The cellar was now a storeroom for tables and chairs draped in dust sheets, and a home for spiders, their cobwebs littering the space, clinging to the ceiling's wooden beams like the torn sails of some battered warship. De Villiers frowned at the unkempt space, then turned his attention to the American. "I cross-referenced Flex's record with the SAS men on the Princess's security detail," the Colonel explained. "I started with the oldest first, as they were most likely to cross paths." "And you found one?" Morgan asked. "Second name I tried. I've got my most trusted people checking the others, but until then, I told Corporal Joyce to meet us down here, so that we can have a chat." Corporal Joyce, of the Special Air Service Regiment, arrived in the cellar a few minutes later, having been called from rest. He was unarmed, wearing only a tracksuit and a frown. "Colonel de Villiers down here?" he asked the room's sole occupant. Jack Morgan. "He's not," Morgan said simply. "Oh, all right. Wrong bloody room." The man was about to turn away, when Morgan's words stopped him. "You know who I am, don't you?" he asked. "I saw it in your face. You know who I am, and now you're about to run upstairs to tell your boy Flex." Joyce tried to snort at such a ridiculous notion, but his shifting feet and awkward posture paid testament to his guilt. "I don't know who you are, mate, and I don't care." He turned, coming face to face with Colonel de Villiers, who held a dusty chair by its legs. "Bastard!" the colonel roared, swinging the piece of furniture down on the treacherous man. Joyce raised his arms to protect himself, but the colonel was tall and his swing fierce. The blow smashed against Joyce's arm with a sound of cracking bone. "Jesus!" the man gasped, dropping to one knee. "Colonel," Morgan shouted, shocked at the attack. "Colonel, stop!" But de Villiers would not stop. He brought the chair down on the man again, this time over Joyce's back. He was about to swing the remnants of the now broken chair a third time, but Morgan wrestled it from his grasp. Denied, de Villiers settled for delivering a kick into Joyce's stomach. "He did it. It was all over his face, Morgan. You piece of shit, Joyce. I'll beat you to death for this." Morgan held the colonel back and spoke evenly into his ear. "Colonel, we need him to talk. We need him in one piece so he can talk. That's how we find Flex. That's how we get justice for Lewis, Perkins, and Cook." "You'll talk," the colonel growled at the man on the floor. Morgan, knowing the SAS's training to withstand interrogation, did not expect the man to give it up easily. He was wrong. "I didn't know he was going to do what he did," the soldier spat between gritted teeth. "I didn't know, sir." "What did you do?" de Villiers hissed. "Why were you helping him?" "He said this one had tried to kill him over money," Joyce replied, pointing a hand at Morgan. "He came into Flex's gym and attacked him, but Flex beat him off. I was helping him get even." "Get even?" de Villiers roared. "A former army officer is dead. Lewis, your teammate, is in hospital, beaten to within an inch of her life." "Flex said that he did it," Joyce said meekly, looking at Morgan. "He said it was a set-up." De Villiers was unable to stop himself, and slapped the soldier hard around the head. "Have you got shit where your brains should be, Joyce? This is all Flex is doing. He used you, you idiot. He used you to kill one of us, and to put 2 others in hospital." "Oh, God." Joyce swallowed, as the horrible truth crashed down on him. "Sir, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." He looked to Morgan. Morgan made no reply. It was de Villiers who spoke for them. "You have blood on your hands, Joyce." The man made no move to deny it, simply nodding with stunned guilt. "Just tell me what to do to make it right," he begged him. "I'll do anything, sir. Please. Let me help you catch Flex." Chapter 90. Morgan walked out of the building and into the cool summer air. Blood pulsed in his temples. It wasn't from the admission of the soldier that he had planned to help Flex do harm to Morgan. In his line of work, he was used to that enough not to take it personally. The quickening of his heartbeat came at the thought of being one step, a big step, closer to Flex. Morgan pulled out his phone. A few seconds later, he called Peter Knight's personal number. "Jack, are you okay?" Knight asked, hopeful. "Yeah." "How are things going back there?" Morgan replied. "Everyone's safe, but we're banging our heads against a brick wall trying to find leads." Morgan could hear something in his friend's voice, something that hadn't been there when they had parted company. Was it suppressed anger? Grief? "How are you holding up?" he asked. "I'm okay," Knight replied. Morgan was sure then that he was lying. "But we need a lead. Anything to get this moving." "I'm taking care of it," Morgan told him.
then regretted his choice of words. "We're going to take care of this," he assured his friend. "I've found out who was leaking information to Flex. Maybe he can lead us to him." "I'll come with you." Morgan could swear he heard the sound of car keys being grabbed. "No, I need you to organize eyes onto Flex's London offices. There's always a chance he's hiding in plain sight." "The hell with organizing, Jack. We have staff who can do that for us," Knight protested firmly. "I'm not sitting here whilst you're on the street doing God knows what. I sent an agent out to check on the car's location, expecting to find you dead behind the wheel, and they come back telling me that 2 streets over was cordoned off by police because of a shooting. I suppose that's totally unrelated, though, isn't it?"